out, you could always do. So while we do the reactions, just going to say, hey guys, how you guys doing? If you're watching this from YouTube, please remember to hit the like button, hit that subscribe button, and click the link in the description down below. Alex will love you, won't you, Alex?
Yeah, I will love you all. Keep that YouTube algorithm god happy.
Oh yeah. So I've been thinking about like while doing reaction videos and stuff, playing shit like Oxygen Not Included, and then you have the reaction video sort of on top of the fucking game. You know,
Yeah, this could be good.
like say at opacity 60. CDJ, how you doing, brother? You put like opacity of the reaction video at 60. Yeah, Giano, how you doing? That could work, right?
Totally good.
Because it puts something in the background. It means that you're not literally just sitting there fucking reacting to crap. By the way, you guys are literally in the middle of an admin meeting. Welcome to the stream.
Welcome to the fucking work.
Oh yeah. Well, we say work. We're trying to find a workaround for Lost Ark because fuck that fucking game. It's 6 hours of my life now. I've gone into trying to get past this goddamn game. And Alex have just spent about half an hour trying to get past this game. So
Ridiculous.
The struggles are fucking real. The struggles are real. But yeah, something like that would work, you know. Like I said yesterday, right? Akrox, how you doing? Andy, how you doing? Pikarku, how you doing? Like I said yesterday, you can't really play heavy story games until such time that unless you commit to being variety streamer. But like you said, you have to then do 2 days of one game, then immediately switch to another game on another day, then immediately switch to another game on another day. And then you also have to know that your growth is going to be stupidly slow, right? Wait, is the mic weird? Alex, can you listen on Twitch quickly and tell me if the mic sounds weird? Because Lunari is saying
it doesn't sound weird.
It doesn't sound weird. It's fine.
Yeah, it's just as shitty as always because you haven't tempered with the sound design on it.
What the fuck are you talking about? Hold up. Hold the phone, Alex. We'll do this shit now. We'll do it live, right? Because I have fucking done this. Like, to the best of my ability, I have done this. So I am going to bring up, right, I'm going to bring this up on stream. Right, so we'll do a quick screen share here. And then we'll go filters. Right, so you can see the filters there. We'll open the plugin. Now, tell me what you want me to do on this. On this is the EQ.
Yeah, that's the EQ. You need a bass booster on the as a filter. I think you can do it on OBS.
Wait, you think what?
Bass boost.
All right, hold up. So I am cutting off at the minute. I'm cutting off about all sound under 100 hertz. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm cutting off all of that. Nixie, how you doing? And then on the 300 hertz, I'm cutting that a bit down as well. Do you want me to move that up? Not cut that as much?
The EQ is fine. It's just like you need to bring off the bass on a different filter.
All right, we can do another VST plugin here. Now, which one would you say would do what you think it needs to fucking do?
Shit, I need to open OBS. I can't see what the fuck you have on your screen. It's so small.
Oh, my phone's having confusion. No, it's fine. PT, how you doing, brother? Okay, so we have recomp, recontrol MIDI, redelay, re-EQ, refer, regate, re-AJS, restream, re-XComp.
None of those should work.
None of those will work.
Yeah. Where'd it go? Mike, just give me a second.
Chat, you guys are 100% in the admin stream now. Like, you guys thought that it was admin uploading YouTube videos? Welcome to the new fucking stream. Where you learn with me how my editor tells me how to fucking stream. Because I create so much work for him when I don't do this. Because he has to basically take every video and do full sound analysis on it to get it to work.
Why don't you have that?
I'd have to download plugins. If you want a specific plugin, you need to tell me which plugins you want. Because I have all the plugins, like the Reaper plugins, and I have noise cancellation plugins, like noise suppression plugins. Now, the other thing that it could be, but I don't think that would be it, is if I go into Elgato, I have the low cut filter set to 120 hertz. But that's straight from Wave, right? That I have that. Now, since my mic isn't pulled from Wavelink into so I, for example, also had these active on the Wavelink, and it did fuck all for OBS.
Yeah.
Because I think OBS is a plug. I think the mic on OBS bypasses the Wavelink.
Yeah, I think so as well.
Yeah.
But you need a bass booster. You need to have you need to make it more what you call it. You need to make it sound more crisp and beefy. But I don't know what plugin. I've never got around to actually watch whatever plugin it is. I'm sorry.
No,
Sorry.
it's all good.
It's not boring. I'm just tired.
OBS plugins for bass boost.
Boring.
OBS doesn't have a feature to add any type of bass boost. Check the software for your headset sound card. What the fuck are you talking about? How can there not be? There seems to be no.
That's stupid.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to. There doesn't appear to be VST plugins. Genio, are you going, or are you just saying good night as in hello? For the first time, Ian Azicostas is no counter for the release of Lost Ark. Yeah, it's sad days for them. Amazon played this beautifully. They basically waited for Blizzard to not have anything, and then released their fucking game.
It's like midday here, Giano. So it shouldn't be good night. I'm just tired because of pain and shit like that.
I think, to be fair, we sleep schedules for YouTubers and their editors is more like an Ellie Giggle Monka-esque kind of fucking thing.
Sleep is for the weak. Sleep is for not the YouTubers.
Yeah, you guys have no idea how often it's like 12 o'clock at night, and then I go, by the way, Alex, we need these videos now. And then me and Alex are both sitting awake. Fuck, he's editing and I'm waiting to upload the videos because it needs to go up now. So fuck what you wanted to do.
Yeah.
I'd say the only day that we kind of treat as sacred is Saturdays for you.
Yeah.
Or we try to.
I forced them being sacred. It's date night, so.
Yeah, he goes on dates. Believe it or not, he has a girlfriend. Well, he claims he has a girlfriend. I still think that Danger Do is just him on 2 accounts. But, you know.
Yeah, of course. That's why I can play Phasmophobia with you and scream like a little girl like you.
Exactly. You have two PCs going on. I have never seen the two of you in the same room.
That means I'm Batman or Superman or shit like that.
Exactly. You could do. I think you can do bass boost with EQ. You should be able to do bass boost with EQ.
Probably, yeah. But I don't know. I said, I didn't look into it because shit happens.
You'd have to. So basically, check which hertz you boost in post, and then I can boost it on my side. So either take away some of this high pass that I have here, right? So move it back, or boost it a little less, maybe. And then boost number 2 as well, which is around the 300 hertz mark. But you'd have to tell me whether it's closer to mid range or closer to bottom end.
Give me a second. That's the multi-band compressor. That's not what I wanted to do. There we go. But the thing is, as I said, I have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 effects on your mic in Premiere, and they all add up extra stuff. Well, one of them is just denoise, to make your, and the other one is just not to make you peak.
Yeah.
But I have equalizer on, I have compressor on, and I have some mastering. I think it's the mastering one that's missing in OBS.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the mastering. Because that one is like boosting and make it more richer and stuff like that.
Mastering
And also,
VST in OBS. Let's see if there is one. I don't know if there will be. We'll have to do this probably over the weekend to see if it will work. Because I'm gonna have to do some tests for you. Because what's the sound like now for chat on Twitch? Because I think the sound in chat, I think the sound on Twitch is good. No,
it can be better, but it's good enough, if you can say it like that.
We need to get it crisp. We need to get it crisp as fuck. Lunari says sounds good though. So
yeah, but you can make it sound even better. You can level it up like 5 times if you get it more rich and more beefy and like more ASMR-ish, if you get what I mean.
I don't know. It is sound. That's not really how it fucking works. Well, I could do this. What does this sound like? That's everything off. Everything. There's no EQ. This is just the SM7B. Pure sound.
I don't know. I have to.
Yeah, I mean, we'll probably we'll figure it out because I would have to do some recordings. I'm gonna do recordings anyway this weekend, so we'll do some recordings, some tests, and then you can tell me, and we'll see if we can get a master plugin.
Yeah, I'll look into it.
Yeah,
take some time to actually look into it. I'm gonna use today to make a bunch of batch footage.
Oh my god, I still have to do the fucking background for you. The background pic for you, right?
Yep.
Did you want a screenshot or video?
You mean about the green screen effect, right?
You said
the color grading. The color grading.
Yeah, the color grading.
I just need a picture, a screenshot with you sitting in the correct light. When you usually stream. So now, for instance, would be a very good time to do it. Because then I can make a lot for you.
Yeah. Do you want the screenshot over Twitch or without Twitch?
Without Twitch, and I need it to be. I need you to. I need one where no lights is on, and I need one where every lights is on.
Wait, Andy says here. So I have the Reaper plugins, Andy. Andy is saying, open it through filters, last one, re-EQ standard, and then play with it. I think I already have that. I think I already have that. Give me a moment here. Let me just see. So I have re-EQ standalone. She can see there, but you're saying I should use the different a different one, no? Yeah, that is the one that I'm using, ReQ standalone. Yeah, I think Alex, this is the one that we're gonna have to use, and we're gonna have to do like a boost in band 2, for example. Get like a bit more boost there.
Yeah.
And we'll just
Oh,
have to
great.
keep tasting it until you go, yeah, that's exactly what I want.
Yeah.
That's where I wanted it. Yeah, we'll keep playing with it. Okay, so I can take a screenshot of the preview window in OBS right now for you, if you want that.
No, because I need both. You can't really do it on cam, on stream.
You need what?
Because I need different. I need a lot of pictures. I need without any light and with light, and I also need you with without the mic standing in your way and stuff like that. So let's just do it on off cam.
All right, we'll do it on the weekend when we're fucking doing like everything else.
Yeah.
King Julian, to answer your question, am I playing Lost Ark? Alex, am I playing Lost Ark?
We're working on it. Soon, CM.
Yeah, we're fucking trying every single workaround known to man. Believe me, I've spent the last 6 hours. Last night about 3, almost 4 hours, and then today almost 3 hours now at this point. Trying to get past the geolocking. So Steam detects every single VPN that I've used. I've used 3 so far. NordVPN, CyberGhost, and ExpressVPN. Every single time I try to create an account, it says disable your VPN and try again. Every single time. So I can't create an account on a different fucking on a different platform, in a different country, which means I can't get the game. So we've now sort of we've now gone a more direct approach. We've now taken a more direct approach, if you will. Andy, why do you think I'm on Discord with Alex right now? Then that's exactly what to fuck around. Yeah, to
Yeah, of course.
get a new.
Not work, no.
Like, yeah, we're really trying to get it to work, and it is a nightmare. I don't like genuinely geo-locking a fucking game in the year 2022. It's like, why? Who does that?
Yeah, it's so fucking old school.
What are you trying to prove? Like, dude, it's super annoying. It really is super fucking annoying.
It's just like Lost Ark does. Just like, yeah, no, we don't want money from all around the world. We just want money from those. It makes no sense.
It really doesn't. It's not on GOG. It's only on Steam. From what I understand, so we could go to Lost Ark's website here, right? From what I understand, even if you try to buy the game from Lost Ark, it gives you a code for Steam. You can buy it off of Amazon, so you can physically buy the game on Amazon, which then Amazon gives you a code that you can do on Steam. From what I think, the game is only available on Steam. Like, if you don't have the game on Steam, you can go fuck yourself. But we are trying. I promise you, I'm not just giving up on this. We are trying absolutely everything we can.
Yeah.
Because it's annoying as shit. Even if I don't, like, I will tell you this: if I don't end up liking this game, I will be fucking livid. I will be fucking livid. It's not on GOG. No, the game is only available on Steam. Ask Amazon. Why would you release a game and only make it available on literally the worst platform in the world when it comes to geolocking? And by the way, it's not Amazon's fault. Just want to be clear. You can't blame Amazon for this. You have to blame Smilegate, the developers of Lost Ark. So Amazon released information last year, June, where Amazon basically said they apologize for anyone that lives in regions that they can't play the game in. They have not been able to secure the rights for those regions from Smilegate. So it's all Smilegate. They have decided we have no interest in letting you play this game. Not in those countries. So
I'm thinking that maybe it could be that the licensing was too expensive, and that's the reason that they're just not saying.
it might be, but then Amazon did say. Now, what I definitely could see is places like Africa, for example, where Amazon has no guarantee that they're going to buy the licensing for Africa and then that game is actually going to be played by anyone, right? Because Africa is very fucking finicky. If you have a first-person shooter, release it in Africa, you'll get fucking... Africans want to make war. So if we can do it virtually, we'll do it virtually. If we can do it real life, we'll probably do it real life as well. But, you know, they like the war stuff. So anything that gets you to shoot other people works in Africa. From there, every other game is like hit and miss. You get games that's huge in the rest of the world, and then almost no one in South Africa plays it.
Yeah, just say that's Andy saying that could be because of some laws, gambling, and so I know that Brazil shouldn't be allowed to play it because of the gambling rules.
So I would like to stop all of you there. My country does not have many gambling laws. And they definitely don't have real gaming gambling laws. They don't even know what gaming is, so it's all right. I guess we'll be part of the upcoming NATO versus BRICS war. Yeah, probably. We'll be dragged into that. Not that any fucking alliance is going to benefit from having the South African military on its side. So, you know, but the Europe part for SA, it's just that nobody cares about you. That is true. Buddha, how you doing, brother? No, I mean, it is what it is, right? Yeah, I can't change this. I wish I could, but Tarkov is huge in South Africa. My brother plays the shit out of Tarkov, and he has like a massive amount of friends to play Tarkov with him. I'm one of the few South Africans I know that don't like first-person shooters. Or you could move country, Akko, to a country that does have Lost Ark. Problem solved. Yeah, why not? Let's do one of the most expensive things ever for a game.
Well, you could make history of that. Streamer moves to a different country just to play this free game.
True, that would actually get some views, right?
It's fucking clickbait, yeah. Well, it's not clickbait because it's not. If you actually do it, and it's not clickbait.
I literally just thought of a video title where you do get the VPN to work and you actually title it "Streamer Moves to a Different Country" to get game to work, and it's just you activating the VPN and installing the game. It's super annoying, but yeah, we're trying to make it work, guys.
Yeah, we're working hard on it.
Yeah. Oh, you're not allowed. No, the game is super blocked in South Africa. So if I were to say, let's do this, yeah. So I go Lost Ark. I'll show you guys. Okay, so I googled Lost Ark. I have Store Steam Powered Lost Ark on Steam. If I click on it, it just goes, oops, sorry. This item is currently unavailable in your region. I hate the word currently, because it suggests that it will eventually be available in my region. If BDO is anything to go by, I think it took 4 years for BDO to finally be available in South Africa.
It's still currently, even if it's 4 years.
Yeah, but currently suggests some kind of urgency, right? Like, this item is currently unavailable in your region, but next month, definitely. Currently does not suggest, whenever the game is no longer popular, is when we'll release it in your fucking region to try and bank on the people there who couldn't play it.
Yeah, when we can't milk from everyone else, we're gonna milk on the ones who couldn't play it.
Yeah, I mean, I do have to. There is a way around it. Carl, I have tried every single way. If you can give me a way to get around it, I've tried VPNs, NordVPN, CyberGhost. I didn't try private internet access. I sort of gave up after ExpressVPN. Yeah, I was just like, oh, for fuck's sake, no, I'm done.
If you
I'm
can
done.
do it with ExpressVPN or NordVPN, then it's most likely not gonna happen because those guys are the big boys in that area.
Yeah. Even with NordVPN, I turned on obfuscation, which is supposed to hide the fact that you're using a VPN. And guess what happens? The second I try to open an account, it goes, could you disable that VPN for us? We want to see where you're really from. And I'm like, what are you talking about? I don't have a VPN. Just let me go, please. I'm like, nope. Just disable that one for us, please. What's the other trick, Carl? Okay, now I'm very... So exit lag 10 deeps would almost guaranteed not work. Because exit lag isn't really a VPN. So it's not going to hide where you are at the time of trying to open an account and actually play the game. So I don't know how exit lag would actually get you past it. So there is another way that you could do it, which is to contact Steam and basically tell them, hey, I've moved to a different country. But then you have to supply, like, proof that you now live in a different country. Yeah, Disney Plus is also not available currently in South Africa. Oh, shit. Carl thinks he knows how to do it. He knows how to do this.
Oh la la, maybe the hero he doesn't deserve.
He's playing it now. You motherfucker. Send me the steps immediately. Immediately. Don't... Okay, actually, fuck that. Don't tell me that it works. You're playing it now. Because I can tell you now, that is bullshit. So, if I go to YouTube, yeah? Well, that's the wrong account. So if I go to YouTube here, go to my history. So I watched this video, yeah? Unavailable in your region? Workaround. Lost Ark fix. South Africa. This guy managed to create a new Steam account with his VPN, NordVPN, and it worked for him. Why can't I do this? How is this not working for me, though? But I'll see what Carl's fixes are, and then we'll see. So the people at NordVPN told me to do the following. I have to uninstall all of my browsers. Then I uninstall Steam entirely. Then I have to change the DNS address on my Windows. Then I have to change the location of my Windows to whatever country the VPN is set up on now. Then I reinstall all of the things that I just uninstalled, and then I try it. And I was like, I'm not going to do all that shit, and then maybe it still doesn't work, because the guy said, I don't know if that's going to work, but it could work. And I was like, yeah, fuck you, bro. I'm not going to do, like, half an hour's worth of uninstalling and reinstalling shit just for a maybe. If you could tell me guaranteed this works, I would probably do it, but I'm not doing this for a maybe.
Yeah, that's too much effort.
Yeah, but I really want to play the game. So I'm going to follow Carl's steps now, and we'll see if Carl has, like, maybe something else. Yeah, that's always the one thing that gets me. First, disable your antivirus and firewall. Huh. Why? What are you trying to do to my PC? What do you want to get past me that you don't need my antivirus, my firewall for? And if my antivirus and firewall is really the reason for this, then your program sucks.
Yeah.
Maybe Carl's works. Just reinstall your Windows, always works. Yeah, just do a quick reset there.
If you reinstall the Windows now, you're probably gonna force it on 11.
Dude, they are forcing me hard. Like, this thing will not go away. Look, right here at the bottom. right here at the bottom. Upgrade to Windows 11 is ready for your PC. I get pop-ups every single day, multiple times. Hey, upgrade to Windows 11, please. I'm like, no thanks.
It's like,
You
hey,
sure?
have you heard about our Lord and Savior, Windows 11?
Bro, it annoys me so much. It's like, dude, just let your fucking people do their thing, please. Let all the other nobbins that have upgraded to Windows 11 test that shit for me. Make sure that it works. And once it all works, I'll be happy to upgrade. I always like new Windows. I lie. I hate new Windows, but I also like it because new things are always fun and shiny. But it never works in the beginning. It's always a mess. Even Windows 10, and I upgraded like 2 years after Windows 10 became available. And that was 2 years later, was still a mess.
Yeah, I first updated the Windows to Windows 10 when it said, well, it won't be long before it's not free anymore. So.
Oh shit! No, I did it literally a month before the free thing went away. Because like I'm not paying for Windows 10. I'll just upgrade before it goes away. So I grabbed myself a nice Windows 10 that was still shitty. I mean, even now, Windows is quite shitty. Like, Windows has so many fucking... The problem is just I have no interest in learning how to Linux. If I had the interest to learn how to Linux, I would probably switch to Linux because it is so much better than Windows.
I've used Debian. It's not that different from Windows. So it's small commands that's different, and with you, what you're using Windows for, it's similar.
Yeah, I think Linux is just more... If something doesn't work in Linux and you know anything about coding, you can actually make it work. Whereas in Windows, sometimes it just doesn't work. And it doesn't matter how much you can fucking code. Windows is going, screw you, fucker. We don't want this thing to work.
Yeah.
So then you are kind of screwed. Just upgrade to it so you don't have to worry about it anymore and not have to worry about all the pop-ups. King Julian, no. As a streamer, I have multiple applications that have to work at all times. I am not upgrading to something where, let's say I finish the upgrade and now OBS won't work. How do I stream? How do I make videos? Now I have to find a fix for OBS because OBS doesn't want to work with this, or one of the plugins doesn't want to work with Windows 11.
Then goes to phone streaming, and we can have the barbecue stream.
I've been thinking about making a video. Probably this weekend I'll do a barbecue video. Not barbecue stream yet, but hey, close enough. Nico Spider, how you doing? Yeah, I don't know, guys. It's I want to play Lost Ark. Believe me, I want to play Lost Ark.
In the Pussy Code, that's not real. You don't need to be a hacker to do the simplest things in Linux, because you do have those like I said, Deviant, you don't need to have any knowledge of coding at all. It's just like Windows but with a Linux or. But you can go in and do all sorts of things in Deviant as well, because it's based on the Linux. So you have the freedom, but you don't need to use the freedom.
Alziga, no. Lost Ark isn't available in South Africa. And yes, what Alex is saying is very true. What Bolgo Bob is saying there is also very true. Basically just saying what Alex said there. It's true. The truth is, Linux used to be very hard, because obviously it was used by very... what's the word? Like a very niche audience. But nowadays, like if you just type in Linux resources, you get so many fucking people that already basically give you the scripts for everything that you want to do. Like if you want to do something weird on Linux, you can literally get a script that's already made for you. You just have to import it or activate it, and then you're done. So Linux is no longer that hard, but it is more user intensive, because it isn't like it isn't like Windows, where you do what Windows allows you to do. On Linux, it's basically like look at it as like bare bones Windows, and everything extra you have to do yourself. So if you want a game to work, for example, on Linux, you have to basically tell Linux that this game can work through code. Not all games. I think Steam is available on Linux, no?
Yeah.
Yeah, but they do have limited games on Linux. So if you want to play the games that isn't available on Linux, you have to do like extra coding to get it to work.
You just make a virtual machine on your computer on Linux, and then boom, you have Windows. Easy.
Yeah, but virtual machines, that wouldn't they introduce at least some lag, I think?
No, not at all. You can make the virtual machines eat up all your resources from your original machine and still have everything work.
All right. Yeah, I still wouldn't do it though. It just seems like a hell of a lot of work to just like fucking struggle. And I just want to say, King Julian, have you been drinking again? Because it seems like you're just disagreeing with me.
Why do you even ask? You know that.
True. King Julian drinks every night, but he's just disagreeing again. So Windows works fine if all you're doing on Windows is basic stuff. You know, like you have your Steam, you have your game launchers, and you just play video games. Where Windows becomes a problem is if, for example, like as a content creator, sometimes me or Alex would want to do something weird. Like there's a new app that does something and you want to try it out. But then that app doesn't work on every single Windows system the same. Like they'll tell you, so for example, Wave, yeah, this program here. It took me almost, fuck, Alex, how many hours did I struggle? Days, actually. Struggled to get Wavelink to work.
You used, like, literally the first day you got it, you used like 5 hours just to figure out what the fuck to use it.
Yeah, because it just would not work. I follow all the instructions. Snubby, how you doing, bro? All the instructions that Elgato says on their website you have to do. It won't pick up the mic. Like, it fucking will not pick up the mic. I'm plugging in the mic, I'm plugging out the mic, I'm plugging in the mic, I'm plugging out the mic. It just goes, nope, there's no mic here. I can see the mic. Windows is telling me I have an Elgato mic plugged into the fucking PC, right? And the mic works on Windows, but the program is saying, this is not a mic. So then you have to figure it out. Yeah?
I remember when you actually got it to work with the mic, it just picked up everything.
Yep.
Not just the mic. Desktop sound, everything. It was a fucking mess.
Dude, it's the second you start to do weird things, it's like a fucking nightmare to get shit to work. The second you try to do some strange shit. But anyways, it is what it is. We'll keep trying. Why is this fucking blocked? What blocked it? Copyright claim. See details. Where? 200-year-old dessert recipe with bugs. Wait, Anne Reardon blocks videos? Are you serious? Wow. This is so strange to me.
You should try and contact her. She's a really nice lady.
She is, but it's just weird to me that YouTubers will have their YouTube content blocked worldwide. It's like, why would you do that? I mean...
Another region blocker.
Yeah, I would never block my YouTube content from anywhere. Like, if people want to use the YouTube content or the stream content, let them have at it, you know? More views, more better. That's just guaranteed. So that's sort of weird. So what news do we have in the world of gaming, people? Is there anything cool going on in the world of gaming, or...
Okay, since we're moving on, I'm gonna jump off
Yeah,
because I need to do. I still have work to do.
yeah, go for it, dude. Thanks for
Yeah.
thanks for hanging out.
Yeah, you're welcome. And see you later. Scott.
Peace out, dude.
Cheers.
Peace.
Peace.
Dead Romance. Who the fuck is Dead Romance? Who's Dead Romance in the stream? What is this meme that I'm looking at here? What is this fucking meme? I'm not sure what I'm looking at here. But oh well. Yep. That's good. By the way, I'm gonna jump into Discord voice chat if people wanna hang out. Alright, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, right, I'm fully with the stream now. Admin is over. Well, not quite. We're waiting for videos. If we don't get Lost Ark to work today, we'll play some Final Fantasy. If we don't get Lost Ark to work. I have no idea if it's gonna work or not. But, you know, hopefully we can get it sorted. So what's everyone up to? Cloaky Cloak, how you doing, bro? What do you mean no, Andy? About news? Something about critical vulnerabilities with Elden Ring? Because Froms doesn't give a shit about fixing shit? No, I saw the Pity, I saw the post. I saw the news about that. But from what I understood, the post was actually that Elden Ring won't have those critical PC vulnerabilities. That is basically in every single fucking, you know, FromSoft game. Actor, yeah. Anyone's welcome to join Discord. I mean, we don't have like, there's no special permission. There is special areas for patrons and Twitch subs on Discord, but the Discord itself is available to absolutely everyone. I mean, I'm very much looking forward to Elden Ring. It's going to be a good game, I think. I'm not entirely sure how I'm going to do with that game, because I usually suck with fucking games like that, dude. I'm not good with like high skill games because I don't play them enough. The vast majority of my games are games that you can pause, right? You don't have to constantly fucking play. You can basically pause them whenever you want and figure out the tactics or strategies that you want to employ. So I don't play a lot of games where, you know, you have to fucking use skills and shit in order to get past it. Did you play Shadow Tactics Blades of the Shogun? No, not Shadow Tactics. I did play Desperados 3. I didn't enjoy it. Not as much. I went through a massive sort of 4X phase for a while, where I was playing a lot of Wasteland 3. And then I finished Wasteland 3, and I was like, fuck, I need another game like this. This was so good. The problem is there's really no other game like Wasteland 3. There just isn't. The way Wasteland 3 employs their 4X is just revolutionary, because unlike most 4X games, where literally the only thing about those games is that it is 4X, right? So it's combat mission after combat mission. In Wasteland, it's an actual RPG. The combat is just 4X. So the only game that has ever come close to that is Divinity Original Sin. But when you're in the mindset of sort of futuristic post-apocalyptic world, you're not in the same mindset than what you would be for Divinity Original Sin. You know? So that's been sort of weird. I need to see here. What content suggestions do we have? Do you guys have any if you have videos, by the way, that you want me to react to, you're welcome to suggest them in content suggestions. We're almost at the end of the suggested content. Almost at the end. Oh, I remember what I wanted to look for. Wowhead. We still don't have a date for 9.2. When do you guys think 9.2 is coming out? Somewhere at the point of story, when your higher-ups from previous expeditions make a contact and ask to find a hidden dude under the city. I never had that mission. Pity. That mission never came down for me, but then there's a lot of missions in the game that don't come down depending on the choices that you make. Buddha, if you type in socials, you'll get the Discord link. Or you can just scroll up a little bit in chat. It's so strange that fucking someone tweeted out yesterday. I think it was Mr. GM who tweeted out that it would be nice if Ian Hazzikostas was as active on Twitter as Mike. And I agree with him. Can anyone explain to me why is it that Ian doesn't speak to the players at all? Like, ever. I know it's not in his job description, so, you know, to be very clear, I am well aware that Ian's job description does not require him to speak to the players at all. Yeah, he doesn't have to. But I don't know if you can actually run a video game that is meant to be played by the players if you don't actually communicate with said players. Right? You have to at least sometimes communicate with them. Tweet something out. Even if it isn't something groundbreaking, tweet stuff out. See what the community says back at you. Now, he does state that he reads Twitter quite often. So he's always on Twitter reading. But I don't know if that's necessarily, like, enough. It just, he strikes me as a guy that is too introverted to actually be a lead game developer. Because I sort of wonder if he's this quiet with players. Do you think he's more talkative with company employees? Oh, but yeah, I think I remember that, actually. I loved Wasteland. I finished it about 3 times. I agree with Andy. He said he does not seem like a company PR type of person. He does not know how to talk in non-answers that a company person would do. That would actually be better. Like, Microsoft needs to get this shit out of Pink Turkey, how you doing, brother? Unknown Mephi, how you doing? Twisted, how you doing, brother? Microsoft needs to get this thing out of Blizzard's mindset. This whole, you only say what PR wants you to say. You do not speak outside of turn. That's the only thing that's important to us. if you want to make a statement, it has to come through PR. If you want to say anything to the player base, then PR has to sign off on it. And it's like, no, how about you just talk to the players, you know? How about you don't run every single thing past PR? Sure, PR can... I know that PR is important in almost every video game company. And PR is absolutely allowed to say, look, you can talk about these things, but you can't talk about these things. Outside of that, it's fine. Say whatever the fuck you want. Check the skit I put in suggestions. It's only a few minutes. Is it relevant to the conversation we're having now, Andy? How Asian parents flex? Absolutely not. Okay.
Oh, hello. You're my new neighbor. You just moving? Yes, we moving in for my son's new job. Oh, good. What job? Neurosurgeon.
Wow. Okay.
Nice. How old your son? 9. Nice. Very impressive. You from China? Shenzhen. Shenzhen. Me too. Where in Shenzhen? I from uptown.
What the
Oh,
fuck?
uptown so comfortable. I'm from downtown. Downtown for tough people, you know. When I went to school, I had to walk 20 miles. No, I had to climb mountain to get to school. I had to walk through fire. I fly to school. Every morning, I had to fight 2 lions. 2 lions. Try fighting sharks. I fought a Tyrannosaurus with nunchucks. Your Tyrannosaurus had nunchucks. I have a scar from when I lost my elbow. I had back surgery from carrying Steven's YouTube channel. Subscribe. What you do? I'm a data scientist. Triple PhD from Harvard. I invented parallel parking. And I helped NASA land the paperclip on the sun. What the hell?
Wow. Okay, so basically they're just lying to each other. What the fuck?
Hell does that do? How about you? I'm the face of Beijing Con.
You really? Jesus.
Oh, you a fan? Oh no, I only bought cause 20% off, you know? 20% off? I give you coupon, buy one, get one free. Oh no, where I shop, everything half price. Got this 25-pound rice for 2 cents. I bought this, returned it, come back week later. Open box discount. I only have 1 jacket. I don't even have a dishwasher. What the hell is a dishwasher? I don't know, it's an expensive drying rack. Why the hell anybody put drying rack on the sink? I don't know that. Hey, why you have a camera filming you? Oh, my son's such a failure. He's an actor. Make the stupid video on YouTube. No, my son's such a failure. He can't even cook rice. Are you okay? On the sun. That fucking bird! Like the 5th take, that bird just won't shut the fuck up. 72 of you not subscribed. What the?
This is ridiculous. So in other words, it really doesn't matter according to this guy's video. It doesn't matter whether it's a good flex or a bad flex. It must be a flex. So if your son is stupid, then my son is worse. If your son is smart, my son is better. So it's basically just an up and down thing. This was really, really, really fucking funny. Is this true though? As an Asian, I think this is very true. So Asian parents really do compete like this. That is so fucking weird to me. That's so weird. But this was very funny. My son is stupid thing. Lol. Be like this to a level? I would say my parents didn't. So maybe that's why it's so weird to me. But my parents didn't do this. I was raised from very early on. My dad made it very clear that his achievements weren't mine. I was a little boy, and I sort of got into an argument with someone, and it led to like, it was literally someone my age, but it led to like a whole comparison. And I was like, yeah, my dad's a doctor. And my dad got very fucking angry. And he was like, yeah, I'm a doctor. You're fuckle. You've not achieved shit. So you can't use that as a burn on fucking anyone. And my achievements weren't really my parents' achievements either. My mum was one of the only mums I know that did not believe that the sun comes out of my asshole. Like, as soon as someone said I did something bad, my mum was like, yep, probably did. What did he do? We can punish him. Like, she never protected me. Like, never. There was never like, no, my son would never do something like that. As soon as someone accused me of anything naughty, it was like, yeah, pretty sure he fucking did that. How can we punish him? Like, I never got away. My friend's mum, on the other hand, like, we both got caught smoking. The school phoned my mum, and my mum was like, beat him. Like, spanked the living fuck out of him. His mum argued with the school to the point where the school let him go. Like, literally just don't go back to class. Because she basically just said, my son will never smoke. He hates smoking. We were caught red-handed. And his mum was just like, my son will never smoke. He hates smoking. His dad is a smoker and he can't stand it. And I say, oh, well, I'm getting fucking lashes here. He's going back to class. This is amazing. Like, my mum never protected me, dude. She knew, I guess she knew. It was a good bet. We were like 90% certain that if I was accused of something bad, it was like 90% chance I did do the thing bad. Like, I did do the bad thing. No, Pink Turkey, I think he's fine. He's a rock engineer. I think like that's... He's not a geologist. He's specifically a rock engineer. He works for mines. Basically telling them, like, not where to drill. I'm trying to remember now what the fuck he does. But it's sort of like... the different, like, the mineral compound of different rocks. He analyzes that and then sort of tells the mine what they could get other than their main thing, right? So if they're, say, for example, drilling for gold or mining for gold, he'll tell them, yeah, like a mineral specialist. Something to that effect. Second bit 2, a bit shorter. How Asian Parents Flex, Part 2.
Oh, hello. Just did the run of the neighborhood. Oh, me too. I didn't see you because I was running too fast. Oh, hey, Dad. What's up? Timmy, come over. This is Steven's father. Say hello, Dad. Hello, Steven's dad. Timmy, you learned the breakdancing really good. Show Steven that in front of our house. Oh, it's okay that you don't have to. Show.
What the fuck? Jesus.
What the hell? That's so good. Tim is so talented. Hey, Dad. Oh, Steven, this is our new neighbor. Hi, I'm Steven. Tell him about the YouTube channel. Why? Just, the channel's doing okay. Gets a few views here and there, you know? More views? Yeah. We got good views. Like all of the views. We got all of the views yesterday. Good. Tell him about the money. We made like 2 cents last week. It's good. Money is green. What are you trying to vomit? Tell him about the free stuff. Oh, the sponsors. Oh, that reminds me. Today's video is brought to you by me.
Okay.
No one's sponsoring this video. Look, it's failure. Steven, play the piano. What? Why? Go play the piano. Okay, sure. Steven's so good, so talented.
He's just sort of going with it. He's like, what the fuck am I supposed to do?
Go get your math grades. Steven, show him your horse riding. Timmy, speak French. Steven, fly. Timmy, transform. Steven, use shadow clone jutsu. Timmy, rewind time. Steven, cook minute rice in 58 seconds. Use shadow clone jutsu.
Oh my god, what the
I want to
fuck
listen
is
to
this? Our Asian Paris Flex in number 3.
Oh, hello. How you doing? Oh, good. Just came back from the hospital. Everything okay? Oh, it's all good. Every year we do a blood test. Good. A+ as usual.
A+.
What the hell? You can get better than A. Hey, Dad. Timmy and I were just playing some football. Oh, who won? No one. We were just kicking it to each other. So who kicked it harder? Oh, Timmy was the top player on his team for 3 years.
Oh my god, here we go again.
Oh, what position he played? All of them. At the same time.
Oh my Jesus. Doris Bitch, how you doing? Oh, for fuck's sake.
Steven, you bragging.
Class failure, IQ 100.
Oh, so I got like 5 views yesterday? Oh my god, you're a YouTuber? Oh, that's so cool. Timmy, you show off. Oh yeah, I won this year's dance competition. Oh, that's hype. How do you do that? Oh my god, that's amazing.
What the fuck?
Steven, use failure. What? F***ing useless. Timmy, use confusion. Oh my god, did you know this? During a nuclear explosion, there's like a certain radius where all frozen pizza will be cooked perfectly. Ooh. Oh, hello. Oh, honey. Hi, you come home earlier. I didn't expect you. Steven's dad, I was doing some shopping and... Is that you? Oh, no. It's nothing.
what the
You
fuck?
know, little company. Don't worry about it. You know? Honey, why you don't get Shanghai Kong lah? Plenty vitamin D, 9 out of 10 dentists recommend. Oh, come on. Beijing Kong is a lot better. You know that. You like it for dinner. Next time you get some, give me a call, okay? I hook you up.
Oh, for the love of fuck. Dad triggered.
It's so dumb. It's so dumb. It's so dumb.
How Asian Paris Flex number 4. How many Asian Paris Flex are there?
Hello, love the red, lucky color. Oh, thank you. We're Red Pocket Mobile, gotta represent, you know. Red Pocket Mobile, where are you based? We're in New York City now, but when I started, I ran everything out of my mom's garage, you know. Built it from the ground up with $8.88 and a broken laptop.
Okay, what's he gonna do?
You know, back in that garage, I don't even have a chair. You're young. When I started Beijing Kong, sitting wasn't invented yet.
Jesus.
We had so little money, my first employee was a plant.
Well,
Grew Beijing Kong from nothing all the way to red, it's official Kong. Our call distance is longer than Harrison Ford's career. We are free-range gluten-free. Our connection is so strong it can bench 280. We have more vitamins than the Alpha. We are more reliable than Hulk's pants. 12 out of 10 dentists recommend Beijing Kong. And more destinations than an Uber pool. Beijing Kong shelf life longer than a Naruto flashback. We invented pigeons. Beijing Kong tastes like how Despacito sounds. All users have Cardi B on speed dial. Cardi B, we have Cardi A+. Damn, that's good. Tired of scam calls? Not with Red Pocket Mobile. Eat Beijing Kong instant 100 IQ. Tired of your neighbor? Eat Beijing Kong instant 6 foot. Tired of that family member that never stops talking? Beijing Kong give you teleportation power. Once I eat, wake up in the hospital. Tired of customer service that always puts you on hold? With Red Pocket Mobile, you can put them on hold.
wow.
Our service is so fast, your family will receive your
Imagine
text
having that,
before
like-
you text them.
Yeah, I just imagine having that as an actual feature on your fucking company website. Like, you can put the support guys on hold. That would be gold, right? Excuse me, can I put you on hold quickly? I'll get your help in a minute. Oh my god.
Beijing Kong will fix your hairline. Getting stuck in an annoying phone call? We will hang up for you. 心東嘅 A Plus money back guarantee. Receive a text in all caps. I will come to your house and scream it at you. Our Kong's so good. It grows on trees. Don't feel like going to work? We will literally kidnap your boss. I will pay you to take the call. Your son gets a B in math? We will report him to failure management. Your son's a failure too? If you can sell failure, my son will be Jeff Bezos. Beautifully said. I know that feeling too well. I feel you, bro. You know, we're not even competitors. Want to collab? Red Pocket Mobile and Beijing Kong. Yes, Red Pocket Mobile and I have partnered up to make something truly amazing. Actual cans of Beijing Coin. Red Pocket Mobile is a smarter way to connect to America's major wireless networks. You get the same great wireless coverage, but for a lot less. Unlimited plans from only $20 a month. Red Pocket Mobile saves the average customer $600 a year on their phone bill. And I know because I use it. Enjoy free international calls to everywhere in the world with every talk, text, and data plan. Pay no overages ever. And if you switch using my link in...
Wait, how can you get free international calls on all packages? How's that even fucking possible? Isn't there like a switch charge that you pay anyways? The Ryan's Mobile Company, if you saw this? I don't... Like, you do, it has to cost money. It's still, in South Africa, it still fucking costs money to do international calls. It's very expensive to do international calling.
In the description, you will get an actual can of actual Beijing Coin. Disclaimer, do not eat it. Red Pocket Mobile, thank you so much for partnering with me and making Beijing Coin an actual reality. Oh my God, I look forward to this.
This was pretty cool. Thank you. This was very cool. Free as in we won't charge you extra than the exorbitant contract price? Well, is $20 that exorbitant? Trusid Prime, you bastard. Thanks for the Prime sub, did really appreciate that. 26 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. $20 isn't that exorbitant at all for a mobile contract. Or maybe it's... Wait, they did say you can save up to $600 on your mobile account. Who the fuck calls that much? 300 for 5 lines? Why do you have 5 lines? People have too much money? I don't think I would. I don't think I would. I don't think my entire phone for like 10 years would be $600 in total. I make maybe in a month like 3 calls. Like perhaps that might be stressing it because not all months is busy. Okay, Carl, I have a couple of questions here, right? So, did you use this on your normal Steam account? So you took your normal Steam account, you... in the browser. Okay. Alex, by the way, how's the Steam thing coming? See, I don't want to take chances here. Because if you get caught using a VPN with Steam, they can disable your fucking account. They can disable your account if you get caught using VPNs in Steam. Yeah, they will fucking remove it. Alex, yeah, please do. I don't want to lose my Steam account. There's a lot of games on there that I don't really want to say goodbye to. And I don't really want to stop buying again. Because I would have to buy all of those games again. That's going to be a couple of fucking $1,000. Just to get all my games again. That I'm not interested in spending again. Need help? We'll be later on again. All right, Carl. See you in a bit, dude. So Alex, if you don't get it right, I could always try. Okay, so it is technically, well, not just technically, it's literally against Steam's TOS to use a VPN to try and circumvent geolocking. So if you try and use VPNs to bypass Steam's, like any game's IP block, Steam can disable your account. And they do. I know of people who it happened to previously, like before Lost Ark even. I have friends who lost their Steam accounts because they were trying to get around another game, like an Asian game's geolocking. No, you can use a VPN with Steam. That's not the issue. The issue is if whenever you try to use a VPN to bypass geolocking, that's where the issue comes in. So that's where Steam goes, okay, well, fuck you. We don't allow you to do this. You never know. Like, let's say 1,000 people do this and 1,000 people succeed. Then you are the one person that tries to do this and you don't succeed and you lose your account. And there you can't really go, well, other people did it. Why are you banning my account? Twitch, Steam will just be like, well, we didn't find the other people doing it. We did see you fucking doing it, and fuck you. So yeah, we'll see. If Alex can get it to work on his end, then we should be able to start installing Lost Ark. I tried Elziga. As soon as I tried to start or create a Steam account, it says disable your VPN. China blocking on an anime like Tencent? Yeah, it is very weird. Because I know of South Africans who literally did the whole VPN, made a new Steam account. So the way people do it is they get a VPN, like NordVPN, use that to create a new Steam account. They create the new Steam account. They set up the they set up the whole Steam account, and then they buy the game, the code from Amazon. Yeah. So they make a new Amazon account as well. That Amazon account is also made with a VPN. So you just need an address from the country that you're VPNing to. You use that address, you activate the account, you buy the code, you enter the code into Steam, and now you have access to Lost Ark. And then what they do is they do family and friend sharing. So they share the game to their main account on the Steam account, and then they can play them without a VPN. And I've seen people physically do it. I watched a guy on YouTube doing it. I did everything he did. And as soon as I click create account, it says disable your VPN. I could try different. I've thought about that disco option, so that will be different. That will be the thing that I try next, is switching to different countries that is available, like Germany or some shit, and trying it that way. I shared it with you, Akko. And give one problem is, as long as I'm playing Lost Ark on stream, you won't be able to play any games. if you do family and friend sharing, Steam locks you out of your account while I'm playing Lost Ark. So I wouldn't want people to do that. The TOS to prohibit use of them due to the Frolic content. I mean, so technically what you're doing and why Steam has to come down so hard on this is because you are circumventing copyright. Yeah? Carmagen, how you doing? Yoma, I agree with you, which is why I won't do it on my main account. If I do it, I would do it on a newly created account. But you are trying to, you're trying to circumvent copyright issues. So you're effectively breaking copyright law when you play around with VPN trying to get around geolocking. Because remember, as long as Amazon doesn't have the rights to distribute Lost Ark in South Africa, technically, any person that plays Lost Ark from South Africa is breaking copyright law because they're playing a game that they have not been cleared to play. So that is a huge fucking issue. This is why Steam takes it so seriously. I'm gonna give one if we can't get this to work, the other options that we're trying, I'll let you know on Discord. It's a nightmare, and I desperately want to play Lost Ark. It looks like a good game. It looks like a really cool fucking game. And yeah, not being able to play it from South Africa is like just so fucking annoying. Lost Epoch? No, I mean, I'm not gonna. So here's the thing. We spoke about this at the beginning of the stream as well. So first and foremost, like I told you guys last night before we started playing Red Dead Redemption 2, playing old games is very... It's almost impossible to be a variety streamer if what you're playing is old games. What you want to do is you want to get to a place where you maybe have 1,000 viewers, yeah? Then you want to then you can move to, say, playing older games. Because at that point, you're going to lose maybe 500 viewers. You'll still have 500 viewers. So you're going to be at the top of whatever old game you're playing. So you're probably going to get new viewers from there as well. If what you're doing is trying variety streaming, you almost always have to focus on either very popular old games or you have to play the newest games out there. And Lost Epoch is not popular or new. So I would definitely not do Lost Epoch. Why is Lost Ark a scam in South Africa? Because we can't fucking play it. It is 100% scammers. It's blocked from being able to play in South Africa. And it just feels like it feels like such a fucking arbitrary block. It's sort of like, why would you? I don't know what it is. If at least it would feel better if they came out and actually explained why they were doing this, you know? This is just a mesh with international copyright, region locking and publishing regions. Otherwise, we could directly download from the Korean site. Also playing a game over VPN. So, Carmagen, from what I've seen, once you have the game, you don't need a VPN to play. Like, the people create new Steam accounts, download the game, and then deactivate their VPN, and bam, they can play. So it's not as if, it doesn't seem at least as if Smilegate put any sort of IP check in place for the game. It's just that Smilegate will not give Amazon the rights to distribute the game. Vanexer, no, I don't know if it might be bad ping. Like I said yesterday when we discussed this, it's possible that a company like Smilegate is thinking to themselves, hey, we don't think that our game is designed to be played at 200 ms. So we're just not going to allow people that live too far away from the servers to actually play the game because we don't want them to have a bad gaming experience. What those fuckers at Smilegate don't understand, if that is the reason, South Africans are so used to playing at 200 ms. Like, we can play every game at 200 ms and we have no fucking problems doing it. You get used to it, you learn how to do it, and then you do it, and it's fine. So it really just, it almost feels like, why don't you just let us decide whether or not we want to play your game at 200 ms? Just you start a petition to get South Africa access time zone wise. You could just play with Europe time. What petition am I going to lead that's going to help at all? Papa Shanga, how you doing, bro? I mean, I've made my distaste for this known on Twitter. I tagged Lost Ark and I told them that I think this is bullshit. So I've definitely made my distaste known, but I'm not gonna like fight the good fight or anything like that. If the company doesn't want South Africans to play for some stupid fucking reason, then hey, it's free to play. No reason not to try it, and then make a judgment. Going to try it tomorrow. Because it is all about the appearance of the game. Let the South African Annies play at 200 ms, then they complain it is unplayable. Metrics of game goes down. Yeah, but no South African is ever going to complain because the MS is too high. We've dealt with that shit for a long time. I don't think any South African ever really complains about ping. Like, we tend to be very aware that we're playing at fucked ping. And there's nothing we can do about it. Mushroom Kingdom? What the hell is that? Wow. Fun if it feels like it plays with high ping, even on low ping. True. What the hell is that I literally wrote? It's a random interesting video. Yeah, but what's it about? Cultivating gourmet and medicinal mushrooms. Yeah, fuck that. I'm not watching a mushroom video. That just seems weird. So let me see, because we have a bunch of videos that's been requested from people. I want to get to the oldest one first that we haven't reacted to yet, and then we'll start from there in a bit. We'll start from there. We'll react until we can figure out what else to do. So you don't care about the origin of Warhammer Orcs, literally sentient fungus? No, because it's not about the Warhammer universe. Emote guys are very interesting. What do you mean? Warhammer Orcs are fun guys? They're not fun when you're trying to play against them. Yeah, because I don't know shit about mushrooms, so why would I react to mushroom videos? It's like, okay, so I'm going to react to a video now about mushrooms. I don't know shit about mushrooms. There's nothing to fucking react to there. It would literally just be me watching a video. Buenos dias, how you doing, brother? So you can change that you don't know about mushrooms? Yeah, I'll change that off stream. Here, I have to react to content. Warhammer lore videos if you want. Yeah, we can do some Warhammer lore stuff. Oracles instead? What fun oracles? How are you going to make an oracle fun in any way, shape, or form? They're not elves. Like, elves you can make, like, highly feminine, and that sort of appeals to an audience. Orcs are not fun. All right, Alex. Let me see. What did you say in your DM? All right, I'll quickly share with you my my details, Alex. Now watch me lose fucking access to my Steam account. Maybe I should give you access to my second Steam account. That'll probably be better. See if this Steam account works, Alex, and then... Actually, no, I don't think they have an issue with like account sharing on Steam. They can't really punish me for sharing account details. One of my friends wanted to play a game. I gave him access to my account so that he could play the fucking game. It's not that I don't trust you. It's that I'm not sure if Steam is going to ban me for that. You guys can share whatever the fuck you want. I'll watch most, if not all, content that you want me to react to. Unknown, have you figured out how to play Lost Ark, or are you also still trying to figure out how to play it? Or did you just give up on it? Yeah, well, this is literally not a trust issue. Ilyusha, how you doing? I don't know what today's topic is, actually. I went live today very willy-nilly. It's time to link OnlyFans content to Akalon to react to. Comagen, you're welcome to do so. I don't think Twitch would allow it. Oh, right, Alex. Yeah, okay. Hold up. I'm gonna have to send it to you. I'm gonna have to send it to you when it's still fresh. And you're gonna have to be quite quick at fucking working that magic. Deathman, how you doing, brother? I'm gonna be so pissed if I lose access to my Steam account, yo. I'm so pissed. Watch a Steam employee sitting here in fucking watch a Steam. There's a Steam employee in the stream right now, sitting there going, right, as soon as that account goes live, I'm fucking banning it. Yeah, he's just waiting. Just sitting there waiting. He's like, I've got the ban button ready, bro. Let me see you log into that game. Let me fucking see it. All in on stuff. Nice, Death Knight. That would be fucking crazy. That would be the unluckiest thing ever. That would genuinely be the unluckiest thing ever. You're like, fuck my life. So yeah, it would be rough. Some Giga Warhammer content suggestions. Thank you very much, Andy. I've been banned from you manually editing Steam data. I don't know how, like, it's Ascension. How you doing, brother? I don't know how serious they are about it. You know, there are companies that take shit like that very seriously, and then there's companies that really don't care too much about stuff like that. Like, they basically have it in there to appease the gods, you know? So they don't really spend too much time, if any, you know, really wasting, like, they'll put it in there. It's sort of like, you know, those companies that sort of, like, they put stuff in just because the government said they should. But then if you do sort of bend the rules, they don't seem to give too much of a fuck. So, for example, we have a store down the road here. On the outside of the store, they have no mask, no entry, you know, COVID passports soon, shit like that. And then if you walk in, no one behind the counter have a mask on. Like I forgot my mask one night, and I was like, "Excuse me, do you guys sell masks?" And he was just come in, just fucking get what you want. So they put the stuff out on the outside to sort of go, yeah, we're complying. Don't worry, we're complying. But then in reality, they couldn't give two fucks. I don't know if Steam is that. For 2 weeks, I sent a DM showing I'm actually currently editing Steam data. What do you mean editing Steam data? Unknown. Are you physically changing code within Steam? You're editing achievements. Are you giving yourself achievements that you should not have? You can. Wow. Yeah, but that's different from breaking international copyright law, right? See it now if you log into Steam. Do I have to log out of Steam and log back in for it to activate? I'm assuming so, right? Yeah. All right. I'll quickly. The account you're using have just been flagged for inappropriate content. What are you doing? Please download a new Steam account and start buying all your games again. It's not saying that, but it's probably going to say that. I will start crying like a little baby. All right, I've restarted. I still don't see. Xiang, how you doing, bro? Still don't see the game. Yeah, I still don't see the game, Alex. What do you mean it takes a long time to load? You mean the family and friend sharing thing takes a long time to load? Buddha. How long is a long time? I'm also not really seeing anything on my... Am I supposed to activate something on my side for it to work? Family view is currently disabled. Select what you're protecting. Here. Wait, is it called Family View? It says no computer has been authorized for family library sharing yet. There's a game further down the list. Because of my PC, when I start Lost Ark, it takes like 1 minute to start. Yeah, but I'm not even seeing it. Like, I'm genuinely not even seeing the game in my folders. Fucking hell, why is this such a bitch? Is there a... What am I missing? Is it showing that you're sharing with me currently, Alex? Let's quickly log in on the website and see if that changed anything. So on your end, it is showing that you're currently sharing. Because on my end, I see nothing that you're sharing. But I'm logging into the website to see if there's a different tab, maybe. Doesn't bring that up. For the love of fuck, are you serious? Am I gonna have to do this the whole fucking time now? Alright, I can see that you now own it from an activity standpoint, but I can't get it. And I also don't see that you shared it with me for some reason. Why is it so fucking hard? Vesper, how you doing, bro? Oh, you know, we're just trying to fucking get Lost Ark to work. I'm pretty sure at this point it's easier to just give the fuck up. So I'm not bothering with it. Have you played yet? No, because I can't play. Because it keeps fucking... Okay, I can see... the Lost Ark closed technical beta, but I don't see anything else. That was the beta that they invited me to. So I can't see the fucking game. Oh, I think I understand what has to happen, Alex. You have to give me your details. Because it says here, family library sharing enables you to share your Steam library with others on this computer. So I have to get your details. So it's we did it the other way around. Yeah, but it would be the same for you, Alex. So if you tried to do it on your end, yeah, it would only allow me on my account to play the game on your PC. Like, I wouldn't be able to play the game on my PC. Right? Because it only allows other people to be able to play on their accounts on the PC that is in that the account is on. I am sorry that you guys have to sit through this. I know it's frustrating. I promise you, I'm aware. I am just as frustrated as you guys. Believe me, I am just as fucking frustrated as you guys are. I wish that I didn't have to fucking struggle with this crap. All right, gonna try this now. Hungry Harry, how you doing, brother? It's funny. Well, I'm glad that you guys are enjoying my fucking struggles. Really glad that you guys are enjoying it. This isn't your main account, is it, Alex? Wait, but now you're not going to be able to play games. Is that good? Okay, I need your Steam Guard. Yeah. Yeah, you guys love my struggles. I love it. Thanks. I really appreciate the fact that you guys love my struggles so much. All right, I'm in. Now I can do... No. What the fuck? So... Why can't I go to settings? Well, Hungry, we're just trying to do some things. I'm in family view right now. Alright, so I am in... I wonder how this is going to work now. Should I download... I guess I should download the game from your... No. Let's see what happens if I log in now, because family sharing should be available now, right? So let's see. Since I've logged into it, it should be available now. Technically. Right? Unless, of course, I have to do some crazy fucking, like, shenanigans on my side to also share it. Which could be possible, but if that's the case, we'll just have to fucking do this again. Okay, so it's still not on my side. I'm wondering now, what am I gonna have to do here? I think I understand. I think I know what I have to do. Okay, Alex, I'm gonna need to log into your account again. Yeah. And then I'm gonna need the PIN to disable family view because I have to get into the settings. Can you send me your Steam Guard again, please? Because I think I have to open family sharing on my side. No, enough. We've tried VPN. The VPN does not work. Believe me, I've tried it. I have tried it. The VPN does not fucking work. All right. What's the pun, Alex? There we go. So why the here we go. Settings. Now I can go family. Authorize others. Okay, so that should do the trick now. Should do the trick. I've done it now, so let's see. Okay, so now that I've logged out there, let's... You're still logged in, right? Alex, on your side, you're still logged in, so technically... Technically, this should fucking work. Bro, I have never done this much in my life to try and play a video game. For all other games, I would have clocked out already at this point. I would have been like, yeah, okay, screw this. I'm done. This is clearly not meant for me. I have a feeling it's still... Yep, still not. So how the fuck do you do this thing? You can't have two instances of... Play from there. I won't need Steam today anyway. Bro. That includes everyone? Yeah, it feels good, doesn't it? That would be the last option. I'm trying to figure out if there's another way to do this. Because I have enabled sharing the account. The problem is that I think as soon as I log out of your account, it immediately throws, like, it immediately removes that. But now my question to that would be, how are you... No, but other people, Unknown Mephi, have done that. Other people have done the account sharing, and it's worked for them. I'm trying to think now, because I can see the game if I log into Alex's account. I'm just not sure. Because I think as soon as I log out of Alex's account, it also removes my access to it. Now, what bothers me there is, can you have dual accounts on a single Steam application? Can you have two Steam applications running at the same time? Unless you do it, you run the browser. So you run one account in the browser and one account on the app. That might work. I have the Founders Pack. I do have the Founders Pack. It's not gonna have to suck to get it to work. Bro, I'll suck all the dicks to get it to work. Overhyped game, just play Guild Wars. Yeah, I'm not playing Guild Wars. I could play it from Alex's account. I could do that. The problem is it's just gonna create a lot of issues whenever we stream. Alex can't use Steam at all. Time to get rid of the government here. Hey, I'm with you there. Let's fucking remove the government. They don't, Foul Smoke. They don't. So the way that people are doing this at the moment is they use a VPN to set up a second account, right, on Steam. They use that same VPN then to set up a second Amazon account, right, with an address from the country that they want to like be in. They usually just search a random address and put that in. Yeah. Now you have two new accounts. You have an Amazon account from, say, the UK and a Steam account from the UK. You then use the Amazon account to buy the Founders Pack because it gives you a code. You then use the second Steam account that you've set up to buy the game because that's in the country that it's allowed to be played in. And then you share that Steam account with your Steam account, right? So you share the game basically, and then you can play the game. The issue is just I'm not sure how people are doing that, considering you can't have two instances of the app open. Yeah. So are they doing that through the browser and then using the app to play the game? I genuinely don't know. Playing games while working. It doesn't require 100% attention on Steam. Yeah, they use VPN magic to basically fucking bypass the shit out of the game. Let's try the final option, Alex. The final option is going to be to log in on... So I'll log out of Accolon here, and then I'm going to log in on the on desktop with your details. Okay? So we'll see if this works. Now, I'm not entirely sure if you can do family sharing from the website. Do you need the Steam app to play games? I don't think so. Give me a Steam God again. Please, Alex. Disco, so the Amazon account is to give them the ability to buy the Founders Pack. Cause if you try to buy the Founders Pack using your bank card, right? It'll just that didn't work, Alex. Oh, there we go. Didn't work. I think you gave it to me as it was expiring. Chevo, because I can't play it. No, for some reason they keep blocking it. What the fuck? Yeah, no, it's not working. Yeah, it doesn't matter that it's free to play, Shefo. Doesn't matter. If you're in South Africa, it can be free to play 5 times over. You still won't be able to play it. It is 100% region locked. So you're basically fucked no matter what you do. I think the Netherlands and Belgium is probably going to get... like, you guys will probably be able to play the game soon. Alright, Alex, I'm just going to play from your account. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. We'll just play fucking Final Fantasy. I'm not gonna keep doing this. It's gonna create so many fucking problems that could be avoided if we just left it. We'll hang out for a bit and then we'll play some Final Fantasy. Because there is fucking no point. Yeah, you can refund if you don't want to play. You can refund it. I'll see if I can do something else later. I'll see if there's a way for me to do it differently at some point. What happens if we make a Steam account for you? What happens is what just happened. 10 deeps. We still can't get it to work for some stupid reason. So effectively, this is what Alex just did. He used his Steam account to get the game and then do a share with me. And it still doesn't work. I'd like to see you try Pathfinder. I played Pathfinder before. Death Knight, I don't know. I wish I could answer that for you, but I genuinely don't know. The Discord DM a shot. What do you mean, 10 Deeps? What Discord DM? Oh, did you send a DM? I see it. Yeah, I tried this. I'll try it again. I'll keep trying. I'll do a couple of things and then let's see what they said here. Let's see, because I can almost guarantee you I have fucking tried this.
I found this pack. If you're watching this video like at the week I'm uploading it. Whenever you involve real money, it becomes a bit more tricky. And in our case, because we... Hi everyone, it saddens me a little bit that I have to create this video. However, I know that there's many of you who are region locked from playing Lost Ark in the West. So today I will teach you how you can get past that. At the moment, you only need one thing to be able to see Lost Ark on Steam, and that is an account from an allowed region. If you have a friend that can create this account, perfectly fine, that's also a solution. However, if you don't and you want to create one for yourself, follow these steps in the video. I have here ExitLag, which is the VPN of my choice. I've been using it since 2018 to play games in every other region imaginable, and I'm gonna use it today.
It does not surprise me that this guy is Russian. It does not surprise me.
As a VPN
or it
for
sounds
my browser
Russian.
Edge, browser with which I will be creating an account together with you so I can show you all the steps. And towards the end of the video, I will also show you, in case you're curious, how you can purchase a Founders Pack for Lost Ark, even though you have one of these accounts that is created with a VPN. If you want to get yourself ExitLag, I have my referral link in the description below. That's the link you want to click, because not only you're going to get ExitLag, you're also helping me in the process, which is very, very appreciated. Now, we're going to set up ExitLag so that my browser Edge will go through a VPN node. You have two options here. Either you choose US New York if you are planning to actually play Lost Ark on the North American servers, or you're gonna choose Germany Frankfurt if you are planning to play Lost Ark on the European servers. You do this for one reason, and that's the sake of consistency in between the country of your account and the servers that you're gonna be playing on. So for today's video, we're gonna choose Germany Frankfurt. Just as an example, we're gonna select it, apply nodes, done. We're gonna open a Microsoft Edge, and then we're going to search for Steam. Steam's main website. You can also access it directly, by the way, you don't have to search for it. On the top right corner, you have the login button. We're gonna press that one. And then on the next page, you're gonna click the button called Join Steam. Here, the country of residence is already selected as Germany. That's because Edge is running through ExitLag. Make sure before you access Steam's website, after you launch Edge, or whatever browser you're gonna set, because you can do this with any other browser, you don't have to use Edge, right? My Chrome was just busy. In the email address field, I will
My
enter
Chrome
a
was
dummy
just
email
busy
that I
scamming a bunch of other people. I'm joking, obviously. I don't think this is a scammer, but I just had to say that.
have. And then confirm it. Country is okay. I am not a robot. I am over 13 years old. Continue. I am over 16 years old as well. And now it asks us to check that email address in order to...
You see, whenever I click that, okay, it will pop up a red little box here saying, please disable your VPN.
verify the whole process. So I will just use it here. Mail.ru. This is my email. You can have any other email, even your personal email, as long as it's not connected to an already existing Steam account. Yeah. We are going. I personally am not going to click this particular link because it would open the Steam page in Chrome, which is not currently going through ExitLag. So what I'm going to do, if you use two browsers like I did, is just copy the linked address, and then I can easily close this, go to Edge, open a new tab, and paste that link that verifies my my account creation process.
Might be brave. I could try it. I tried it on
Perfect.
Firefox as well.
Now we're
Still
going
didn't
to
work.
choose the Steam account name, and this is important for when you log into Steam for the first time. So we're gonna go with dummy1234 dummy, and then again a password. Type it again.
Just turn off when you want to click to go verify, then turn on and do rest. It works. I tried that as well, Dathu. So I tried that as well. The problem is, as soon as I created the account, it actually created the account as a UK account and then told me, but you live in South Africa, so you still can't play the game. So it is a United Kingdoms account. On country or region, it says United Kingdoms. But then when I try to access Lost Ark, it says, no, fuck you. You're still South African.
And then done. Password you entered is not allowed. Okay, at least 8 characters. I have 8 characters, and I have uppercase, I have numbers as well. Maybe we are going to add an exclamation mark at the end. Nope, not valid. We try again. I think this is good. Perfect. And we're done. We have our account created. Our account details, if you click on them, you're going to see that your country of residence is Germany, which means that right now if you click on store and you search for Lost Ark, you're going to be able to see it. I apologize for the many cuts in the video, but my internet is really slow, and on top of that, I believe the fact that I'm using Edge for this example process doesn't work either. Should have used Chrome straight from the beginning. But regardless, we have here all of the Lost Ark's Founders Packs that are available. The price is in euros because our country of residence is Germany and they have euro as a currency. And this was everything that I believe you need at this moment to play Lost Ark from a locked country. If anything should change, you won't even see this video. You will see another one with all of the correct steps. But if you do see this one, then that means it still works. Lastly, I did want to mention an important thing. If it would be me having to do all of this, then after release, I would continue using ExitLag, and I would go here to the game section. I would search for Lost Ark. This is our western region already configured in ExitLag, and I would select it to run through a German node because my account that we just created today is with Germany as a country. If you have created your account with US as a country and you want to play on those servers, then I would configure my Lost Ark Western game to run through a US node. This is because I would always feel uneasy that someone might look at me that I'm playing from a blocked country without any VPN, so it's all out in the open.
Okay, so
and
family
my account
sharing is
actually from an allowed
disabled.
country, so I would feel it.
Because family sharing worked, I think, like, at least still, like, 2 days ago, family sharing worked. I watched a video from a South African doing it. And it worked fine for him. So it must have been Amazon that sort of clamped down on that shit immediately. Nope, not gonna happen. You're not doing this. Oh well, so I'll give that a go. Not on my watch. Yeah, they're really fucking going hardcore on this. So he's saying that exit lag worked for him. I'd be fucking surprised, dude. I'd be surprised. Because Nord did not work for me, and Nord is not... I mean... So you do get a free 3 days trial. For exit lag. We can probably try the 3-day trial. See if that actually does a thing. If it actually works. Yeah, Lost Ark is going free to play tomorrow. Not that that makes any difference. Ah, fuck it. The exit lag thing won't even fucking load for me now. I'm just gonna leave it there. I'll try after the stream. I'm not gonna keep you guys busy trying to fucking get this to work. Because it's just a boring stream then. No, we're not gonna play Red Dead Redemption 2 Apocalypse. I don't know. Do these gaming VPNs work in reducing your latency though? Some of them do, Ellie. Some of them do, but not all of them, no. I create from Steam app with VPN, turn off and on, not from site, and download game from account. Wait, so you created the account from the Steam app. Betha, wait, what do you mean when you say you created the... So did you, when you created the account, did you have your VPN on or off? Or did you turn the VPN on as soon as you got past the point, like as soon as it popped up, verify your email, you turned on the VPN? When did you turn on your VPN? This is basically the Elden Ring waiting room at the moment, yes. Because I can't do shit else. So bad, it's basically a Diablo mobile. It looks like a fun game, you know. That's why I want to play. It's about, I want to play games. I don't really give a fuck about whether it's a good game or a bad game. I couldn't care less. I just really want to play games, you know. So it's annoying when there is a new game and I can't fucking play it. I guess what's more annoying to me is the fact that I can't play it. I think if I could play it, it would have been a very different thing for me. Like, that would have been very different. Because I can play it if I want to. If I don't want to, that's also fine. But Elden Ring on the Discord polls. On YouTube, let's see what the YouTube poll says. What is winning on the YouTube poll here? So on the YouTube poll, with 2.4k votes, Elden Ring is well and truly in the lead. From first, when you want to click I'm upper 16, you turn it off. When verified pop up, turn it on and go email because they check. Ah, so you basically just use that. You basically use a small window to get it done. It's much better than Lost Ark. No gaming company gives a fuck about Africa. This is true, Foul Smoke. Well, Well, Elden Ring still wins. We have to go with whatever game is the highest voted. Dethu, I'll try that, and we'll see if it works. Wait, you don't know what Elden Ring is? It's like a Dark Souls game. It looks very good. It looks really fucking good. A Steam account with NordVPN to Denmark with the same results. Finland did work though. Ah, so you just kept changing and changing and changing until it worked, disco option. Try all because we always blocked. Yeah, the people from Iran really have to keep going. So disco option, basically what you're saying is some NordVPN servers are flagged, so they know that that's a NordVPN server, and therefore they won't let you through. So you just have to keep trying different VPN server locations until you find one that isn't flagged by Steam. Tiny Tina's Wonderlands. Why would I... What? That doesn't sound like a game that I want to fucking play. Why do you exercise a veto against the poll? Buy from NZ, same country anyway. How is New Zealand the same country as South Africa? Please explain. Please explain that fucking logic. New Zealand is the same country as South Africa. How? I'm not sure I agree at all. It's like it's thousands of miles away from where I am. Backward Seasons, larger boys. Yeah, but it's like so far away from me. It's not even close. Their culture is not even close to ours. So they're far away from me. So yeah, but no one here said that New Zealand is basically Denmark. Alpocalypse basically just said, hey, just buy from New Zealand, bro. I mean, you're basically the same country. Thousands upon thousands of miles away from each other. No relation to like any history whatsoever. But we're the same. Same. True. I would not be able to use Australia because Australia isn't a real country. It's all actors. It's made up bullshit. We all know that. The earth is flat. What comes out first? Elden Ring or Total War Warhammer 3? Because we didn't even check on that. When is Total War Warhammer 3 coming out? When does it launch? Because I think the 17th. Wasn't Elden Ring just delayed? Due to FromSoft? So to the new one we know now, which is on February 25th. Alright, so they're releasing it on February the 25th if there is no other delays. So excluding the possibility of any other delays, Elden Ring will be available on February the 5th. 25th. I mean, we're going to be able to play Total Warhammer 3 anyways. On the 17th, because, you know, we'll have basically a week, more than a week, to play Total War Warhammer 3 before Elden Ring comes out. The only real country? You are all living in an illusion? Zigzags? The Flat Earthers proved, without any shadow of a doubt, that Australia is a made-up country. So don't come here with your acting bullshit trying to pretend like you fucking are a country, or that you even live in a country. We all know that you don't. You live in the US, in some desert, some fucking, in bumfuck nowhere, and then you pretend to speak weird and you pretend to be Australian. But we all know that that's not really true. It's not actually a country. Everyone knows this is true. Yeah, tell the Australian tourist board to pay you more. You're not fooling any of us. We're not fooled by your bullshit, Zigzag. Faye the Pally, how you doing, bro? Like, we're smart in this stream. We don't fall for crap like that. You're gonna have to do much better if you want to fool us. I'm so annoyed right now that I can't play fucking... Dude, you have no idea. This is actually the worst feeling in the world. Like, the annoyance levels is off the fucking charts. Oh, fuck my life, man. It's strange. It's difficult to get yourself out of the mindset of being annoyed and back into the mindset of, like, normal. Russell Coit, it goes true. Was he hero? I don't even know who the fuck that is. Is it something to do with the laws? They said it's also not available to play in Belgium. So Belgium and the Netherlands and some other European countries, it's the gambling part of it that makes it illegal and why they can't use it, why they can't play it. For South Africa, fuck knows why we can't play it. Because we don't have those anti-gambling laws. Like, those laws are not a thing in South Africa. So, God knows what is blocking it here. Maybe they don't like boobies? No, South Africans do love boobies. I could play the second if I wanted, but I could not want to play Lost Ark less. Well, fuck you then. The call, we've tried everything. I'm gonna try more things tonight. Hopefully tomorrow I have an update for you guys that, hey, we're playing. It really feels like this is literally targeted at me. Like the Smilegate guys went like, no, this guy is very negative and he's gonna say mean things about us if the game sucks. So we're just not gonna give him access. We're just gonna pretend like Africa doesn't exist, so this fuck can't say anything bad about our game if it comes up the game sucks. Or that they're doing scumbag things in the game. That's how it feels. Of course Africa exists. It's the largest continent in the world. I want to play, but my internet is so slow, I have to download it in chunks. I could download it in fucking an hour if I wanted to, and I can't. Like, that sucks so bad. It would take me less than an hour to download it, probably like half an hour. Imagine thinking Africa is real. Am I a joke to you, Faye the Pally? Jesus. Fuck you, Apocalypse. But if they need slaves, I'm sure Africa is the first thing on their mind. Jesus, false smoke. That is dark. that is quite fucking dark. Holy crap. Well, what did you play? Because you're too mean on Twitter? Yeah, I've ripped into them on Twitter a few times. I want to go grab some coffee, and then we'll... then we'll react to some stuff, and then we'll probably play some Final Fantasy. I feel like I'm in the mood for some Final Fantasy. I want to play some games today. That's literally... You in a foul mood there too? Wait, am I in a foul mood? How am I in a foul mood? I'm sitting here laughing. I'm just a little annoyed, but I'm not in a foul mood. I think that's a little bit harsh. Like, wow, you sat here laughing with us? Take your foul mood and get the fuck out. Acrox, I'll check it out then. You want to be true, you know? Fuck you, Petty. No, I know, Flynn Rankings. I just mean, I'm not in a foul mood. I'm just annoyed. But I'm sure I'll get over it. Let me go grab some coffee. Touch some fucking grass for like 2 seconds. Have a cigarette, and then I'll be back. And then we'll do some reaction content because there's like a crap ton of videos that I need to react to today. I also have something that I wanted to talk about today. Some video discussion I wanted to do today, and then yeah, then we'll probably play some Final Fantasy. By the way, I'm not going to continue with the Hildy quest lines. Just FYI. They're fun, but they're not the most fun I've had in the game. Like, the Hildy quest lines have really made me not want to play the game. It's a lot of reading, and it's a lot of fucking, like, very cringy shit. Plus, I kind of want to see what the Stormblood stuff has in store, so we'll most likely continue with the MSQ. Just, yeah, I think we're going 3.4, 3.5 next for Heavensward, which means we have, like, I think we're getting into the Stormblood preparation area now for, don't want to be a Mandible man, doing what only Mandible can. It's not that I don't want to be. I think that the Hildebrand quest lines would be a lot of fun if you, if you're doing it offline and you're just sort of chilling and doing it. But I think for stream specifically, I don't think the Hildebrand quest lines are that great. Because it's a lot of reading. It's not a lot of discussion reading. It's not like when we're playing the MSQ and there's some actual discussions that we can have. It's more just a case of, you know, you're basically just reacting to whatever the fuck is happening on the screen. So I think I want to get back to the MSQ because we still have fuckloads of expansions to get through and quests to get through. Yeah, they are comedic, but like part of the stream stuff that we do is we discuss different things as they happen, different parts of the story. So we'll do those, and then we'll see what we do after that. All right, so I'm quickly gonna take 5 minutes, guys. Go grab a coffee, go grab a drink, whatever you want to do, and then I'll be back. We'll do some reaction stuff, and then we'll play some Final Fantasy. Don't worry, Echo. Don't discuss anything while I play. Yeah, I won't. All right, back. Twisted, by the way, you can share that with me on Discord. You can share it with me on Discord. Just download it? Okay, I will. Thank you very much, Twisted. Really appreciate that. So what's everyone up to? Did you guys also go get something to drink, or were you guys literally just watching the fucking curtains the whole time? We can do the events. Death Knight, I'm not sure yet. Can I ask? No. I'm not doing... I'm not playing Lost Ark. I don't have access to Lost Ark. Are you playing with a VPN? Yeah, we'll probably do something to that effect at some point, but not gonna bother with that right now. Okay, so the next video you guys wanted me to react to, this was shared today, is from Balila. Yesterday, Balila released a video saying Blizzard need to act now. Now, we'll see what this is about. I think I saw him tweeting something about this. Was it yesterday? I think he tweeted something about market psychology, as well as the psychology of consumers. Now, I know I have spoken about this before as well. There's been plenty of studies that have shown this. I think Balila spoke out about science that's basically 35 years old. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see what he says, and then we can discuss it.
Welcome. I'll be
Wait a second, Balila. Wait a second.
straight up. I think this is one of the more important videos that we're going to do this year. So let's just go. Between Cataclysm and Mists of Pandaria, over 10 years ago, a particular book was released. It is one that everyone on the Warcraft team should absolutely bloody read. It is called The Progress Principle by Amabile and Kramer. And the Great Vault...
So I just want to say, before we even get into the video, is it one of the most important videos he'll ever make, or he'll make this year? Probably. Is it a video that's going to change the minds of many of the players in World of Warcraft, or many of the developers that work on World of Warcraft? No. It will not be changing anyone's minds, and here's why. If you look at a very large group of the player base of World of Warcraft, they seem to be so protective of the game in its current state, yeah, that any attempt to make any changes to the game in its current state is almost immediately met with, if you don't like it, don't play it. Fuck you. That's basically literally the jump off point for the majority of the players that is still playing World of Warcraft right now. The funny bit of that is none of the changes that myself or people like Balila or people like Asmongold have ever suggested will affect the way in which they play the game at all. If you're someone that still loves doing lists and completing duties, that should still be in the game. Almost every MMO have lists of things that you can complete and have duties that you can complete for rewards. So there's never going to be a moment where the changes that we want are changes that are going to remove that from you. What we want is that those things aren't forced onto everyone. So in other words, if I am a player that doesn't want to spend my days checking lists and doing duties, I should not be forced to. It should be an option if I want to, but it should not be forced upon me. So this is what a lot of these gamers that is currently still playing World of Warcraft do not understand. They think that any attempt to make any change in World of Warcraft that isn't exactly the same that they're playing right now is an attempt, it's a bridge too far for them. What's funny about that, and this is why I genuinely find it so troubling, is that they're watching their game die in real time. This isn't even a thing of let's watch your game die over 10 years. They're watching their game die in real time. Blizzard have lost another 5 million players over the course of the last 4 months. Now, before you go, not all 5 million from WoW, I know that. WoW doesn't have 5 million people to lose. But Blizzard as a whole have lost 5 million players. At least some chunk out of that came from the World of Warcraft genre or from the World of Warcraft expansion. How do we know this? Because World of Warcraft is the IP with the most amount of clouds hanging over it. So there's guaranteed to be at least some portion of the World of Warcraft player base that left as a result of the clouds that is hanging over it. There's an issue with something. I remember being told that those who quit suck anyway, as if somehow that was a great argument. Jerry Carver, yes, that is a brilliant argument. Still, watching their game die in real time, these people are like, fuck you. You will not suggest changes to our game. This is our game, and this is how we'll play it until Blizzard shuts down the servers. And I'm sitting here going, but I want to make suggestions and changes to the game that means that Blizzard doesn't shut down the servers. Right? So that you can keep doing your lists into perpetuity until you shit lists. But no. Fuck you. Don't make changes to my game.
Violates every rule in the book, in addition to violating a lot of other basic rules of motivational psychology. The book has advice for managers on how to make staff happy and good at creative work. That's not why they should read it. They should read it because it tells us that our emotion...
So this is an interesting thing. My brother, coincidentally, yesterday was in a meeting with a company that basically works with other companies to better their structures. So this is literally all the company does. They approached my brother because they want him to do data analysis for them. Yeah. And so a part of that meeting, my brother asked them, okay, so can you explain to me what is the biggest motivator to workers? So how do you get the most out of workers in a company? Because that's part of the data that he needs to compile, and he needs to understand this so that he can compile the data. And he gave them options. He said, is it purely salary? So in other words, the ability to make money off of the job? Is it upward movement of any kind? Is it genuine belief in the company statement, the company's morals, the company's ethics? What is it? And they actually told him money is the least important thing. Like, money is important insofar as if you get way too little, that could be a problem and that could be a reason why you leave for another job. But money itself really isn't a big motivating factor. Not from, I think they've been doing this for 25 years now. Kenny asks, thanks for the gifted sub. Did really appreciate that. Thank you. Give some love in chat. Kenny has already gifted 29 subs in the channel. That is amazing. Thank you so much, dude. So, after 25 years, the data that they've collected is that money means nothing. It does not motivate people. Not to the point that you think. People will be motivated for their paycheck at the end of every month, but money will not motivate them to work harder, work longer hours, put more effort into their work, do a better job. They don't care. Those things are not what motivates you. It's about satisfaction. It's about understanding what the company wants to do and where the company wants to go. It's about understanding the company's morals and ethical values, and that those values and ethics align with your own. Or at least if they don't align with your own, the company is principled in their approach to these. So you know what the company believes, and they're always going to make decisions based on what they believe. These things seem to be far more important for workers in order to give their best than money.
Perception and motivation are more important than any extrinsic reward, and it is a gateway to why the Great Vault and its like are killing the game in the name.
All right, so I made a video probably 3 years at this point ago where I spoke about the philosophical concept of intrinsic and extrinsic rewards. Now, just a quick overview for people who don't quite understand what that is. Extrinsic rewards are rewards that come from the outside. So it's the cookie that you get for sitting quiet for half an hour. An intrinsic reward is the reward that you give yourself for doing something. And this doesn't have to be a reward. It's the feeling of actually doing something. So you achieve something and therefore you feel personal growth, which makes you happy, which then means that you want to do more of it. The evidence suggests that intrinsic rewards are far stronger at prolonging betterment and achievement than extrinsic rewards, for good reason. Extrinsic rewards only work if you can keep upping the ante. So the rewards have to keep getting bigger and better and more abundant. And then you almost always reach a diminishing point of whatever reward that you're giving. So there's a point where the diminishing returns become so large that the reward itself becomes negligible. And then you have to figure out even more ways to try and reward the same kind of behavior that you're trying to foster. So it's almost always better to bank on someone's intrinsic reward structure and just get them to play your game in this regard based on what they themselves wish to achieve and how they want to make themselves better, rather than trying to give them a cookie every single time they do what you deem to be the right thing.
Of short-term benefit. The crux of the book's research is that people are most motivated, productive, and happy when they are making progress towards meaningful work.
Yep.
How is this relevant to World of Warcraft, you may say? Well, the one thing that made the...
Unknown, thank you so much for the 5 community subs. Really appreciate it. Can we get some fucking love in chat for Unknown? Unknown has just been gifting an incredible amount of subs lately. So can we get some hearts in chat? Unknown, really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
MMO genre special was that sense of meaningful progress that you could work for. Azeroth, let's be real, it was a better place to spend time than school, or perhaps work. Playing it was fun, and the progress was more obvious.
I'll give you guys a good example of this in my own life, right? So I remember when I first started playing World of Warcraft, you know, play Warlock that didn't know what the fuck I was doing. So I started raiding in Wrath of the Lich King, and I genuinely had no idea what I was doing. But I was determined to learn, not because there was some reward at the end of it, but because I wanted to be better. I didn't want to be the bottom tier Warlock in every single dungeon. I wanted to be the top tier Warlock. I wanted to be the best Warlock in the dungeon, the best Warlock in the raid group. And so, you know, I read... I must have spent upwards of 30, 40 hours on, at the time, the Warlock Den, which, for those of you that don't know, was like the only Warlock resource out there. Like almost every other website that tried to do some sort of class thing almost never had any Warlock info, but the Warlocks Den had all the fucking info. And I would read everything there was to read, like how your stats work, the breakpoints of your different stats. I used to remember I used to know off the top of my head how much haste I would need for the next breakpoint and what breakpoint would be after that and what the different breakpoints would do, so Agony and Corruption worked on different breakpoints. So you have to know when you're reaching one of these two breakpoints. When are you going to get so much haste that you're actually going to start getting diminishing returns during Bloodlust? So you don't want to stack that much haste. All of these things I had down to a T. And then I would go to the dummy and I would just practice my rotation every single day for hours and hours and hours, to the point where I eventually knew when my dots had to be refreshed without even looking at it. Like, I knew exactly how many shadow bolts I would have to cast within a specific window of corruption and agony before corruption and agony had to be reapplied. I then as I went into raids, I eventually realized how long I can run around for, plus my shadow bolts, before I have to reapply these things. Because you just get a feel for it. It just starts naturally making sense to you. And I eventually worked myself up to top Warlock spot, because I made an effort to learn how to play the Warlock correctly. And that value that I got from that was like, it motivated me to do even more. You know, I wanted to be even better because of that feeling of being able to conquer something.
It follows then that a lot of Amoebel's learnings on creative work also apply within the game. Instead of what the book calls inner work life, we may have an inner game life.
Yeah.
Makes sense. I mean, come on. We've all played the game. We know how it feels to play a game, be invested in our progress, and actually care. Her research tells us how to improve this inner game life, but it also tells us what damages it and makes our game lives substantially worse. The Vault violates every rule. It must be replaced, and Blizzard must learn why.
Well, that's quite a serious like close up of the face, looking straight into the camera. The Vault breaks every single rule. I don't have a problem with that. I hate the Vault personally, but I think it's very serious. It almost seems like some real life issue.
The Vault
how you
fails
doing?
behavioral psychology in 3 specific ways. First, making you play the game. The game tells you to finish tasks so that you can tick a box and maybe get a reward next week.
So that first bit is literally like the Vault turns the game into an actual real life job. Do the work and you'll get your salary at the end of the month. That's literally what the Vault is. It's the salary that you get at the end of the month. Now, usually, most games don't work that way. Usually, when you play a game, the reward for whatever it is that you're doing is twofold. First, the thing that you're doing is fun, and therefore you enjoy doing it, so that's a reward in and of itself. But then also there's a reward right at the end of it. So think about a dungeon, for example. Doing a dungeon with your friends, very fun. Yeah, you and your friends are in there, you're having a ton of fun, you're really enjoying yourselves, it's a great time. Now you finish the dungeon, and the dungeon says, hey, congratulations for overcoming this challenge. Here is some things that's going to make it easier for you in the future to overcome these things, but also allow you to overcome even harder challenges. And if that loop is designed optimally, so if that's an optimal designed loop, the gear isn't a reward so much as the gear enables further rewards. Does that make sense? So the gear isn't the reason you're doing the thing. The gear allows you to do more of that thing, even either faster or more of a new thing that's actually harder than the thing that you were just taking on. That's what gear should be. Gear should not be a reward. Gear should be a tool to gathering further and greater rewards. That's when gear works optimally, is when gear is a tool that enables more, not a literal reward in and of itself.
But the task itself, playing,
Snow, how you
is
doing?
supposed
Burn, how
to
you
be
doing?
fun.
Clean, how you doing?
Research has shown that motivation that comes externally from rewards, or as we call it, extrinsic motivation,
Yeah.
that it can damage your desire to do the thing because you want to. And
Fuck me, dude. How many times have I told you guys? as soon as you put a carrot in front of me, as soon as you tell me not to do something, or as soon as you tell me to do something, I have this innate thing in me that just goes, nope, nope, don't want to do that. I have no interest in doing that because you told me to do it. If I could choose not to do it, that would be fine. But now you're forcing me to do the thing, and I don't want to do the thing. It's exactly the same thing that I told you guys with gaming while streaming. I love playing video games while streaming, but I refuse to have my Twitch be a video game streamer. I will not become a video game streamer because I'm not always in the mood to play video games. There are days where I just want to sit and watch a couple of videos with you guys, or I want to sit during one eye out with you guys. I don't want to play games today. And as soon as I start feeling like, wait, you have to play games every single day, I get to that point where I'm like, no, but I don't want to. I don't care about the rewards. Yes, if I kept playing Final Fantasy from December, we'd probably be at 600 viewers by now. Because if you guys don't remember, by the end of December, we were pulling in 400, 500 viewers per stream. So if I continued with that, we'd probably have gotten to 600, 700, 800 viewers per stream now. If you look at Noble continued and he's pulling 1.6, 1.7, sometimes 1.9K viewers. But I didn't want to. I reached the point where I was like, I'm not in the mood now. I don't want to play Final Fantasy right now. And if I had to force myself, no amount of money that you guys gave me would be enough. You could give me every stream. You could give me 500 gifted subs and $500 donations every single stream that I play video games. And that would not be enough to keep me playing the game if I'm not in the mood to play the game. I would just reach a point where I'm like, yeah, fuck this. Now I'm not playing anything.
Doing something because you want to, that is called your intrinsic motivation. It's an effect that is called the over-justification effect. And it can turn anything that is supposed...
Demise? So I'm going to go a little bit back here, but because I want to hear what he says there. But $2 billion would probably work for a small while. I don't do very well with extrinsic rewards, just to be clear. I'm not a very extrinsic reward guy. You don't really motivate me with extrinsic rewards. So you could say, yeah, we give you $2 billion. The only reason I probably take that is because it means I would never have to stream anything I didn't want to stream ever again. So it would allow me more freedom in the future. But as a reward in and of itself, no dice. Like that, it's not enough. It doesn't. It's not that it's not enough money. It's that in me, it's not enough. I don't feel like that's going to be enough to motivate me to keep doing something I really fucking hate, or not even hate, but just something that I don't want to do right now.
Doing something because you want to, that is called your intrinsic motivation.
Mm-hmm.
It's an effect that is called the over-justification effect. And it can turn anything that is supposed to be fun into a chore.
True.
And there's a related principle. According to cognitive evaluation theory, we get demotivated by being manipulated. And the Vault setup is pure coercion.
So I'm very, very, very sensitive to manipulation. If I, at any point, feel like I'm being manipulated, I almost always just check out. This is true in relationships. It's true in friendships. My aunt has this really interesting way of dealing with life. She manipulates everything. Everything gets turned into some kind of manipulation. So before she wants to ask me anything, she'll be like, hello, how are you? And I'll be like, I'm fine, thanks, how are you? And she'll be like, oh my God, I miss you guys so much. I love you so much. And I'd be like, oh yeah, miss you too, love you too. And then she'd be like, so I was wondering if you could maybe do this and this and this. And I'd be like, ugh. If you just asked, like if you literally just said, hey, how you doing? Could you do this for me? That'd be fine. I'd probably not be happy doing it, but I'd probably do it because, you asked and I'm not going to be a dick. But the second I go, okay, why are you, my stepmom does the same thing. If she wants to tell you anything, she justifies it. before she tells you the thing. So she'll be like, so I was wondering if you could go, if you could maybe go pick up your aunt. I would do it myself. I would pick her up myself, but you know, I have all this happening, and then this has to happen, and I still have to do this for your father, and I'm so busy with this thing, and I'm so busy with that thing, and I'm like, stop convincing me. Like, I'm pretty sure the fact that you asked me is one of two things. You're either too lazy to do it, or you're too busy to do it. I don't really give a fuck which one of the two it is. I don't want to do it either way. I'm gonna do it because you asked me to do it, but I don't need your manipulation in order to convince me that I should be happy about what the fuck I'm doing for you. Just let me do it and be unhappy about it, because no amount of speaking at this point is gonna make me happy to do this thing for you. Just let me be. I'm gonna be very fucking annoyed while I go pick up my aunt. I'm gonna complain the whole fucking way to myself that I have to do this now, because, and it doesn't matter that you're too busy. That's not suddenly gonna make me go, oh my god, she's so busy, I should really not complain. No, well, how the fuck is she busy? She could have done this the other day. I'm still gonna come up with a reason to complain. You're now just wasting my fucking time. And so any amount of sort of manipulation, even if it's small things like that, it just sets me the fuck off, dude. It just really pisses me off. Be straight. Tell me what I need to do and let me do it. Don't manipulate me.
If you only do one Mythic Plus run, you have a tiny chance to get something useful. So buckle up, buckaroo. Get down to those Mythic Plus engagement mines, whether you want to or not. This is, per the book, a toxin. And these toxins are what they describe as being the key things that hurt progress and inner work.
Yeah.
Inner work life, of course, inner game life. It directly undermines you, the player, and your effort. The second way it fails is in the randomness, resulting in major bad experiences. The Great Vault, and of course the Weekly Jest before it, are repeating the exact same mistake that Titan Forging made. There is a lot of science behind rewarding people, and the Skinner box is obviously the famous example. A rat pulls a lever and it gets a reward. It's effective, but not forever, so the scientists found a way to make that rat pull that lever. RNG, or to be a bit more scientific, variable ratio reinforcement, which is giving users rewards randomly. That is, of course, used by gambling machines.
Yeah.
By WoW Loot, it's used to condition players to pull the lever more. And we know that at least in the short term, it does work. So
I know the theory behind this, because I dealt with the study when I was making my video about 3 years ago of the rats pulling the levers. And like I told you guys before, it's limited. It works for a short while, and you can absolutely... So it works better than a reward every single time you do something, but it doesn't work forever. Now, with humans, that's not automatically true, right? So there are plenty... How many people do you guys know in your lives that do the same job every single day, year in, year out, never fucking changing? They just do the job, they come home, they have a drink, tomorrow they go back in, right? Just never changing. Jamalman, I think you think he's petty because he's not saying the things that you want to hear. And that's fine. You can absolutely believe that, but that doesn't make him petty. That actually makes you petty. But I mean, you're probably not going to see that, so that's fine. There are a lot of human beings on this planet, and people are very different, yeah? So people are completely, like, some people can do one thing for forever and never really get tired of it because their reward structure is set up in such a way that it's either extrinsic, so everything they do is extrinsic value. They don't really have much depth to them, so they don't care about the intrinsic value of something, only the extrinsic value of the thing that they're getting. For other people, even more so, the value doesn't necessarily come from the thing that they're doing. So in other words, they find more value inside, going out with friends in the evening. So they're willing to put up with any dead-end job for the rest of their lives But that dead-end job allows them to, you know, go out with their friends in the evenings. I knew a guy back in my hometown who, I was a little boy, and we used to go to their cafe. They had like a cafe, you know, in South Africa, cafes aren't coffee shops. Cafes are like convenience stores, almost. It's like a cafe, right? Really fucking like Portuguese owner cafe, stereotypical cafe that you get in South Africa. And there was this guy that used to work the till. Like, he was a cashier. And I was a young child, I was like maybe 8, 9. And he already worked there. He still works there to this day. He still works behind that fucking same cash register that he worked behind 25 years ago. He's still there. He still does the exact same thing every single day. He's never moved up in the company, never moved down, because he's not related to the owner. And in most Portuguese cafes in South Africa, if you're not related to the owner, you're not going anywhere, right? You're just not going anywhere. So that really is that is a perfect example of someone that has whatever motivation they have for doing that job is not the job itself. And it's not necessarily the money that the job grants them. Whatever motivation they have is found outside. There's stuff that's more important to them than that job, and they're willing to put up with the job because it gives them. Now, and wow, that could be playing with your friends. It could be that you really enjoy the dungeons or the raids, and so you take all of this other stuff with you. I don't know if that's going to be permanent, though, in a game, because I don't think games work exactly the same as real life.
Turned it up a notch by adding Titan Forging. Bonus, unexpected rewards, according to a lot of the research, are actually good.
So, Praetorican, first and foremost, I can tell you that people, okay, so that's like a very wide net that you're casting. Because people, yes, absolutely. I hate the Great Vault exactly because of that. And I would consider myself part of people. So therefore, yes, the answer is absolutely. People do feel pressured because of the Vault. It's one of the reasons I clocked out, because I despised the system. I don't want to be manipulated into doing stuff if I don't feel like doing it. And I specifically don't like when I have a list of things that I have to do for a week, and then next week that list resets, and I have to do the same shit again. I hate that. So I'm definitely part of people. And also, a lot of this wouldn't be obvious. I know that that's how I feel because I actually think about how I feel about things. I like thinking about, I like to have justification for why I feel certain things. Most human beings do not. Most human beings feel something and they feel that thing and that's what they feel. End of discussion. It doesn't matter why I feel that way, I just feel that way.
For motivation. So you might think, great, job done, we fixed it. But here's the problem. The problem is you. You're intelligent.
You're breathtaking.
Humans are pretty smart. So we
Not
get
quite,
used to the
but okay.
randomness. And once players got used to Titan Forging, it meant that any non-upgraded item that dropped just felt like losing the dice roll.
Yep.
The
Yeah.
weekly box feels exactly the same. You have a chance at a great item, but it could give you something that you do not want, wasting your entire week and all of your effort. And because the Great Vault is so bigged up in its importance as a major source of character progression, the fall, the disappointment, well, it's all the more great. This Great Vault is a little bit more complicated, and it does have more backups, but you can...
I want to ask a question to everyone in chat. First question. How many of you still play World of Warcraft? You still log in every day and you do stuff? All right. How many of you would continue to play if your friends stopped playing? So if all your friends left World of Warcraft tomorrow, you would continue to log in every day and do stuff, even though you have no friends. By the way, thanks for all the first-time chats. Really appreciate having you all here. Xavier Webs, I can't say that I know the answer. I want to know. And based on what I'm reading, a good majority of people in chat, or at least a fair amount of people in chat, wouldn't continue playing if they had no friends. So then the question becomes, Xavier Webs, by the way, how you doing, brother? A good majority or a good portion of chat aren't playing World of Warcraft because it's a fun game. They're playing World of Warcraft because they're having fun with their friends. So in other words, the World of Warcraft system of reinforcement, the negative and positive reinforcement that World of Warcraft employs, has already failed. You are already not really having fun with the game. You're having fun with your friends. Now, the truth is, you would probably have just as much, if not more fun, playing any other game with your friends. You just happen to play World of Warcraft with your friends, and that's what makes it fun. The most fun I've ever had in WoW was when I was playing with my friends. But all of my friends left around Cataclysm. At the end of Cataclysm, actually, every single one of my friends left WoW. And so I quit early in Mist of Pandaria. But that was because of work, not because I wasn't having fun in the game. I just couldn't keep up with the amount of hours that they wanted me to do dailies. And then tried to raid, because I still loved raiding. I came back for Warlords of Draenor, raided a ton in Warlords of Draenor, played through Legion, loved it, made some new friends, but out of the new friends that I made, it was only like 2 or 3 that really stuck as great friends that I made in the game. And they were never like my original friends in the game, right? They weren't like, because I'm still friends to this day with my original friends that I made in WoW. And I still play games with them, even sometimes games that I don't like. Like, I'll often log into a new survival game, buy a new survival game, even though I hate survival games. I'll download it because I'm playing it with my mates. And I'll have fun for a couple of days because I'm playing with my mates. So it stands to reason that World of Warcraft systems is already not achieving what you want it to achieve. Like, Blizzard wants people to be addicted to the game to keep chasing the rewards, but that's already not working because so many of you are only playing the game because of your friends, not because of those rewards. So if it was only down to the game and how the game is set up, you would quit playing.
And still end up with nothing useful, or something that's not as good as what you expected. Every single time we know why it's gone wrong, and it's nothing except frustrating.
Oh shit! I'll go back a little bit more to listen to Ballet again because I'm basically sitting here. I thought of the perfect question. Those of you that is currently playing, that would keep playing, even if all your friends quit or you don't have friends in the game, so it doesn't matter at all, right? You play on your own. If Blizzard removed the Great Vault, and I want you to be honest, I realize not all of you are going to be honest, but if you can try and be as honest as possible, say Blizzard removed the Great Vault tomorrow. There was no more Great Vault. Raids and dungeons simply existed for being raids and dungeons. The Mythic Plus system existed as a way to challenge yourself and get some cool loot at the end of a challenge, but that was really it. The Great Vault went away. Would that make you quit the game? If you're being completely honest now and not just trolling, trying to make a point. Which I realize asking Twitch chat is oftentimes useless. All right, so you stole... So the Great Vault being removed would not make you quit the game. So is it fair for me to say that the Great Vault has zero effect on your enjoyment of the game or your dislike of the game? The Great Vault just does not bother you at all. It may as well not exist. Who gives a fuck? That's not why you're playing the game. You don't care about the vault. You don't even chase shit in the vault. You do your own thing. You collect old mounts and pets and stuff, and you do dungeons with your friends, and you're doing your own thing. You, like me, forget to open your vault sometimes. Because, yes, the first 4 weeks of Shadowlands, I forgot to open my vault. I literally just completely forgot every week that I had a vault that could be opened. So, in other words, we could make the argument that the vault is the vault has more negative than positive elements, because for the people that the vault means something, Tigress, thanks for the follow, really appreciate that. Welcome back. I thought you were following already, but welcome back. Really happy to have you back. So we could make the argument that the vault is by far a more negative weight than a positive weight, because those people that really feel affected by the vault almost entirely feels negatively affected by the vault, and those people who feel, like, for lack of a better word, feel positive about the vault only feel positive about the vault because the vault has no influence on them. So we could argue the vault is by and large a very negative experience in World of Warcraft, purely based on how it affects the people that play World of Warcraft, right? Arnold, how you doing, brother?
The more great.
Zero Kool-Aid, how you doing?
This Great Vault is a little bit more complicated, and it does have more backups, but you can still end up with nothing useful, or something that's not as good as what you expected. Every single time we know why it's gone wrong, and it's nothing except frustrating. A system that will give you nothing useful on a progress track, on the progress track it is supposed to, after hours of work put into the game. That will make players feel genuinely awful. Now, while random reward ratios work in isolation, if you run them forward in the fullness of time, that random reward becomes expected. Blizzard added in all of this extra randomness because they thought that Valor points and Justice points were quite simply getting too boring. This was stuff they were thinking about in the eras of Wrath of the Lich King and Cataclysm as an impending problem that the game would have to deal with.
Yeah, I don't
know. But what happens is that just like that deterministic reward system, we expect it. We expect the Titan Forging.
Yeah, but I feel like when it comes to deterministic reward systems, they become almost a goal rather than a hope or a dream or a wish or a gamble. They become a goal. So I don't think deterministic reward structures is necessarily bad. Quick question. What if I went in and I changed the vault? Now, hear me out. I go in, I'm now the new lead developer for World of Warcraft, and I change the vault. The vault will now contain a piece of gear from the dungeons and raids that you have done that week of your choice. So every single piece of gear that is from the content that you have done will be available within the vault for you to choose from. You can only choose one. You can't choose anything else. But you can absolutely determine which pieces are in that vault, and then you can decide what piece it is that you want. Would that make the vault better or worse, in your opinion? Yeah, so you got to play the game to get the vault, but the vault is guaranteed to have what you want. Shamanita, it gives every piece of loot that is inside the dungeons and raids that you've done. So it doesn't matter if it's duplicates, you just don't choose the duplicate, right? You choose whatever piece you want from the dungeons and raids that you've done. And that makes the vault sort of a cherry on top, but it also gives you the ability to say, right, I only need loot from these 2 dungeons. So I'm only going to do these 2 dungeons this week because that's where the loot that I need comes from. And then for the rest, I'm just going to do whatever I want because I don't need loot from all these other dungeons. They're basically useless to me. Potspoon, not quite. Because you still get gear at the end of every dungeon run, right? And that is RNG, and for the most part, no one has ever argued that some RNG is bad. And with the vault, you still only have one choice. So if it is that you need 10 items from the vault, you're not going to get all those 10 items in 1 week. You'd have to do it for 10 weeks in order to get all 10 items. But basically, you turn the vault into bad luck protection, more so than some kind of reward structure that weights heavily to the negative side of the player base and not really to the positive side. We just did the test here. I asked people, if I remove the vault tomorrow, would that make you quit World of Warcraft? And almost every single person in chat, well, virtually everyone that I saw, said, no, I don't care about the vault. So in other words, the vault has a very negative effect on the player base. It does not have any positive effects on the player base, in which case you have a system that is negatively impacting your player base and has zero positive effects on your player base. Why is that system in your game? In a game that is meant to be fun, why would you have a system that purely punishes a certain group of the player base and has a non-effect on the rest of the player base? So they couldn't care if this thing lives or dies, to be fair. And then you get to the point where you say, okay, how about if we don't want to get rid of the vault, we turn the vault into bad luck protection. So we do it if you have done the same fucking dungeon 5 million times in a week and you still don't get that item because of RNG, you know at least that you're going to get that item at the end of the week in the vault. Now, there's other problems that can pop up with this as well, of course. Like, for example, now people don't have to do any dungeons because they just do the one and they know that they're going to get all the gear from there, right? So that could also be a negative thing. But I'm not focusing, that's not something that I would put into the game. I'm saying it would be a better fix to the fix that we have right now, at least.
Expect the Great Vault. So we're back to all of the inherent downsides of a deterministic reward system. We're right back to square one with the overjustified.
Arnold, you bastard. Thank you so much for the 10 community subs. Did really appreciate that. Hearts in chat. Comrade. Thank you so much for that redistribution of wealth, bro. Thank you.
Vacation effect being an issue in game design. But now, in addition to that core problem, we have added in all of the downsides of the player's time being wasted by those layers of randomness. And that's how, in spite of all of Blizzard's efforts to make rewards in World of Warcraft...
Okay, Potspoon, you're making the fundamental mistake that we've spoken about a million times over. So I'll ask us a simple question. Is gear a reward or a tool, in your opinion? What is the reward of playing a game? Let me ask this. What is the reward of playing a game? The reason, the purpose. Why do we play games? Fun. Would you say challenge is fun? So having a challenge, would you say that's a fun thing? Yeah, having a challenge is fun. So we would agree that gear is a tool to allow you to take on higher challenges. Would you say I'm lying or I'm obfuscating the gear aspect of World of Warcraft if I said that gear is a tool that enables you to take on harder challenges and then allows you to conquer those by ergo having more fun? Because that's what I would argue World of Warcraft's biggest mistake is. World of Warcraft turned the game into gear being the reward, when gear isn't supposed to be the reward. Gear is supposed to be the enabling tool that allows for more rewards in the future. Gear is the thing that should enable me to do mythic dungeons and now get a bigger challenge. The mythic gear is supposed to enable me to do normal raids and heroic raids eventually and a mythic raids eventually. Ergo, I'm upping my challenge and increasing my fun. With World of Warcraft, it feels like gear is the reward for partaking in the challenge. And that to me is very skewed. It's a very skewed view of what gear is supposed to be. Now, you could move away from raiding, right? And you could say, well, raiding isn't for everyone. And let's say there's people that's really into transmog. Well, in that instance, I still don't argue that gear is the reward. The reward is being able to dunk on your friends because you have a much better looking transmog set than they do, right? So there you would do challenges in order to unlock the gear so that you can dunk on your friends. But the challenge would still be part of the equation. The challenge would, the gear would still just be a tool that you use in order to dunk on your friends because you look better than they do, or, you know, bragging rights or whatever. But the gear itself should never be the intrinsic or the extrinsic reason people play the game. Because once you get there, it feels like you've created a monster that ultimately would not be fed. You won't be able to feed this monster forever. There is going to be a drop-off point where, you know, sadly it just doesn't work. And there are games that prove that very well. You take a game like Guild Wars 2, for example, where there is literally no gear in the game. And it still has millions of people playing it every day. Or month, at least. Why do people keep playing Guild Wars 2? Because there is no gear. So therefore, gear cannot be a reward. Instead, there's other things that keep them playing. Right? There's other reasons in the game that keep them playing. It feels like World of Warcraft goes about this sort of like the... goes about this in a different style, if you will.
Warcraft more motivating? It is, in fact, less motivating. Now, as the book discusses, two of the key three things that actually damage the inner life are setbacks and hindrances. So let's apply them to the Vault. The Great Vault not giving you the item that you need or want is going to be a major setback, and being locked out of any more progression until the next week is a hindrance. So we've
Okay, Botspoon, gotta make it easy, because you keep bringing up arguments, but it does not actually disprove the original argument. If all you want is gear because you want the power from the game, why do you want that power? What does that power do for you? Is it only so that you can click C on your keyboard and see higher intellect numbers? And higher haste numbers? What makes that power feel good for you? So things become easier. So in other words, the gear is the enabling of more content. Either by doing content faster or allowing you to, you know, crush harder content more easily. Okay, so in other words, you and I have no disagreement. Because in my world, the Vault being gone is a good thing. In your world, the Vault being gone doesn't matter. So there is no real disagreement in that. Okay, so I'm not the only one with this fear. Nobody I know believes Blizz could add loot boxes, but I expect them to add them soon. I don't know if they will. Jesse Thoth, no. Vault is not gone. But we are talking about the Vault being one of the worst things ever implemented into the game.
done the first one, we've just done the second two. That is all three negatives. And it gets worse. The third way it fails is by not understanding the impact. If humans were spreadsheets, we would simply accept our loss and we would move on. But we're not. We are irrational. We have, for obvious evolutionary reasons, a negativity bias. And that means that our brains are hardwired to take negative information in differently to positive information. We literally feel bad things more, and we remember them for longer. No good roll will make up for a bad roll. That, unfortunately, is how we are hardwired. And indeed, it's a problem we feel in places other than just video games. At its core, the Great Vault is a massive negativity landmine, just waiting for players to step on it, to feel the explosion, and to never want to touch the game again. They added it, Blizzard did, to solve a bunch of gearing problems, but we say, was it worth the risk? Such as the risk of showing you this.
Was it worth the risk? Probably not. This is again one of those examples of Blizzard fixing a problem because they foresee the problem to become a problem, even though in the minds of the player, it isn't a problem. So you heard it from Balliler, I've said it before. Asmongold spoke about this before. Blizzard stepped in and they say, right, one of the biggest issues we are going to have in the future is that our deterministic gearing system, where people do bosses, they get tokens on those bosses, and if they have enough tokens or currency, they can buy whatever piece of gear they want, is going to become stale and boring. The fundamental fallacy of that is that you assume that gearing is ever going to be boring for the player. So you're fundamentally assuming that acquiring a new piece of gear, when that piece of gear was deterministically required, is going to ever become boring. The answer is no. Because whether it's the first time I'm acquiring a piece of gear or whether it's the 100th time that I'm acquiring a piece of gear, I am acquiring a new piece of gear. And that new piece of gear enables me to do more things. It enables me to look different. So I'm always going to have a lot of enjoyment from acquiring that new piece of gear. That's just fundamental. So Blizzard is stepping in to fix a problem, but the problem that they fix isn't a problem to begin with. So their fix creates a whole new problem that now they don't quite know where to go. Because we tried to fix a problem and we have solved that problem. Gear is now more RNG than ever before, but now we have this whole new problem that we try to solve. And now Blizzard talks about things like bad luck protection being added to their problem. You see, because the problem introduced, or the fix to the problem introduced new problems, and now that fix requires problem solving that wasn't necessarily there before the fix was applied. So you're creating a whole new list and slew of problems that you now have to solve, and we're constantly chasing this carrot of just a little bit more. We just need to do a little bit more, and then everything will be well. As is proof with every dictator in the history of the world ever, and I'm not calling World of Warcraft dictators here, I'm saying every dictator has the same mindset. If I just kill another few rebels, the world is going to be fine, right? We're going to live in the utopia that I've promised them. Just a few more rebels here, a few more rebels there, and it'll all be good. Never realizing that the fundamental problem is this belief that there is a utopia at the end of the rainbow, which there never is. There's humans, there's no utopia. So Blizzard is constantly chasing this land of utopia by applying fix ox to fix ox, bad luck protection after bad luck protection after bad luck protection, trying to protect you from getting a multiples of the same thing weeks in a row. Literally a problem that is purely introduced by the system, the fix that they have for the original problem that they think they've created. And now you need more bad luck protection because the bad luck protection isn't actually working as intended. It's just constantly chasing a never-ending problem. And the problem exists purely because you think it exists.
This is our February loot over on Patreon.
Grant, how you doing, brother?
The risk is obviously you might now abandon this video at this point and click off. But hey, look, shinies. And there's no great vault here. These are pretty damn
Grant, we were
deterministic.
literally just talking about that.
And it supports things such as, I don't know,
agree with you.
How about Matt mega diving deep into the literature to further our quest of working out why you and me, when we play games, feel the way that we feel. Because I think we all know that we can get super into a game, and then maybe some things change, and suddenly, that little nugget of just, I have to do this, I have to keep on playing this game, I'm having so much fun, it just falls away. That's what we're doing right now. And hey, on the Patreon, we're doing a lot of world building.
I remember that.
With what we're doing this year. You can get class cards to adorn your desk, you can get the pin, and all the rest that we do over there. So thank you for the support. It's content like this that is what it allows us to do. And with that, let us return to the vault. If you have a bunch of objections so far into this video, perhaps saying that the vault has been fine for you, either regularly dropping you upgrades, or maybe just you...
If you have a bunch of rejections, imagine thinking that anyone with rejections on YouTube would have watched until now if they didn't agree with anything you said prior to this. This is the internet, Bal. The second someone hears anything that they don't agree with, even if they don't fucking understand what they just heard and therefore disagree with it, they're gone. No one that is disagreeing with you is still watching the video. You're basically now only talking to, you're preaching to the choir now, the people who are in absolute agreement with what you just said.
you don't mind when it doesn't, then that is in fact completely valid. But for everyone with that positive experience, there are more who will be shafted. Blizzard will often think about this in terms of a bell
echo
curve,
chamber,
and they
of
will think,
course.
oh, most of the people are fine. You know, the bell curve deals with them and they're all happy. I think what Blizzard maybe does not understand is that for the people who even fall the slightest bit outside of the bell curve, they will weigh their negative experience more than their positive experiences. And it's not just because, as I have sort of been told, they are, sometimes people at Blizzard think this, they are toxic gamers. It's not because of that. Thinking that is a convenient way to not accept your own failings in understanding basic motivational psychology and how it applies to game design. You see, for everyone who cranks out their 10 Mythic Pluses each week and doesn't think about the Vault, there are multiple players burning themselves out, only doing it for the Vault, for that nugget of progress. World of Warcraft's next patch might even make this problem worse, because tier gear will come in the Vault, and that will be something that people will want. So if a chest piece appears in the Vault that's not a bit of tier chest, well, that is going to feel like a loss.
Oh, I can't
And this
wait.
stuff feels bad because
Gonna
that's
be
how
great.
Blizzard designed it.
Gonna be good
You
fun.
may not know they did that, but it's
I know I'm pausing a lot, but I want to ask you guys another question. This video brings up a lot of questions. If your salary at your job was determined by RNG, so basically your boss did a roll of the dice. If the dice fell on 6, you'd get your full salary. If it falls on 5, your salary will be divided by 5, by 4, by 2, by 1, you know, however you want to work it out. But the point is that you're not certain of your salary until you get it and until you see the dice roll. How many of you would enjoy payday? Like, for how many of you would payday be an amazingly cool idea? Let's make it even better. Let's make it even better. If the dice falls on 6, your salary is doubled for the month. But anything other than 6, you'll either get your salary, like the normal salary that you could get, but you could also end up getting no salary whatsoever. So you do have a very good chance, like not a very good chance, but you have a chance that you'll get double your salary 1 month. But then also a chance that for the next few months, you may get none or maybe like very little. How many of you would keep doing it? If you're cool, I'm out. All right, so none of you would accept that as a good salary measure, if we will. So why is that a good measure in a video game? If you wouldn't accept that for your salary, what makes it a good thing then in the video game? Like, what's different there? Because fundamentally, from a philosophical standpoint, it is exactly the same thing. You get a coin toss. If it falls on heads, you get the piece of loot that you want. If it falls on tail, you get a bunch of pieces of loot that you could not fucking care less about. Jesse Pfaff, the only reason... So that still doesn't make it different. It just means that you're far more honest with yourself when it comes to actually being able to buy food and pay your rent. So you're willing to be honest and say, wait a second, no, that's a bullshit system. I'm not fucking buying into it. Like, no way I'm buying into this. When it comes to the game, you're willing to fool yourself and say, no, this is fine. I'm having fun. This is great. Because it's not as important as your salary. It's a fundamental. So they usually say, if you want to find out if someone is addicted to something, suggest to them that they should stop doing the thing. If they then come up with a whole bunch of excuses of why not to stop doing the specific thing, it's a pretty good bet that they're addicted to it. See, because you could apply a bunch of different things that isn't as important to the person, and they'd be able to fool themselves into thinking, no, this is fine. You know, I could absolutely live with that. But it's once you hit at the core issue, so once you boil it down to something that is fundamentally important to the person, that person will go, no, I'm not okay with that. You can't do my fucking thing. Like, holy shit. You can't take my salary, right? How dare you take my salary? But it's the same. Whether it's your salary or whether it's in the game, it's literally the same thing. Your reward for the time that you spent, and if you don't think that your time is money, you can literally go work it out. How much do you get paid per hour right now at your job? You get paid that much per hour at your job because, you know, that's what your time is worth. So if you're going to spend 4 hours doing something and then you get nothing in return, the only difference between your salary and the vault is that your salary buys you food. The vault literally just either tells you you wasted a bunch of hours this week or you actually got something for your hours wasted this week.
That's what they did. Now, they designed the vault to solve two problems. The problem with Mythic Plus loot and, well, the problem with engagement. As a solution to loot, it is definitely better than the weekly chest.
Yeah, but I mean, your ego would be fed as well if you get double salary 1 month, right? It's going to be fucking rough if for the next 6 months you get no salary. But the month that you finally do get double salary, that's going to feel great, right? And Occultist, Jace, remember, I wasn't using this as a one-on-one comparison. I was using the example to prove the point that no amount of justification for what you do and for how the vault works changes the fundamental fact that the vault is bad. And it becomes evident as soon as you relate the vault and the workings of the vault to something in real life. Like the second I tied the vault system, which is literally how the vault works, to your salary, all of you went, fuck that. I will not do that. Because then it became important. Now your life is on the line. But that doesn't change the fact that the vault operates the exact same way.
Best of old. You can play less and risk just getting one item, or you can play more and get a higher chance. It's a bit more fair. It's a straight upgrade. And of course, it does help raiders and PvPers out as well. When it plays nice, it acts like a choice-based backup to the existing random loot, and that is genuinely a great thing. The problem is that it's too random, and it tries to coerce people into playing, violating our earlier rules. As a solution to engagement, I don't know. Maybe it works, and we're all wrong. I can certainly go off how I feel, how it made me feel, why it did the opposite of motivate me to play the game. I can think about how it impacted my entire guild, who are playing World of Warcraft less than they ever had, ever. And of course, the many people who report to me the same. But ultimately, only Blizzard can look at their numbers. But if I was to look at their monthly active users, and the amount of Mythic Plus runs that are being done each week, those numbers do not look good.
So you could say a lot of things about the Mythic Plus runs each week, and you could say, well, that is not indicative of the player base of World of Warcraft. But are you going to sit here and tell me that the Mythic Plus is done every single week isn't indicative of, or in any way, shape, or form, can be related to the vault? 7 days only allowed you to watch stuff you don't like, but for 1 week, it was only stuff you did like. Would you still be happy to pay for both months? If the answer is no, then you cannot fundamentally agree with the weekly vault. I like that. You guys can answer Apocalypse's question. That's actually a better question than what I come up with, because it's not related to your literal life, but it is the same thing. You would not pay for Netflix if every single time you logged in, there was a 50-50 chance of you getting either to watch whatever you wanted to watch, or you get to watch movies and shit in different languages that you've never seen and don't care about, right? But The fundamental fact is that Mythic Pluses, like Mythic Plus runs every single week, is falling through the fucking ground right now. For most of these expansions, if you look here, they were well above. So BFA Season 4 and Shadowlands Season 1 were well above Shadowlands Season 2, right? Right up until the end of their lifespan. Shadowlands Season 2, it started, right, higher than Shadowlands Season 1, but very quickly fucking dropped off and is going down every single day. Which tells you that if the Vault was actually meant to convince people to play the game, it's not doing it. It's not convincing people to play the game.
What we do know is that it motivates players to do content that they may not enjoy with rewards that they may not get. And that is a psychological red flag. The Great Vault actually introduces more problems than it fixes. Thankfully, though, we have a solution.
Remove it.
Gearing has always been the universal progress in WoW, and Amabiel's book, it lays out how to make progress feel good. The book's full title is The Progress Principle, Using Small Wins to Ignite Joy, Engagement, and Creativity at Work. Small wins. That means consistently making little bits of progress. And the way to do that is rather obvious. Deterministic rewards on a slow but steady track of progress. Imagine a world where, instead of the Great Vault, you just have Valor points. Maybe with a seasonal cap, probably with a seasonal cap. Maybe a cap that grows based on your Mythic Plus score breakpoints, just to keep that feeling of really climbing the ladder. Perhaps you can trade in Valor for almost any dungeon item that you want.
Why wouldn't? So, quick question for those of you that do Mythic Plus. Why wouldn't the Mythic Plus system work exactly like the PvP system? I mean, it technically is exactly the same thing, right? You're climbing scores, you're climbing shit, you're trying to get higher on the ladder. Why wouldn't it be exactly the same? As far as gearing goes, why wouldn't you unlock greater pieces of gear at higher levels of Mythic Plus? And then all of the Mythic Plus pieces that you want, you buy from a vendor with currency that you get from the Mythic Plus that you do it. Because that would also mean that you actually get to see yourself climbing the ladder. You get to feel more important and stronger because you can actually do Mythic Plus at plus 20 or plus 25 or plus 400 if you fucking choose to go that high, right? Because, you know, you can actually prove that you are good and you have the gear to show for it.
Probably around one item per week, instead of having to just wait for them to drop. That would regularly give you one of the key positives that the book lays out for success: regular, meaningful progress. Blizzard could, if they wanted to, exclude trinkets, perhaps weapons, just to give the actual loot grind, the more textureful pace that I think they would want. Then you could spend less of the currency to upgrade your drops to that higher item level, like we have now, but a bit more tightly designed. Maybe let Valor points be refunded later on, because ultimately it is on a seasonal cap. All in all, this would give you an immediate reward for finishing the week's 10 dungeons, providing you reasons to continue farming dungeons if you want for more chances of loot that you can then upgrade and such, and would of course remove all the cases of terrible luck leaving you with nothing for that exact same amount of work. It is basically the same thing right now, but with more generous Valor, a Valor vendor, and no vault. And if this makes you feel funny, I would say, have your thoughts been corrupted by the crazy, insane loot systems Blizzard have developed over the last few years? Because in terms of what this means for you as a player, it means you actually get the same amount of loot, if not more. It means you can more design the way that your character progresses. It means that there is a more clear output to your input. It means that the actual pace of gearing can be tightly designed. It could be designed to provide gear at a similar rate to raiding, or maybe with content-specific bonuses so neither steps on each other's toes. And the worst players could feel is maybe having to farm out a trinket. Otherwise, it would be a slow and steady race to best-in-slot gear. And if you are saying, but why will players continue once they're done with the week, or when they get BIS?
Because it's fun.
The answer is, they can if they want to play the game. Just have some rewards for extra Valor points. You could also throw in Justice points as a more...
That's always such a fucking bonkers argument to me. But what then is going to convince people to keep playing? What the fuck are you... Why do you have to convince people to play a video game? Like, if it's a video game and it's fun, I'll convince myself. Like, I don't need you to convince me to play the game. I'll play it myself. I don't need anyone to convince me to breathe. I find that it really helps with this life thing. You know? I don't have to convince myself to eat. I find it's quite fun. You don't have to convince me to play a video game if I really fucking enjoy the video game. I'll play the video game. No amount of convincing needed. Just let me do it. It's always such a bonkers argument when people go, yeah, but Blizzard can't remove that because they no one is going to do anything in the game. Well, doesn't that then tell you that the game is shit? Isn't that then proof that the game isn't as good as you think it is? Because if you need these manipulation tactics to actually keep people playing, it doesn't that then prove that the game in and of itself is fundamentally unfun? Because I don't think it is actually the gotcha moment that so many people think it is.
liberal currency that the game throws around and have other things on the vendor. Blizzard could design something quite interesting there if they really wanted to. And if those players don't want to come back, well, hey,
Georgia,
they
yeah.
achieved BIS, they played around with BIS. That's it. Let them wander away. Don't force them to continue playing the game.
They will be
Don't try
back.
to use-
Just FYI, back in the day, World of Warcraft used to go through this all the time. New patch comes out, millions of people playing it. Couple of months down the line, people sort of taper off and they stop playing. New patch comes out, everyone comes back. Because they got the base gear that they wanted, they sort of moved on. Blizzard then made all of these changes to get the game more engagement metrics and shit like that. And none of that has changed. Like, none of that has changed. The new patch comes out, bam! A lot of people playing. Couple of months down the line, everyone have stopped playing. So all of your horrible systems have not changed the thing that you wanted to fucking change. You were really hoping that you were going to make people play forever, and people are not playing forever. The diehards are still playing, but everyone else is still leaving when they've basically seen what they wanted to see. The only difference now is I think people start leaving quicker because no one wants to wait around to get all the best in slot gear. So they end their playtime quicker as soon as they've seen at least most of it.
use coercive motivational design, coercive reward loop design, to try to get them to stay just that little bit longer. Because all that does is inspire resentment. And I think if you think about how a lot of players seem to feel about World of Warcraft right now, I think resentment is a very strong word, and I think a very accurate word. Also add Master Loot back. Blizzard, you said cross-faction was against a lot of players' wishes and experiences, but it's okay because it's opt-in via the pre-made group finder. It's not default anywhere else, and it can be entirely avoided. So, Blizzard, do that with Master Looter. You now have absolutely no excuse not to. Limit it to guild majority groups, and make it a checkbox in the group finder. That way, almost all of your raid loot problems disappear virtually overnight, and you will be celebrated. Turn loot up a tiny little bit, maybe reward some badges from raids, just like we did in Wrath, so we can all have that same, small deterministic progress every week, and actually feel good playing your game. And just to wrap up advice from the book that perhaps WoW people should read, the other two positive forces from the book are catalysts, events that directly help, and nourishers, which are the opposite of toxins. Basically, positive influences. In the workplace, this is usually access to resources and inspiring, helpful managers and team members. Replicating that in World of Warcraft is an entirely different topic and a very interesting one. But if anyone at Blizzard is watching, I mean, number one, I suggest you figure out how to get some of that in your own company. And then number two, think about the social design of the game and how it can have more of those things. But actually, while we're talking about employees, how did Blizzard let the Great Vault happen?
Yeah, fucking hell. Good question.
We need to look further into this book, but the answer lies in their priorities. The field of positive game psychology does seem to be small. There are designers paying attention to this field, but clearly few of them work at Blizzard Entertainment. What Activision and Blizzard do have, though? Well, that's data analysts. Analysts and researchers to parse their game and all of the Battle.net metrics. The amount of time you spend logged in, how many Mythic Plus runs you've done this week, and so on. That's genuinely really cool, but data does not communicate feel.
No.
Metrics don't tell you.
So it's sort of like the first company my brother ever started working for was a pure data. They called themselves data analysts, but they were more data collectors, right? So they would collect the data, put it into a nice visual aid for you so that you would have access to this data. It bored my brother to death. Because what he wanted to do was data analysis, which is actually, it falls under the data analysis umbrella, but it's more almost like, it's like taking the data and then analyzing it. So you're applying psychology and philosophy to the data that you see. And you're saying, based on said data, this and this and this is going to happen, this and this and this needs to happen. This data does not necessarily correlate with this based on the following metrics. So you sort of need more people than just data analysts or data crunchers in your company, because you need people who can interpret said data and figure out what exactly is the best way to approach higher data samples. So it's not as easy as just saying, well, we have all of this data, and all of this data suggests that this is what we need to do in order to get people more involved in shit. Insladan, thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that.
Why or when a long-time fan has logged out for the last time. You can think a feature is great because lots of people are doing it. But I know a lot of people did Korthia, and all that there is now from those people is resentment. You have to train your
I stopped doing
designers
Korthia
in
like
player
3 weeks
psychology
into it. I was
so
like, fuck
they can
this out.
understand what impact their systems will have in the short term and in the long term. And trust me, the long term is what's important. How we players feel is more important than what we do.
It fucking hurts me seeing footage like this, dude. Because the game is gorgeous. The playing is gorgeous. I see the classes and I'm like, fuck. I would so love to play this again. It is. I miss my Warlock. It was fun, you know? And then I think about all the things that I have to do right now in order to play the game again, and I'm just like, no, fuck that. I'd rather just sit here and stare at the wall than go through all of the trouble to actually play this game again.
You can easily design what we do with your reward loops. A lot of people could be going around Zereth Mortis killing lots of rares to get a rep faster. And you might see that and think, oh, those rares are great. They're really successful, just like our rares in Korthia. I think if you actually talk to players, though, you'll really find out that that's not a particularly fun system that people enjoy doing.
No.
Your data may not be telling you the truth. It's not really in the data's ability to tell you much. The data just is what it is.
I mean, if you took the data of taxes, you would think that people are having a blast doing their taxes. I guess if I were to ask every single person in this chat, how do you feel about your taxes? Everyone would say, fuck that. I hate doing my taxes. Everyone does it, so clearly it must be fun, right? Right? Because you all do it. Don't fucking lie. You do that shit. You do it. So it must be fun, right? Aiden Sladden, bastard. Thanks for the deal. What's up, dude? Really appreciate that. Welcome to the most degenerate chat on Twitch. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Just because everyone is doing it doesn't mean everyone wants to fucking do it, right?
I think a very different lens is required when interpreting that data. And I think when that lens is used, a lot of very fundamental things become extremely obvious. We look back at the game, we reflect, and I think we can understand why motivation has truly been damaged. Okay. If you want to watch another video, over on our MMO channel, there's a similar video covering other topics, all about the motivational psychology. It may be out by the time of this video, it may not be, but no matter what, subscribe to that channel, hit up that video. I think, as people who play MMOs, this is some of the most important stuff for us to understand. And with that, thank you for listening to this video, for watching this video. Please share it around, maybe your guild or whatever, because I think that the word on things like this is just super important to get out there, because we're fastly realizing that this is almost the #1 existential threat to the fundamental reason why so many of us play video games. And the hunt for short-term results could actually be burning through people who love RPGs. And that's just fucking sad. Okay. That's it for me. Have a wonderful day. I suppose if I was to say anything, game smart, be introspective, and I will see you next time.
Very cool video. Really cool video. Very thought-provoking. I think there's a number of people that would watch this video and would have to do a lot of introspection to understand what the video is saying. I think there's some people for whom that bias already exists and they absolutely agree with it, that should also do some introspection. But let's be real. People don't do introspection. People just believe what they feel is makes sense, right? That's just how it is. Good video nonetheless. Really enjoyed watching this. Thank you to whomever suggested it. Really enjoyed this. The proper people to pass it on to. So, after watching this video from Balila, I saw a lot of you talking about... So, first and foremost, let me just say, Vitality Zeta, if you're still watching, when did you do your... when did you buy the game and share through family sharing? I don't know if Vitality Zeta is still here, though. Anyways, I'll fucking try it tonight, so we'll see. I saw a lot of you in chat talking about the casuals. How many of you feel that Blizzard genuinely neglects the casual player base in World of Warcraft? How many of you feel that Blizzard caters far too much to the hardcore audience and the casual player gets left behind? Whether the game is casual or not isn't really the question. It's more about the focus of the game. Because I think there's two arguments that you can make about this. From one point of view, you could absolutely look at the game and you could say, well, actually, the game doesn't cater to the hardcore audience. In many ways, the hardcore audience oftentimes gets fucked more by Blizzard than the casual audience. And all you have to do is look at stuff like Conduit Energy. Conduit Energy impacted the casual audience exactly 0%. The casual raider, the casual collector, the casual PvPer literally had zero, if any, like zero or very little interaction with Conduit Energy in any way, shape, or form. Whereas the hardcore player, they got completely fucked in the bum by Conduit Energy. And Conduit Energy is just the easiest example I can come up with. But almost every single expansion since WoD has had systems and ideals within the game that fundamentally destroy the fun of the hardcore player. The hardcore player has to consistently figure out ways around the game. But then you could also look at it from the viewpoint of the casual player and say, the only things that truly exist in World of Warcraft for a casual player to enjoy, and when I say casual player, let's maybe define what I mean when I say casual player. I mean the player that might do the raid once or twice to see what the raid is about, and then after that they sort of go back to either farming transmog, or farming mounts or pets, or doing the reputations. So basically people who don't really partake in the more hardcore elements that World of Warcraft is designed around. And you could absolutely say that those people have completely and utterly been forgotten by Blizzard Entertainment. For those players, the game exists. They play the game purely on the scraps of the hardcore audience. So the only time that they will have access to most of the new things in the game is when it is no longer new. So they usually have to wait 2 or 3 expansions before they will be able to access the content that was done by the hardcore players. And since almost all content that is built within World of Warcraft is catered towards the Mythic Plus players, the Mythic Raiders, and the hardcore PvPers, that casual audience really have nothing. If you think about what almost every single expansion brings and patch brings for the casual audience, usually the vast majority of casual content is found at the release of a new expansion. This will be the original world that is created, including all of the quests that's added to the game that they can play through with their alts if they need to do so. This will be the reputations that they can gather from these to unlock different mounts and pets and tabards and shit if they so choose. This will be from the sort of normal dungeons, sometimes heroic dungeons, not so much once you get into the Mythic Plus dungeons side of thing, because that's where you would start to go into more semi-hardcore content rather than like casual content. So for most casual players, and the definition that we're using here are people that do not partake in the hardcore or the max level content as it is suggested in any way, shape, or form. So, and if they do partake, it is very limited. Maybe 1 Mythic Plus a week, nothing more. Those players also have a fundamental, truthful gripe with World of Warcraft, because there is nothing made specifically for them. Nothing introduced into World of Warcraft is made specifically for that player. There was the opportunity for stuff to be made exclusively for the casual audience in BFA and in Shadowlands. In BFA, the Island Expeditions could have been an incredibly fun casual piece of content. Sadly, it was tied to Azerite armor and the acquisition of Azerite armor, and therefore it once again became a more hardcore element of the game. In Shadowlands, you look at something like Torghast, and again, if Torghast didn't have the link to Soul Ash, it probably would have been able to become an incredibly fun casual piece of content. A piece of content that casuals could absolutely spend hours in, unlocking different transmogs, exploring a world that isn't the game world directly, and they could have had their own level of fun without having to worry about the game being designed around hardcore players also finding some kind of challenge in the content that they themselves wish to do. And I think both sides of this debate have the right of it. I don't think any... I think both... I think all sides love to look at the other side and blame the other side for a lot of the problems in the game. But I think both sides are correct. you technically have two buildings on fire, right? Filled with people. The people in the one building is screaming at the people of the other building, telling them their building is on fire and they're making it too hot and it's uncomfortable for them. The people in the other building on fire are screaming at the other people saying your building is on fire and it's making it too hot in this building. Neither realizing that their own building is on fire, right? And it's their own fault, or they're part of the problem. So I do think there is that argument. But objectively speaking, looking at World of Warcraft, name a piece of content that's been designed exclusively for the casual audience. Anyone in chat can take this. Name a piece of content in World of Warcraft that is exclusive to the casual audience. This means it has nothing, and I mean absolutely nothing, that ties into player power for higher level content. It is something that exists purely for itself. Everyone saying pet battles, you are correct. When is the last time that pet battles actually got a decent upgrade? Adding more pets, I mean, I don't necessarily, that's just adding more rewards. I'm specifically asking about content for those pets, right? So now that you have all of these pets, where are the pet raids and the pet dungeons and the pet, the new upgraded pet battles? Where are the ability to go into pet battles with a group of your friends and maybe 2v2 other people with a mixture of your friends? I'm just throwing shit out here. I'm not a pet battle person, so I don't give a fuck, right? But that would be an example of a piece of content that is purely designed for the casual audience. Now, here comes the big question. Do all casual people engage in pet battles? No, obviously. Would we say that a greater portion of the player base does pet battles, or a smaller portion of the player base do pet battles? So if let's put it this way. Would you say that the amount of people in World of Warcraft that engage in pet battles is more or less than 50% of the player base? So if it's more than 50%, it can go up to 90% or 99%. If it's less than 50%, it could down to 1%. But would you say it is more or less than 50%? I think everyone here would agree less than 50%, most likely. All right, so we can agree that even if Blizzard introduced new pet battle stuff, that would still not really cater to the casual audience. So we have a problem, right? Creating content for the casual audience is an incredibly difficult thing. Why? Because casuals tend to have a variety of interests that do not fundamentally align with every other casual player. It's not the same as raiders or dungeoneers, who their interest is in challenging themselves against puzzles. A boss is a puzzle, nothing more, nothing less. And for a raider, the idea behind raiding is to challenge themselves against a boss, or a puzzle of some kind, and then defeating it. For casual players, the answer isn't so cut and dry. If you want to entertain the casual player base, you have to cast a much wider net. One system in an expansion isn't enough to count or to cover the entire casual player base. Instead, what you want to work for is an abundance of systems, so 10 plus systems that cater to the 99% of player base. Of casual players. And hopefully, in the 9 systems or 10 systems that you have, every part of the casual player base finds a system that they find enjoyable and that they can partake in and that they can enjoy. So I'll ask another thing. Imagine if Blizzard brought back the farm from MoP. They updated it and they brought it forward. So it becomes a new system in World of Warcraft. Would you say that the amount of people that would partake in the farm would be more, greater, or less than 50%? And I mean, partake in the farm as in this is something that they really enjoy and they fucking farm all the time. The best guess is that it would probably be less than 50, right? That would be best guess. We can only guess on this, but the best guess that you could have is that it would probably be less than 50% that would actually engage in the farm. Same can be said for housing. Housing might be higher than most of these others, but I can almost guarantee you in a game like World of Warcraft, you're most likely not going to entice 90% of the player base to have a house. That's just not possible. It just doesn't happen. So the answer is you add all of those things. You add the farm, you add paid battles, you add housing, you add even more systems, maybe racing, like Murloc racing or whatever the fuck, or you could do gnome versus goblin racing. You add that, that's going to cover some of the casual player base, not all, but some. Maybe you add a couple of solo dungeons. Maybe you add an endless roguelike experience in Torghast or the Mage Tower. But the point that I'm making is that you make a game that is so filled with wonders that people could partake in that you eventually cover the whole player base. Like now the whole player base gets to partake in the game. And not everyone is doing everything because not everyone likes everything. But everyone has something that they like, and therefore they do it. And they have a reason to do it, because it's something that they like. They really enjoy doing it. World of Warcraft obviously doesn't operate this way. In World of Warcraft, the only things that's really added to the game are things that cater to the hardcore player base, or the semi-hardcore player base, or the casual raider, right? Where they have dungeons that they can Mythic Plus in, they have raids that they can do, and they have PvP that they can partake in. For everyone else, they're sort of left with the scraps. And I don't think that is a healthy choice or a healthy direction to take your game in. Because I think ultimately what you're going to end up doing with your game is you're going to chase away the casual player base, and guess what? There are a lot of hardcore raiders that might find something fun in the casual sphere. Maybe you have a hardcore raider that after a night of hardcore raiding, 6 hours, they don't log out. They head over to the racing, jump in their gnome car or their goblin car and go racing for a bit, upgrading the car a bit. Why? It's fun, something to do, keeps them busy, it helps them relax. Maybe they go to their farm, grow a couple of things. Games are meant to be played. In order to play a game, there has to be something to play. The problem that I see with the casual audience is that they oftentimes have to come up with their own fun. They have to create it themselves. And let's not even start talking about the RP people. They get fucked the most in World of Warcraft. So much so that most RP players don't even play Shadowlands. They play older expansions because Shadowlands isn't really fun for them. So yeah, it just feels like Blizzard's scope is so narrow. And in an MMO, your scope can't be that narrow. Because you are making a game for millions of players around the world. And not all of those players are going to enjoy the same shit. That's just a fact. So you want to make a game that everyone can enjoy. Does that answer the casual question that the people had in chat? They could add mount breeding. They could do that. If you have 2 mounts of different colors, you could breed and get a new color. Occultists in World of Warcraft have so many of these elements that is literally ready to be turned into some kind of content. Like so many small elements that could be turned like that into content that players can do and can partake in. Covered in stuff like Ember Court, Nightfey Garden, Abomination Building, and Path of Ascension is basically casual content. Yeah, but it's casual content with an extremely limited scope. Because again, it is only content for a certain group of the player base. So if you are someone that is interested in the Ember Court, you have the Ember Court. But what if you're not interested in the Ember Court? Well, go fuck yourself. Right? Because that's what you have. And there's no real other options for you besides that. Now, I'm not saying I'm actually in favor of the Ember Court, the Nightfey Garden, the Abomination Building, and the Path of Ascension never going away. Right? That should never go away. That should literally be updated every single expansion. It should be something that casual players can do. If you liked building your own abomination, well, guess what? In 10.0, there's like 100 new abominations that you can build. If you enjoyed building, like, if you enjoyed tending to your garden, well, guess what? There's now 500 million new plants that you can plant and gardening things that you can do in your garden, right? As you guys can tell, I'm an expert at the garden. The fact that those things don't exist and the fact that those things are not going to happen is the issue. We know that at the end of Shadowlands, all 4 of those things that you just announced is dead. Like, you could maybe go back and you could, like, do it again, but you're only going to be able to do it up until the point that Blizzard last updated it, and then that's it. Which in 2 expansions from now will be 2 expansions back. So at some point, that content is just null and void, which is really the problem. Blizzard doesn't even have to reinvent anything. They don't even have to invent anything. Every expansion in World of Warcraft that have systems that is already there that just needs to be updated. What's that place in Iceground called? Fuck, it was so much fun when it first launched. Right at the top of Iceground. The Argent Tournament. That's the one. The tournament. That was stupid fun when it first launched. Jesus, did I have fun dueling on my horse as an orc looking stupid on a horse. But I had crazy fun doing the Argent Tournament. Imagine if the Argent Tournament was updated every single expansion since Wrath. With new achievements, new things that you could do, new activities that you could do to be a knight of the Argent Dawn or the Argent Tournament, right? Imagine if every second or third patch, Darkmoon Faire got a new game. Like every few patches, there would be a new game in the Darkmoon Faire that you could go do as part of your Darkmoon Faire days, right? Straight question, Akalon. Are you part of the WoW's eCeleb Discord? Nagi mentions it in a tweet, and from the flexing by other creators, more or less is true. No. Ivan, no. I'm part of no official Blizzard things. Like, not at all. I was recruited as a preferred Blizzard content creator about 2 months before Shadowlands launched. And I lost my preferred content creator badge about 2 months after Shadowlands launched. So, you know. Do what you will with that information. But that was sort of, I had about like a 4-month stint as a preferred content creator for Blizzard before I lost that. When coming to the US, forget, I'd love to be in the US. I would love to be in the US. Akalon is part of the barbecue club. That I do. Yes, I am for a fact part of the barbecue club, but that's not an official Blizzard resource. Fake Manky, I can see that. So instead of downloading content, you're downloading artificial time extenders. Something that just want people to kiss ass. So I don't actually know why I was removed from the Blizzard preferred content creation program. I think in part it may have been due to my very strong views of BFA as well as Shadowlands, in part. But it was round about the time that, so they closed down the African, what was it called again? It was called the African Arabic Activision Blizzard's localization something. It was like a fucking weird name. But that was the department for Activision Blizzard in the Arabic and African countries. Yeah? They closed that down. Everyone complained about it being closed down in France. No one said a fucking word about it being closed down in Africa. That was fun. Basically, everyone sort of forgot that Africa is a thing. But so they closed that department down and moved that to London. I then received an email from, just before this happened, I received an email from my contact giving me 5 Shadowlands beta keys to give away, as well as 3 Shadowlands, what was it called? The not the collector's edition, but the keys for like the top digital collection. So we did that giveaway. That was fun. And then they emailed me and they said, hey, we're passing you on to a new contact because we're losing our jobs. So you'll get a new contact in London. Your name is on the list. Don't worry. They'll contact you soon. They never contacted me again. I then emailed them and I was like, hey, have I been removed from the preferred content creation list? Is it still, are you still sending out emails? What's going on? And I was basically ghosted. Like, just, they never came back to me. They never told me, hey, we're removing you or whatever. They basically just ghosted me. So yeah, that was what happened there. So it wasn't about content creators. This, Ivan, I am not like Taliesin. No, I am not at all like Taliesin. I have called Ian Azicostas a cunt. I have called Josh a cunt. I have called Steve Denuser a cunt straight up in videos. I am not like them. And if Ian changed the game tomorrow and made it great, I would say, hey, sorry for calling you a cunt. You're a good guy, it seems. But I am not someone to mince words. You piss me off, I call you a cunt, we're good. Right? I think you're a cunt, you're doing cunt things, we're happy. If you do good things, I'll give you praise. But I don't fight for popularity with Blizzard. They can go fuck themselves. They'll be popular in my eyes when they make good games for their players. I'm not there. I'm not here to make Blizzard happy. I'm here to be honest so that my community knows where they stand with me. Zulo, thank you very much for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So that team wasn't really managing content creators specifically. It was part of their job, Occultus, but their main job was actually translating World of Warcraft and Activision Blizzard games into African and Arabic languages. Now, that hasn't changed. They just no longer have that department. So they basically, everyone that was willing to relocate to London had to move. I'm not crying about anything right now. About blaming that guy who left the company, and it was the main writer. Steve did write Shadowlands, and now other privileged celebs call it Denuser's baby. So I actually have some thoughts on that. So most of you will know my thoughts on Steve Denuser's writing. I don't think it comes as any surprise to people that I don't like the direction of Shadowlands, and I don't like what Steve Denuser has done with Shadowlands. But I've been thinking about this a lot, I've been thinking about this probably for the last 2 weeks. I've been trying to think, because I always like giving people the benefit of the doubt in order to understand their motivations. So I don't give people the benefit of the doubt often in order to redeem themselves. The Grey, thanks for the 1 sub, did really appreciate 12 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But I do like giving people the benefit of the doubt in order to understand the motivation of the person behind it. So I've been thinking quite a lot about Denuser's plight, about the state that Denuser finds himself in with the game right now. And if this video makes it to YouTube, if this portion makes it to YouTube, if you're watching this right now, hit the like button and write some stupid shit in the comment section. And I've been asking myself, okay, so you are Steve Denuser. You've started working on a game that has an incredible history, but I think it would be fair to say, I don't think I would be over-exaggerating, or exaggerating. Over-exaggerating is unnecessarily blowing up something that doesn't need blowing up in the first place. So I don't think I would be exaggerating if I said that World of Warcraft's lore is at the best. So if you want to be very, very kind to World of Warcraft lore, even before Steve Denuser, it is convoluted as shit. It's very difficult to follow for the most part. There's sort of threads everywhere, and I understand why those threads are there. It gives them freedom to basically do whatever the fuck they want. But World of Warcraft's lore has never been very straightforward, nicely tied in a bow. Yeah. Now you are tasked with writing a story within this universe. This universe that you had no hand in creating. It was basically handed down to you by your superior at the time. And maybe you have a different idea. Maybe you want to do something differently. Maybe you have an idea for writing the story more structurally sound. So you want the story to have a better beginning, middle, and end bit. But how do you do that? How do you write the story from the moment that you're given the story into that? So I started thinking, okay, you need to bring the current story to an end. There's no real other option. Because if you now try to make the game more beginning, middle, and end, it's gonna be so hard. So hard. Because you're basically gonna need an expansion for every single one of the threads that is open before you can actually do it. So you decide to bring it all to an end using a singular bad guy, right? A singular catalyst to which you can tie every single one of the knots, the loose ends, into World of Warcraft. And with the death of said catalyst, all of those knots are now, all of those loose ends are now neatly tied into a knot that you can sort of put away and say, right, we've done this. Now, if I were to say that this is what Steve Denuser did, then if I work from the perception and the perspective that Steve Denuser did exactly this, I would say he would have needed, for Zuvul to work, he would have needed at minimum 2 expansions. 1 expansion wouldn't have worked. He would have needed at minimum 2 expansions. The first expansion would have been the introduction of all of these people in Shadowlands. So, for example, you would have had, just off the top of my head, you have the Shadowlands or Zuvul's forces invading Azeroth. Now, you also have, through this invasion of Zuvul's forces on Azeroth, you have all of the covenants of the Shadowlands sending their forces to help us fight back Zuvul. Because they realize if Zuvul wins on Azeroth, he wins in the Shadowlands and it's over. Why do you do this? Because now the player learns about the Winter Queen, Sidon Athreus, the Primus, the Arbiter, the Archon, and Zuvul secondhand, right? So you don't see these characters, you hear about them, you learn about them. You sort of learn that the Primus is missing, and part of the excursion of the Necrolords into Azeroth is to look for clues as to where the Primus may be, because they don't know. They've scoured the whole of the Shadowlands, so maybe he's here. So you're sort of learning about this world, and they're telling you fantastic stories about their world, building that appetite for what this world could ultimately be. And then at the end of this expansion, Zuvul wins. So Zuvul's forces actually manages to beat out the mortal forces, and all that is left to us is to now take the fight to Zuvul himself. Now you get into the Shadowlands exactly as it was, but when you see Zuvul for the first time, it's not your first time hearing about him. You just dealt with him for 2 years. You dealt with these forces. You learned about who he is, the kind of person that he is, the kind of leader that he is, the kind of titan or eternal one that he was. So you've learned about all of these things. You now see these incredible worlds that you've only heard about for an entire expansion. You now see it play off in front of you. And then you bring all of this into a single nice catalyst of the jailer being the guy that pulled the strings for a long time, and it would be easier to digest because we just saw Zuvul invade Azeroth. So it's clear that Zuvul has knowledge of Azeroth. Zuvul knows about Azeroth. It's clear that he had plans on Azeroth. Part of the expansion could have been going back to ICC, learning that Arthas built ICC in such a way that it provides power to Zuvul. So you learn all these things that Zuvul clearly had a hand in throughout the entirety of the history of World of Warcraft. And now, in the Shadowlands expansion, you bring it all to a head. Yeah? Everything now nicely tied into a neat little bow. It's over. Yeah? Now Zuvul is dead. It's good game. And we head into the next expansion. Part of the reason I think this may be what Steve Danuser tried to do, and why I think he could never have done that, is Ian would probably not have signed up on it. I get the feeling when I look at World of Warcraft as a game that story isn't important at all to World of Warcraft, the developers of World of Warcraft. So when I look at how WoW is developed, it feels like the developers have an idea for something that they wish to do, right? And then the story guys simply flesh out the final bits and pieces. It's not as if it starts with a story that then turns into a game. It feels like it's oftentimes done the other way around, if that makes sense. Shinny, how you doing? The Grey, how you doing? Genio, take care of yourself, brother. Now, let's imagine that this is true. What evidence do I have for it? The Titans and the Eternal Ones, and the reveal that the Titans and the Eternal Ones aren't actually gods. This is something that pissed me off like a while ago. I got really angry about this because am I the only one that feels a little bit kicked in the guts when we found out that the Eternal Ones, and by design or definition, the Titans as well, are simply constructs? I agree with you, Alex. Was it just me that felt sort of kicked in the guts by that reveal? It killed a lot of the mystique, right? So plan multiple big bads of all tier evil guys existing. He could knock, the sky would have been the limit, right? It's kind of disrespectful. We've been told to respect and honor robots. It sort of destroys it all, right? And then I thought, like I said, I like to cut people like slack. I like to give people the benefit of the doubt. So I've been spending the last 2 weeks really thinking about, okay, so why would he do that? If not to write his new story. Inafaya, how you doing? Because this allows him to keep the Titans as a catalyst, because they're still powerful. Just because they're constructs doesn't mean they're no longer powerful. But now he has the freedom to say, well, really, the true gods are even higher than these Titans. Because Titanic lore is a mess. If you look at the Titans and all the information that we have on the Titans, it's still sort of very kind of wishy-washy. Like a lot of it isn't really fleshed out. And again, like I said, for Chris Metzen, this worked because it gave him freedom in applying the story in whichever way he wanted. But it wasn't necessarily it wasn't the most well constructed lore. It was sort of very thrown together in many ways, with a lot of inferences made, to what they are, where they come from. All of this was more inferred than ever really proven. Now, if you're Steve Denuser and you truly are you're trying to write a more balanced and beginning, middle, end kind of story, you don't necessarily want to work with elements such as the Titans as the main catalysts to drive the story. First and foremost, it's been done. Secondly, it's been done sometimes good, sometimes bad. And it would be easier if you sort of relegated these Titans to constructs of the gods. Because it opens up your freedom. It opens up your storytelling elements. Because now it doesn't matter that you go to the Shadowlands, because the Shadowlands isn't the realm of the gods. It's the realm of the constructs of the gods. It gives more freedom, but it also allows you to sort of move off of it, and write a different world that does make sense to you. It might just be that Steve Denuser is going to give me the biggest fuck you of all time in 10.0. I'm not saying it will happen, but it might just be. There is a very good chance that 10.0 launches fully the brainchild of Steve Denuser, and it blows me away. There is a chance of that. And I would be happy if that happens. I would be the first person to say, yep, I got debated. I was wrong. Steve Denuser clearly knows what he's doing. I have no problem being wrong. Do I think that is what's going to happen? No, I don't. But I do leave the possibility of it open. I leave the possibility open that it could happen. I'm still not convinced that he couldn't have done a better job with the story as is. I'm still not convinced that this was the best choice he had. But I could be wrong, and I would be happy to be wrong. If I'm proven wrong, then hey, so be it. Then I'm wrong. And we move from there. It's just sort of, I wanted to share this thought with you guys, because it's been something that I've been thinking about for about 2 weeks now, because I don't like the just negative all the time. I think there's a time and place for negativity. I think there's a time and place for calling people out, but I also think it's helpful if you try and keep an open mind to the possibilities of the other. So you have to be willing to accept that there could be another explanation for something until such time that it's proven right or wrong. So basically right now, Steve Denuser and his prowess as a writer is in... what's the word? Schrodinger's, however you pronounce that in fucking English, but Schrodinger's box, right? We wouldn't know until we open the box. We're gonna have to wait, because 10.0 is going to be the catalyst. 10.0 is going to be the thing that tells us whether we were right or wrong. Until then, we have, courts basically in recess till 10.0. Because that's when we'll know for a fact, okay, fuck this, WoW's dead. Or, wow, how wrong we were. And yes, that means we are huffing a little bit of copium right now. But I'm okay with a little bit of copium. At least for now. Until 10.0. Is that Twitch streaming service is offering the most money, but you won't know until you open the stream? coming to save the day. Yeah, true. I can't wait for Warcraft 4 on mobile. It's going to be great. Anyways, yeah, I wanted to share that with you guys because I thought it was an interesting concept to think about. At least, I think it was. Anyways, what the fuck is next? What do we have next? Reynaldo. So I think I have Reynaldo next. No, I don't. I'm lying. There's like a bunch of other videos that I missed. Oof. King Julian, do you really want me to react to Soul So Breezy? Hey, okay. I mean, I'm happy to react to anyone. I mean, we'll see, yeah. Let's see. This is either going to be interesting or it's going to trigger me. We'll place your bets. Is this going to trigger me or is this going to be all right, we'll see. All right.
Hey, it's all with another video on a Sunday. And today I want to talk about the current discourse around rep grinding in the
Misha-san,
World
how you
of
doing?
Warcraft.
Thanks for the
and
follow.
hopefully offer a solution that you're probably not going to like anyway. So this is going to be a bunch of bad takes. I'm just going to be throwing my thoughts into this most present conversation. If you don't mind, if you could like the video, subscribe for more content. And I don't have a great way to lead us up into this subject except to say that presently folks are very unhappy about the principles of reputation and its rewards in the World of Warcraft. Rep has almost always been a topic of discussion and debate. It was a big thing in 9.1 with reputation and research and the Korthia grind, but right now it's thanks mostly to the current discourse in the upcoming patch 9.2, which in its current PTR build, remember this is the PTR, it has a really atrocious.
I don't like that. I really don't like that. Remember, this is the PTR. That's not really like that. That is basically saying ignore every previous PTR that has ever fucking happened in the game ever. Because in every other PTR that we have ever had, people always go, dude, why are you so angry? It's just the PTR. Blizzard will fix it. And they don't fucking fix it. So to say that, remember, this is the PTR, that players have a right to be justifiably fucking pissed at the fact that this is how it works on the current PTR. Because in the past, current PTR means future fucking game. 100%. Every single time.
Reputation grind in the new zone, Zereth Mortis. I happened to dive into this most current build just yesterday, and well, I completed the campaign and I got a whopping 2,000 reputation for completing all 7 of the available chapters. According to Wowhead, a very extreme amount of grinding is needed throughout the zone between farming rares and completing dailies and world quests and
I believe they've just made it so that you basically have to farm your fucking ass off. You basically have to kill. There was talk about this on Twitter yesterday. But it was like it's basically now the only way really that you can get rep is by farming a crazy amount of the rares around Korthia. And the problem with that is it sort of destroys the whole idea. Like, it now turns rares into rep grind. a rare is no longer a challenge. It's no longer something that you sort of want to do. Maybe you don't. Maybe it's got some loot that you need. No, you need to do it in order to finish the rep grind, which is really not a good way of designing anything, in my opinion.
Hopefully finding treasures that offer reputation bonuses. It kind of sells this narrative that a daily circuit of the entire zone is required to obtain your customizable legendary power slot thing within 5 or so weeks of the patch launching. Now, it's one thing to have a long grind, but the feeling of that grind being forcefully separated into daily chunks has not sat well with people. I know some of you got your pitchforks out and you're swinging them already, but I want to kind of lay out a little bit more context, because when we step back, this particular example is a lot more complicated than just that. Like that 2,000 rep that I mentioned from completing the campaign, that's a small amount. That does really suck. Obtaining the legendary memory, it kind of feels like a hard grind when we think about it like that. But the final quests of that campaign, well, they did give me a shiny legendary belt. Like, ooh, look at that.
What's your point? What's your point? Are you deflecting, Soul? Feels deflector. Like, it feels like deflection to me. Yes, I am fucking you in the ass, but at least you have a TV screen in front of you to entertain yourself. Watch some comic books. You know, watch some anime while I fuck you in the bum. Have at it. You know, I'll even put you on the I'll even allow you to put it on the loudest volume while I fuck you in the bum. You get to watch some anime, right? Like, that's a very big deflection. The shiny belt that you got at the end really doesn't fucking matter. You're basically making the point that diligent farming is okay, which it isn't. It's not okay. No game should ever be approached diligently.
That just for doing the campaign, and I did almost literally nothing else outside of that. But then we get into the conversation about if you want to move legendaries. Oh, but you can scrap that legendary. Oh, but you still need to buy a new base piece. Oh, so why don't you start working towards that now if you know it already? Well, it's because it's the principle of the thing. Oh, okay, so you'd rather...
All right, he's doing, like, there's so many fallacies flying around here. So, first and foremost, Sol, if you just sit there listing off all of the arguments that people make and then try to make those arguments seem silly by the tone of your voice, that's not actually speaking to the arguments that people have. If you wanted to have a clear and nuanced debate on the topic, so you wanted to make a video where you're being clearly, concisely nuanced in approach of this topic, then you have to take their gripes seriously enough to actually try and solve them, or to steelman them so that you can actually knock it down. But what you're doing now is you're basically trying to ridicule those arguments in such a way that I don't even have to talk about these arguments because they're ridiculous, right? Who cares? That's not necessarily fair. The argument around people not liking rep grinds as a base fundamental thing in unlocking other things is that I have no control over how fast I unlock it, because the max speed that I can go is predetermined. So even if I did what you say, diligently farm, I can still only do it in a certain period of time based on what Blizzard have predetermined for me. So if I am someone that doesn't have a job and I play World of Warcraft all day, I will still be just as slow as the person that does their diligent farming every night. That doesn't feel good to everyone or anyone, really, for that matter.
Rather, like, do a month or whatever of grinding instead of just redoing the campaign again on an alt, because it only takes like 3 hours or so. I don't mean for it to go that far, but I'm going to kind of peel away from that part of the discussion. I'm going to offer a more realistic solution in this most present conversation, like, you know, kind of an early takeaway in case you want to bounce. Instead of reputation being spread across rares and treasures and world quests and dailies, how about you just put most of it on the weekly quest? Like, have all that rep that would have been there, put it on the weekly. Okay.
How about we just take that rep and shove it up your ass? Because that seems like just as good a fucking solution to me. The argument is almost never around rape being bad or that the acquisition of rape is bad. Rape is almost always going to be a grind. The problem, Soul, is that rape is tied to power. Like, this is why I say you can't say, well, I'm going to step away from those debates. If you don't fucking want to have the debate, then don't make the video. Because the literal topic of the debate lies within those arguments. So to say, well, I'm going to step away from those and I'm just going to say, let's put all of it on the weekly quest. Well, that still leaves me with a fucking problem, right? I still have to wait until I finished all of the content before I actually get to unlock the thing that I want to finish the content on. Which, once again, goes back to our initial problem. Gear becomes a reward rather than gear being a tool by which we complete rewards, by which we gain access to new rewards. That is the issue, Soul. So you're basically saying, I'm not going to speak to your arguments because those are a bunch of bullshit. Here is my solution to this. But your solution still doesn't solve the core problem. Because I don't think you've done any due diligence in trying to figure out what the real problem for players are. Because their real problem would mean that you would have to criticize World of Warcraft, and God Almighty, God forbid, if you have to criticize World of Warcraft.
Yeah, it's actually bi-weekly in 9.2. I sort of predict that that's the original plan, that this bi-weekly quest happens to be bugged right now, and it's meant to give like a boatload of reputation. Like, that's why
The Grey, of course he's done that. Of course he's done that. He started off with all of those arguments, and I don't want to get into those arguments right there. Instead, I want to focus on the solution. Then his solution goes literally against the arguments. Because his solution still doesn't solve any of the argument's problems. This would be the equivalent. Let me think of this. I come to you and I say, I'm really thirsty. I would love to have some water. And you go, well, I don't want to listen to that. Here's a loaf of bread. And say, well, okay. I mean, that doesn't really solve the core issue here. Sure, I have a loaf of bread now, but I can't fucking drink this. I would still like a glass of water. Yeah, I don't want to listen to that. Here's an egg, right? Yeah, okay, great. Now I have bread and an egg. This would make a lovely breakfast if only I had a fucking glass of water like I wanted literally at the beginning. That's literally what I wanted. I just wanted a glass of water. But because you don't want to listen to what my original gripe is, you keep coming up with solutions that doesn't actually solve the problem in the first place. Because those are just arguments and that's sort of petty and it doesn't matter. But all of those arguments equate to a single simple thing. I don't want to rape grind in order to unlock my legendary. That's what it boils down to. All of the arguments against the rape currently in Shadowlands Zereth Mortis boils down to, I do not want to grind rape for weeks on end to get my legendary. So the problem is in the acquisition of the legendary, not in the grinding of the rape. Because once you remove the legendary from the rape, no one cares. Because then the rape becomes something optional. It becomes something that you can engage in if you like rape, which is the whole point. Rape should be something that it is there for people who like filling out those bars. It should not be mandatory for people to fill out those bars. So the solution is a solution to a problem that no one has.
the other rewards from other sources were nerfed. One adjustment on that bi-weekly quest to give a lot of reputation, and that would put many concerns to rest, because our attention would then turn towards this big, beefy weekly quest. The small amounts of reputation that we get from other sources, they can give players a small advantage, but it's not meant to be the primary source of reputation that we think it is now. And yet, that doesn't really mitigate the discourse, does it? Players will still tell themselves, or the YouTuber will still pressure them, or the invisible principal will still compel them to log in every day for those little scraps of rep, and that feels bad. So we kind of come back to this talking about reputation. and why we got here and why we shouldn't have, because we had something pretty good, maybe even great, just earlier in Shadowlands, and that's renown. Stop that.
If you voted that I would get triggered, you are correct. I'm gonna give him some rope and see how he hangs himself with this one.
Some of you must think I'm a pretty crazy person for even suggesting that. Well, stick around for a few more minutes while this crazy person does his crazy talk. Renown is definitely not perfect, but it's one of the most thoughtful evolutions of endgame character progression that we've seen in the World of Warcraft. It's the dark horse.
I'm gonna take rep and I'm gonna turn it into rep, but I'm gonna call it renown, and then it's gonna be the most thoughtful system that we have ever had in an end game. Okay.
Of Shadowlands, in my opinion, and it's going to be the jumping off point for where reputation can go in WoW's future. You might think it shouldn't because it's time gating, and I'm not going to dismiss your feelings of dissatisfaction because, well, waiting kind of sucks.
It's not that waiting sucks, it's that arbitrarily waiting for content that you should not be waiting for sucks. So, oh my god, okay, please, dude, if you're gonna have arguments, if you're gonna try and have nuanced arguments about stuff, please fucking get your definitions correct. Get the gripes that people have correct. It's not that time gating sucks. It's that when time gating makes no logical sense other than artificially prolonging content that doesn't need any prolongation, nor does the prolongation of said content make any sense, that time gating starts sucking. If what you asked from me was to wait a week while we get the forces ready to actually assault the castle, and then I had a bunch of quests where I had to get the forces ready, that would feel a hell of a lot better than just going, oh, thanks for doing this part of the story. Your 20 minutes are now done. Wait for next week so you can unlock 3 new levels. Why 3? Who knows? No one cares. It could have been 1, but no, it was 3. 3 new levels every single week, and on the 3rd week, that is when I would get my story. Or not the 3rd week, on the 3rd level, that is when I would get the story. The next 20 minutes of my fucking story would unlock. Most of the time, it felt not just a little arbitrary, it felt incredibly arbitrary. There was 0 progression in the meantime. Like, I didn't see any visual progression, any audio progression, any power progression as a result of me waiting another week in order to unlock any of these new stories that I would have gotten. The problem isn't time gating in and of itself. A lot of things take time, and you can absolutely emulate that within a game. The problem is that when it feels so fucking obviously arbitrary, and it makes no sense to the vast majority of people that look at it. I'll give you a great example in-game of time gating done right. The story of Zereth Mortis cannot continue until you've killed Zuvul. No one argues that. No one would argue against that. Because, of course, there is going to be a story that takes place after the death of Zuvul. If you told the singular story of Zereth Mortis in a single day without any player defeating Zuvul yet, that story would make very little sense. Because I would basically go from quest 9 to quest 10, and in between that, the language have changed entirely. Suddenly he is dead, but when did I kill him? I don't remember taking him down. That is actually an example of a story done well. That is a good break to have. It's a nice stopping point. The problem is with most World of Warcraft stories, it isn't like that. So time gating in and of itself, Soul, isn't the problem. The problem is in how it is applied. And also, your renown thing sucks.
But what's worse, Having to log in each day? Having to log in each week or season? Like I said, Renown.
What's worse, having to log in each day, having to log in each week, having to log in each season? How about having to log in when I feel like fucking logging in? That seems like a good fucking compromise to me. How's about when I feel like playing World of Warcraft, I log in and I play World of Warcraft. And there is no need for me to log in when I don't feel like logging in. Just the thought. I have over 100 games on Steam, and every single one of them works that way. If I don't feel like logging into Oxygen Not Included, I don't have to. There's nothing lost.
Renown is not perfect, but man, it is, again, my opinion, it's a good compromise between the many player behaviors in this game, as well as the developers who want to deliver a more or less cohesive experience.
Okay, so that to him is a good compromise. This is why I said, if you don't understand the original arguments, how about you just don't make the video? Can you have renown in World of Warcraft? The answer is absolutely yes. Absolutely yes. You can have renown in World of Warcraft. When does renown become a problem? When I need renown in order to play World of Warcraft. That's the problem. So really the true fix here, Sol, I could have made your entire video in about 2 minutes. You remove all notions of player power from reputation. You remove all player power from renown. And bam, fixed. Those people that love filling up bars and love gaining levels in renown and want to unlock some cosmetics, they have it. It's right there. They can go do it. Those people who do not, don't have to. There's nothing forcing them to do it. And I actually agree with Sol that I think renown as a system works better than the reputation bar. It would be much better if you had renown for every single faction that you have to do quests for. And with every single level of renown, you gain a new transmog, or maybe a little bit extra haste whenever you're in their zone, or a little bit extra this, or a little bit extra that, right? So every renown level for that faction gives you a slight bump, so to speak. Renown as a champion system, I think, would also fucking work really well, yeah? So you not only level up every single zone that you're in with sort of quality of life things and transmogs and visual aids, but also your character unlocks and levels up as you go. Again, not with power things, but with actual visual things. 100% perfect idea. Myself and Sol is currently literally just disagreeing on the reward at the end of the road. I don't think the reward belongs at the end of the road.
Renown sort of feels like, or sort of felt like leveling. You get stuff on a fairly consistent basis, from like cosmetics to features. You got a stamina buff. You got reminders that a new campaign chapter was available. Ooh, riveting. It's got a built-in catch-up if you're a new player, or if you're an alt, you're never that far behind. And throughout Shadowlands, renown as a feature was iterated on and improved because, again, it wasn't perfect. They were trying to improve it. And the catch-ups got better, from getting more renown per activity to guaranteed renown to account.
Why was the catch-up needed in the first place? Because it was player power. you like, Blizzard understands this as a fundamental concept when it comes to alts, but they can't understand this as a fundamental concept when it comes to mains. You cannot have an alt grind weeks on end in order to get their player power unlocked. But why is that then okay for mains? Why must a main grind for weeks on end to get all of their player power unlocked if it's not okay for alts? Because fundamentally, the idea remains the same. It is not fun to know that there is power that you cannot access for some arbitrary reason.
Wide tradable boosts. And that sounds kind of familiar, doesn't it? Because a lot of folks over the years have been clamoring for account-wide reputation, or at the very least a way for your main to unlock like a tabard or a boost or something to unlock faster rep gain on alts. that's referred to like numerous times in discussions. And yet, many haven't quite realized that we just went through something remarkably similar to that with Renown. It's not exactly what some want, but it's a decent compromise, isn't it?
No.
And Renown
calling something a compromise when it's exactly the same thing isn't a fucking compromise. Like, what are you compromising on? So let me explain what a compromise is, and then you need to tell me what it is that you're compromising on. A compromise is when both parties leave quite unhappy with the result that they got. It sounds to me like I leave quite unhappy with the result I got, and you leave quite happy with the result that you got. So in other words, we didn't compromise. We basically just decided to do more of the thing that I don't fucking like. So I don't like, you either willfully misunderstand or misquote what a compromise is, or you don't understand what a compromise is. But what you're explaining is not a compromise. It is basically saying, hey, let's trick you into something else. Let's trick you into something that will feel exactly the same, but it won't be the same because we called it something else. No. I'm not fucking you without a condom. I'm fucking you raw. Oh, what does that mean? Well, it means that I'm fucking you without a condom, but we won't call it that because, you know, there could be pregnancies and stuff, but raw fucking would obviously not lead to that. So don't worry about it. We're just going to call it something else.
comes from a variable number of sources, depending on how you play. If you're at the front line during 9.1, you ran Korthia. You can wait a whole week to work on it. You could do it in one day, or one sitting, or one song. First you get the anima quest, then you go to Korthia, get the questies, do a lap, and get the rares and squirrels and stuff. Up you go into the maw and help your Covenant friends, kill the world boss, head back south, and then your journey ends. Yay. Yeah, remember that little horror show? I ran that jingle for like weeks, but that's how simple the routine was. And what
Fucking God, why is this even... Why are we talking about this? I am so triggered right now.
if you did miss a week? Oh no, you're behind. But hell behind. You had tons of sources, like extra objectives from Threads of Fate. You had dungeons and raids and PvP.
So basically, when you fall behind, you just have more diligent farming that you have to fucking do. How behind are you really? You can just do double the work and catch back up. Yeah, that's what being behind fucking means. Being behind means that I now have to do twice as much in order to catch up. That doesn't solve the problem that I am behind, right? I'm still behind. I still couldn't log in for a week because I had to hang out with my family. And somehow now I'm fucked. I have to do extra things in order to actually catch up.
And Torghast and multiple quest campaigns that you've been neglecting. I have guildmates who did nothing but raid log throughout this season, but they got to this renown cap, and it's a nice little surprise. If a higher renown cap was announced for 9.2, people would have been groaning, absolutely. But we'd also know exactly what we're getting into. We've already had 80 renown, what's like 20 more? And I bet you the legendary recipe and the belt, it could and would have been gifted with renown. Unlocking the different pillars for the Cypher Research Console, remember when we were complaining about that a few weeks ago? Anyway, what if the research was a bit gated by renown? Well, that'd probably be bad, so let's not get too gung-ho on this, okay? My opinion, but I challenge you to think about this. And I know for some of you it's not easy, because not everyone participates in the PTR, that's okay. But if some of this Zereth Mortis stuff was behind renown instead of reputation, would players be having such an intense conversation as they are now?
I challenge all of you to think about this. Would you have the same reaction than you would have if it was reputation? Like, you have to think about this. I know it's hard for some of you to think about this because some of you actually understand the gripe. But imagine if you didn't understand the gripe and you were basically saying, "Hey, it's just a different time lock. We're calling it renown, so you can't complain about it being reputation." You're correct. So we wouldn't have had the same gripes. We would have griped about renown, not about fucking reputation. Story gating is fine. I can completely agree that certain things have to be behind story gating. Because, yes, I'm getting more powerful. As a result of this, eventually through the story, one of the Eternal Ones grant me the ability to actually wear double legendary. Cool. So I have to finish the story. It's nice. You're respecting your story. Because World of Warcraft does have a fucking story, despite Steve Denuza's best efforts. World of Warcraft does have a story, and that story should be played by at least everyone because that's a game with a story. Yeah? No problem. But as soon as it's tied to something that requires diligent farming, maybe let's hold the fucking phone there.
Knowing how renown would have been obtained, 9.2, this is kind of a hypothetical, but 9.2 almost would have mirrored 9.1. You'd have 2 weekly quests to, I don't know, get 1,000 anima and to complete the weekly quest in Zereth Mortis. I mean, maybe that's the vision, maybe that could have been the vision because there's like a bi-weekly quest and it could have been 2 renown. But anyway, here's the gist. You would just pick up that weekly quest and then do the new world boss. You do a round of dailies, world quests, and rares and treasures, and then your journey ends.
Say it.
Yay.
Diligent farming.
2 renown
Say
a week
it.
for the folks up front, and you're good for the rest of the week. Get to max renown on your main, you unlock some other account-wide boost for your alt. This sounds very familiar.
This guy acts as if a game feeling like a job should be fine. The Grey, I can 100% agree with you there. If renown was just locked to the story, so say for example, yes, your legendary unlocked, say at renown 10, but you get renown 10, say at chapter 4. Okay, cool. It's part of the story. You found a way to, interestingly enough, tie a system to a story. It wasn't necessary. It's an extra step, but hey, I'm not going to argue with you. But it's not just tied to the story. That's what reputation is all about. The story, finishing the story, gives you only 2,000 rep. You now still have thousands of rep to go that won't be unlocked by the story. It will 100% be unlocked by your diligent farming.
It's also not exactly what people are asking for, but it's hard to deny that compared to what we're seeing right now in this build, it's preferable. Back to the conversation though, these days reputation.
Well, okay, that's actually a true statement. It is preferable, but it's by no means perfect. And when I say it's preferable, I mean it's like 1% preferable, 99% fucked still. The reputation thing is 100% fucked. The renown thing basically puts it up 1% to only 1% not fucked and 99% fucked. But it's still not what we want. It still doesn't solve the core issue of what players have.
As it is, it's just outdated. It's boring. It doesn't even have quest milestones like in Mists of Pandaria, and I totally miss those. However, reputation does serve a purpose, just like levels and daily or weekly lockouts and more. And it's because in their design, the WoW team clearly wants to take like the first month or 2 of a patch or a season to give players as even of a playing field as possible.
This is conjecture, because you don't know, like, you're basically coming up with, and that's not why they're doing it. They want players to have an even playing field. How the fuck would it not be an even playing field if it was tied to the story? I'll wait. Anyone can answer this. If it was tied to the story, would that not be a more even playing field? Yes or no? Because everyone would do the story, and the story would be fun to do because it's the fucking story. That would be more of an even playing field. Yeah? If it was tied to the raid, that would be quite an even playing field as well. So say, for example, you had to finish at least normal in order to unlock it. Pretty even playing field. Almost everyone can unlock normal. Shouldn't be too hard. So clearly it's not about being an even playing field. That is you building up an argument saying this is why it is. You're making so many logical jumps, Soul. Like, there's so many fucking logical jumps that you're making there. You're basically saying, yeah, this is what they want clearly, when I can give you a million different reasons for why that's not what they want. I can tell you now, the reason why Blizzard is doing this is to increase engagement. It's also funny to me how it always seems to work out that you just need one extra week than what your subscription would require. That's fucking hilarious to me. It's never you can do this in 4 weeks. No, you can do this in 5 weeks, maybe 6 weeks, maybe even 7 weeks, but not 8 weeks. 9 weeks, 11 weeks. How can you make the assertion that Blizzard wants to have everyone on an even playing field when the very system itself isn't on an even playing field? Because those people who have more time to play will get access to their legendary faster than those who have less. So in other words, what you're saying is Blizzard wants everyone to start at 0, but then those people who have the time to run will still finish first. No, I don't have a problem with that. Those people who have time to run should absolutely be rewarded for the fact that they have time to run. But that doesn't mean that the people who don't have time to run should be unfairly disadvantaged by falling behind and no way of catching up unless they're willing to grind profusely and actually get there. That's the problem. I don't know how to explain this any more clearly. And I know it's not going to help because the people that is fucking addicted and just need the bars to be filled up, they're going to listen to me and go, wow, this guy just wants to take away our bars. How are people going to play the game if there's no reason for them to play the game? Fuck him.
Caps and time gating for the frontliners, catch-ups and boosts for the folks in the back, with a very clear line that no one is going to have access to a certain thing, like a legendary, until they say so. In 9.2, that's going to be managed not by Renown, but by the campaign, which is almost the same thing. And it's why we just get a legendary item given to us at the end of the 7th chapter. Renown just happens to do it all, but can it replace reputation in the future? As it is, heck no, absolutely not. But with a few suggestions, I think we can make something better. Now here's the idea, and it's not retroactive, like new folk are gonna have to suffer like we did for some of that old reputation. And of course, this is just an incomplete idea. It's gonna be full of holes, you're not gonna...
So why would you defame this system if you literally just admitted new players will not have to suffer like we did? Is it just me, or is everyone that plays World of Warcraft a slight fucking masochist? Expand me, daddy. A little bit harder. Yeah, use the Spike Club. I want my ass bleeding, please. It's like, Jesus, why must it be suffering? Why can't we just have a single patch where no one suffers? Like no one needs to suffer for this.
gonna like certain things, but it doesn't mean no, it means how can we do it better? Anyway, let's have a new reputation feature that borrows some of the good stuff from Renown, which includes like having a big weekly quest that gives massive amounts of reputation and lots of different activities that can contribute to this weekly quest. So you're not just going to get rep from rares or dailies, you're also going to get like 5%, 10% credit towards the weekly. This really should sound familiar. And every new reputation is going to have a weekly quest that you work on with all sorts of different activities that contribute to the filling up of this bar. There's going to be probably a bit of overlap too, like maybe completing a certain dungeon or world quest will give credit towards more than one reputation. With respect to pacing though, there is going to be a cap to how much rep you can get per week, maybe per week. And that'll be mostly communicated by the weekly quest, which will by and far be the biggest sources of this reputation. Alts or new players who join in late can continue to farm these quests and world quests and maybe just killing mobs and rares or whatever until they're caught up to that certain level. The way that I look at it, each time we hit a milestone like reaching friendly or honored or revered and so on, maybe it'll unlock an account-wide milestone automatically, just boom. That gives a rep bonus to alts until they get close to that level. And on top of that, either at Exalted rep or later in a content patch plus having Exalted rep, then you unlock something. Now an item is made available that lets alts skip a few of these milestones, like skipping from neutral to honored or something like that, and can still enjoy the other rep boosts that have been unlocked. Now I'm sure that'd be a pain in the ass to implement, but that's the sort of...
It wouldn't be more of a pain in the ass than all of the other fucking systems that Blizzard have implemented. I have an idea for you, Sol. How about as soon as you've done this on your main, you have access to all of the cosmetics, because remember, we're not tying any player power to this. All of the cosmetics that this would grant, and if you are on your warrior, you can wear all of the plate stuff that you've unlocked already, because you have unlocked it already. And then if you're on your mage, you can wear all of the cloth stuff, because you have unlocked the cloth stuff already. How about we don't even make it, you skip neutral and you go to honored? Let's not do that. What do you say? How about we allow people to play alts for what they were meant to be played as? Let's not tie them to some needless, diligent farming ritual that no alt is ever made for. No one makes an alt because they want to do the rep again. I've never heard that in my life. I've never met a player like that in my life. No one has gone, Jesus, this rape grind was so fun, I should make an alt so that I can do it again.
Vision that I kind of see in WoW's future. I hope I didn't leave too many holes there. Players want to be able to hard farm reputation. I get it. Blizzard wants to carefully pace how quickly certain rewards are given out.
Why do they want to do that? So, why? Why does Blizzard want to carefully pace how certain rewards are given out? In your opinion, could it be that they really want you to sub a little bit longer? I'm just asking. Is there a possibility of that? Or do you think it is absolutely just to even the playing field between players? Because if that's Blizzard's idea, let's remove gear entirely. That would even the playing field, like Jesus. That would make the playing field so even you would be fucking slip. Everyone would be skating around all over the place. Even keel, brother. Even keel.
I get that too. Maybe the long-term solution is to make reputation 100% cosmetic, sort of like how they did with World of...
Round of applause. We finally reached the end game. We have finally gotten him after 13 minutes. He is finally where we all were from minute one. Let's make rewards cosmetic only. Good job, Sol.
Lords of Draenor. The only way that I can see a hard farm being a thing again, from neutral all the way to exalted, would be to severely limit what's given. Like, for example, look at the Avowed reputation in Revendreth, which gives some important recipes early on, but long term, it's not that big of a deal. Personally, I sort of buy into the idea of being renowned with a faction, and they grant me their greatest reward from their vendor, which I have to buy. Okay, but hopefully...
Why? Why? If you're someone that's into rape grinds, you're not going to use that reward ever. You don't need that reward for the open world. That reward is almost always going to be exclusively used by the raider who isn't necessarily into this rape shit. He wants to raid and do dungeons. He doesn't want to do this. In the past, it used to be okay because at some point you would get a tabard and then you could actually just spam dungeons to quickly cap it out so that you can buy the powerful stuff that you need in order to go raid. Nowadays, that's no longer possible because Blizzard thought, nah, fuck it. We'll remove that from the game. We won't give you the tabard that you can use to diligently grind dungeons to get it capped.
Hopefully you know what I mean. The discussion on reputation is ongoing, and I wanted to share my thoughts and what turned out to be, well, actually a lot of me talking, but I'd like to hear what you think. Specifically, how well renown worked for you. Is there something to be taken away, or should we go back to just hard farming for the good stuff? Because, well, we sort of had that now with legendary ranks too for professions, and, well, okay. Anyway, thanks for listening. Like and subscribe.
That was not right. That was not right. Anyways, let's see what people have to say here. Rip grinding isn't that bad, but what's really bad is having to do it over and over for alts. I want long rip grinds in the game. I want them to be solely cosmetic, transmog mounts, toys, etc., and not tied to player power in any way. They should be things you can show off for having done the long optional grind, when things like gear and the expansion-specific player power will disappear. Oh, and make all reputation gains account-wide. That is way overdue. Daniel, you get a like. So far, my favorite method for reputation gains came during Wrath. The way the Tabot system was implemented, I can immediately say I like that. Hot take. Renown was a very good system for mains. I just wish they'd sold the catch-up tokens earlier for 40 Renown boosts and maybe higher level. Getting Renown on alt just kind of sucks, to be honest. I really enjoy rip grinds personally. It gives me something to work on while I wait for friends to get on. The times they are most enjoyable, though, are when they are not required for outside of amounts of mounts or achievement points. Exactly. Fucking exactly. People there's a lot of people that love filling out bars because it might give them a really cool headpiece or a really cool shoulder that looks great and that they can transmog whichever way they want. But unilaterally, I don't think you'll find many people that feel that rip is amazing because it gives player power. I don't think that is ever going to be a thing for most people. I'd love to know what you guys think. What was your takeaway from this video? How many of you agreed with me and how many of you disagreed and thought that Sol had a really good point? Roster level is a pretty sweet system so far. Maybe I discover something about it I don't like, but so far it's badass. My alt level faster as my roster level goes up. I think we need to look at how roster levels works in Lost Ark and apply that to alt rip. Don't talk about Lost Ark, JC. I don't want to talk about that game. That pisses me off. Don't forget to pay out for the prediction echo. You got triggered. These people deserve their points. Can you guys not do the payout? You should be able to do the payout now. I don't even have it. It is added, but why is it not showing up? Choose an outcome. Choose an outcome. Yes, absolutely Karen level. Yep. Complete the prediction. Congratulations to everyone that won, that voted correctly. I did lose my mind in this one. So, easy points for all of you. Easy fucking points. Although I must say, what was very interesting was the amount of people who voted against. Wow, a lot of people voted against me being triggered. Really? It's daytime at the moment, but it should actually be nighttime. It's 6:30 at the minute. Yeah. So, I have another video that I want to react to that I just saw whilst we were here. I know there were people who wanted me to react to this, so we'll do this one next. It would also kill the game if we would only get exalted on one toon and then be able to buy anything from a faction on alts. True? Yeah, this is Josh Strife Hayes. You heard Josh. Of course you heard Josh. I love Josh's content. I'm a huge fan of Josh's content. All right, so I've had people ask me to react to this. We made a video on this. Obviously, we didn't put 20 minutes of work into the video, but we did speak about the metaverse. So let's see what Josh has to say. Quick question before we even get into this. How many of you like the metaverse and how many of you are very much against the metaverse? Meta is shit. Okay. By the way, if this does make it onto YouTube, hit the like button and write some stupid shit in the comment section. Cold money grab? True. It's probably gonna be exactly that, but hey. Isn't like Facebook just went down like I don't know how many billions of dollars? Like Facebook is losing money hand over fist with this meta thing. All right, well, let's see what the metaverse is for those of you that don't know, and then we can make a decision.
What is the metaverse? You've probably heard companies or corporations talking about building a metaverse or joining the metaverse, but what actually is it? What does the word mean? What are companies trying to sell us? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome.
Bullshit.
I'm Josh Strife Hayes. In this video, I'm going to break down the concept of the metaverse and explain it in super simple terms, which will be difficult because not even the people claiming to build this completely understand what they are trying to build, or how a lot of what they're claiming to do as a novel new thing has already been done. I'm going to explain why most metaverse claims are actually just giant corporate safety nets used to reduce the risk that companies take when making a new product and increasing how many customers they can share between demographics. The metaverse isn't for you.
So just to be clear here, Josh is fucking spot on. So the metaverse, technically speaking, we rarely discuss this in terms of what is the metaverse as it pertains to companies, because every company will have. So, for example, if you follow Microsoft, yeah, Madavods, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. If you follow like Microsoft, what is Microsoft's metaverse? It's not actually a metaverse. I would say the only true metaverse that we have currently in the world would be Second Life, would probably be the most pure metaverse. Not a metaverse per se, but as close to a metaverse as one could get would be Second Life. Microsoft's version of the metaverse is their Game Pass system on every single device out in the world. Almost every single game in the world belonging to their Game Pass system. And of course, most of that, if not all of it, is about data. It's to try and get all of your data into a single spot that they can then use to hike up the price of the data that companies buy from them. Because it is beneficial when you know what people are playing, what people are talking about, what people care about. It's one of the reasons why things like the Xbox Game Pass will put a lot of effort into their chat tools, into their communication tools, while there's probably going to be voice tools. I don't know if that's already in. It wasn't in when I last checked, but it would probably be coming to the game soon, because all of that is part of your data. It's part of things that they can collect. It's what you sign up for when you download the pass. You have to agree to their terms of service, and part of their terms of service and part of their agreements with you will absolutely be that your data belongs to Microsoft. They can sell it. They can make crap tons of money from it. That's what their metaverse is. Is that a true, pure metaverse? No. No, it's not. That's not what a metaverse is supposed to be. But it is what most companies think about when they think metaverse.
It's for them. Before we begin, a massive thank you to all the supporters on Patreon and Twitch who keep the channel alive. More
Alex,
on how you can
we should do this for our patrons as well. The fuckers get no recognition for all the hard work that they do.
support at the end. For now, let's begin. The phrase metaverse has become so popular lately, it's being used to describe everything from extended franchise universes to companies teaming up for public events to simple crossovers, and it's being so overused it's beginning to lose all meaning. A lot of people see it as a blanket phrase meaning the new online digital frontier, so to fully understand what a metaverse is...
Yeah, but Alex, take that clip, right? No. Take that clip that I just said where the fuckers get no recognition. Clip that, put that in every single video at the beginning, like in the first 30 seconds, and then just use that as sort of the, hey, thanks, patrons. Thanks for your hard work. By the way, is the new patron video ready yet? Because I feel like it isn't ready yet. It isn't on the drive yet, is it?
We need to look at what it isn't. The metaverse is not the following things exclusively, although they all do play a part in what it ultimately is. I know this sounds confusing, but bear with me, because I'll use examples to explain each one and then show you how they all come together. The metaverse is not simply a crossover episode. Take Scooby-Doo, the long-running TV show about a group of teenagers and a dog investigating mysteries.
Lovecraft.
In 2018, there was a crossover episode with Supernatural, a TV show about the adventures of demon-hunting brothers Sam and Dean. Crossover episodes have happened for years, and they don't need a new digital metaverse to happen again. Just like film and TV, video games have also crossed over for years. Recently, the online space MMO EVE had an in-game crossover event with Doctor Who, letting players visit Gallifrey and fight the Daleks. Franchises with similar demographics combining for temporary events is nothing new. Some games are made almost entirely out of crossovers, such as Super Smash Bros. Using characters from loads of franchises, PlayStation All-Stars doing the same. The Street Fighter games have seen various crossovers throughout history, including fighting the X-Men. So similar franchises clashing together isn't exclusive to the idea of a metaverse.
No.
The metaverse is not simply a multiverse within a single...
A metaverse is literally what the word suggests it is. It's the universe. It's life. It's basically the relegation of real life to a second portion of, or a second priority, with the verse, the metaverse, becoming the top priority. So it would be where you can have jobs, you can have a life, you can have your friends, you can go out for dinner, you can, invent jobs if you want. That is a pure metaverse. That's why I said Second Life is probably the best example of it. But yes, this week's Patreon video was fucking crazy long.
Single franchise. Marvel and DC have many multiverses with many versions of all of their iconic characters on many different realities. Superman exists in many Earths. There are many versions of the Batman. So the metaverse isn't just different versions of a single character or a single reality within a franchise. We've been doing that for years too. The metaverse is not an extended universe of a franchise. Star Wars has the mainstream films, but also a host of smaller media, books, games, the Christmas special. All of these stories flesh out the world, but they're not actually required viewing or reading to understand the world for the casual enjoyer. The Star Trek universe has the mainstream shows, and then a plethora of smaller connected media. The idea that you can expand a franchise's in-universe lore with supplemental media is nothing new. The metaverse isn't just references from one piece of media to the next, showing an out-of-canon connection, like how the Pizza Planet delivery truck appears in multiple films, or how Tarantino movies all have small details linking them into an overarching universe despite not directly interacting. Loosely connecting multiple pieces of media through shared iconography to reward keen viewers and create a sense of cohesion linked to a director or a company instead of the
By the way, Reservoir Dogs, maybe one of my favorite movies of all time, dude. Jesus, I haven't watched that in a long time, but I should actually watch it again. Reservoir Dogs is such a good fucking movie.
Universe rules is again nothing new. The metaverse is not simply a single mechanical framework which various franchises are adapted to fit within as cogs of that machine. And to make that sentence simpler, consider this. The card game Magic the Gathering. The mechanics of Magic have remained relatively stable for many years. The cards have the same layout and the game has the same rules. And for many years, Magic the Gathering was its own story with its own consistent characters independent of other established franchises. But recently, Hasbro began adding in expansions known as Secret Lairs, featuring other franchise characters molded to fit the Magic the Gathering rule set. There was a Walking Dead secret lair, so Rick,
Of course there
Steadfast
was.
Leader, a character from The Walking Dead, is now a Magic the Gathering card. This set actually sold so well they made a load more. Magic the Gathering, once a franchise and story unto itself, now has official playable cards of My Little Pony, Dungeons and Dragons, Stranger Things, Arcane,
Jesus, these
and
guys
coming
are
soon,
just
a set
everything.
based on the Lord of the
Get in
Rings
on
TV
everything.
show to tie in with Amazon's new Lord of the Rings TV show, and Commander decks based on Warhammer 40k. But using established mechanical frameworks and then plugging in franchises is nothing new. Monopoly has been doing this exact thing for years. HeroClix has many franchises, but the pieces can all interact. And now the most important thing to understand about what the metaverse isn't. The metaverse is not just a 3D virtual hangout room or virtual reality. This seems to be the biggest marketing angle, because people who don't play video games assume this looks really impressive to people who do. Many companies have created online interactive 3D
I can't think of a single thing that puts me off a game more than when it's announced that the game is in VR. I'm trying to think, like, even loot boxes don't put me off as much. I want to play Lost Ark, and it has loot boxes in it. Like, not even loot boxes annoy me as much as fucking VR. So yeah, it is sort of the suits think that VR is what all gamers live for. In reality, not really. VR is nice, it's a niche, but it's definitely not, I think, as important as they think it is.
3D spaces, sometimes using virtual reality, and they say, this is the metaverse. Then they put boring everyday things into the virtual space, like how Walmart put out a video showing you could shop in virtual reality. This is just
So here's my question, right? You can shop in virtual reality. How's this easier than just going on a website and fucking choosing what you want, adding it to the cart, and paying for it? Is this easier? Would you argue that this is the ease of use that we've all wanted and needed in our lives? Tomato in a while? Because I don't think this is easier. I think this actually overcomplicates the art of shopping online. The thing that I love about online shopping, where's my phone, is I can go on my app, right? So basically, I can go on my app here, Mr. D or Uber Foods, Uber Eats, and pick the restaurant, pick the food, order, done. Now, if this was the future, I would have to put on my fucking VR headset, right? Get it all fired up, load into the game that is Uber Eats or whatever, and then I have to walk from fucking restaurant to restaurant, walk into the restaurant that I want, order the food that I want, take all of that shit off, log out of the game, and now my food is coming. That seems like so many steps from where this is easy to use to this is fucking very convoluted and who cares?
just online shopping with a very over-designed user interface. The
Yeah.
news loves to report on the first marriage in the metaverse, when what they mean is two people held a digital marriage ceremony.
We've been doing that for years. Like World of Warcraft has videos going back over a decade ago of people getting married in the fucking game. So I don't know, like, how is this? What the fuck? Dude, mainstream media is so fucking stupid. Does not surprise me that this person is called Karen. Bit off spelling, but does not surprise me.
And this is not new. We've been doing this for years as well. The MMO EverQuest released back in 1999, and that saw some players holding online marriages. The 3D chat-based IMVU was popular in the mid-2000s. Second Life has allowed you to customize your avatars, play music, or chat to people in real time. Interacting with other people in a 3D online environment is not a new idea. The
No,
addition
it's
of
literally
virtual
the
reality,
concept
while
of
changing
games.
the visuals, does not fundamentally change the foundation of this experience. Having an online party is also not the metaverse. Recently, the crypto-based game Decentraland uploaded a video showing an online rave. There were avatars stood around listening to live music, and the news outlets in the real world jumped on this as the metaverse rave. Now, on a personal note, this whole thing looks absolutely terrible. There are no emotes, no events happening to actually go and get involved with. The whole thing looks boring as hell. But
It does,
playing
yes.
music from a real band to players in a game has been done before, and
I could play real music from a real band right now for all of you if you want. We could jump on Discord. I could load up YouTube and I could just broadcast that shit. And then, bam, we have music being played online.
it's been done better. The mobile and PC MMO Adventure Quest 3D has hosted many concerts, including Breaking Benjamin, with the developers live in the game spawning monsters for the players to fight while they were enjoying the concert. So online parties are not exclusively new to the metaverse. So all of these awesome connected online things have happened before. Why are companies saying the metaverse is the key to making them happen again? Well, I can see three main reasons. First, it's because rebranding these online things as the metaverse sounds cool. It's the buzzword of the year. Second, because calling something a metaverse and not just a crossover or an extended universe means there is no time limit on it. Crossovers are often temporary and don't affect the continued canon of any piece of media in any lasting, meaningful way. But being part of the same metaverse permanently links two things forever. And finally, because if two franchises are in the same metaverse umbrella, even if they aren't related franchises, it allows companies to smash them together for profit and create a new product which in theory appeals to the
The reason I think they're calling it the metaverse is because the suits have no idea. 'Cause here's the thing. Most real gamers, like most gamers, heard people say metaverse and barely fucking blinked. You know, companies were using the word metaverse, and most gamers were just like, yeah, all right, when are we raiding? Like, no one cared. These companies think they're going to use this buzzword, and then that's what everyone wants. It's like, nah, bro, we just want to play games, you know? We're pretty good.
customer base of both. So let's examine that. What the metaverse really is a corporate attempt to combine everything they could sell you together and then to make you feel involved and connected to everything they do. To provide a sense of community to customers while tying all of the customer demographics that company can reach into one giant target market. The largest benefit this brings to the company controlling the metaverse and all franchises within is reducing the risk of failure whenever a new product launches. Because if a product launches into a metaverse, everything from that same metaverse is able to prop it up. Now that is a bold claim, so let's break it down. The word metaverse in its current state is more of a buzzword than an actual specific defined thing, and because so many companies are using it to mean so many different things, it's not a very accurate descriptor of anything. Now we've seen attempts at connecting everything together like this before. Many years ago, the phrase the Internet of Things became popular. The idea that all smart objects like phones, watches and fridges, anything with any kind of internet connection, should be able to communicate with everything else. Your entire world would be connected through the Internet of Things.
How did that
and this
work
never
out?
really took off for two main reasons. One, because different companies use different systems and standards and languages and networks, and no one could agree how everything should work. And two, because it didn't always benefit the customer. And ultimately, that is what the
I think this would have worked if you really pushed it 10 years ago. I think this may have worked. But these days, consider how sensitive most of us are to data. A lot of gamers are very much aware of their data, how their data is being used. We don't like when companies use our data for bullshit. We've all had those companies that call you in the wee hours of the fucking morning trying to sell you shit because some company you signed up for sent your number to this company and a bunch of others, and suddenly you're being offered insurance 6 ways from fucking Sunday, thinking the earth is about to end because every single insurance company is phoning you. I feel like these days the metaverse is going to have a howl of a job trying to sell itself. Because the first thing that comes to my mind whenever I hear of a metaverse is, so you want access to my data.
The success of the metaverse will boil down to, does it benefit the customer? The metaverse is a push toward you as a user having your digital life all nicely packed into a connected system so everything works with everything else. And everything you love is somehow related to everything else you love. If you've ever tried to log onto a site or join an app and it's asked, do you want to log in with Facebook? And you think, hey, that's handy, then you've taken the first.
Okay, truth time. Anyone in this chat, have you ever logged into any app with Facebook? Like, be honest. Really? I've done Google before, but I stopped doing that pretty early on. But I don't think, I can't remember if I've ever done a Facebook login. Google, because it used to make it very, very easy. But nowadays you have, so I have a physical program on my PC that saves all of my passwords. And if I go to any website, it automatically logs me into the website. I don't even have to click on anything. It has auto login. So for most websites that support it, it just automatically logs me in. So I don't need any of this connected bullshit.
First steps into what a connected metaverse would actually look like. This is also why Facebook's parent company have recently changed their name to Meta. But remember, this ease of use and
I want to see something. Because if I'm not mistaken, they have lost Meta stocks. I think it's called Meta Platforms, isn't it? I think it's called Meta Platforms. Oh yeah, it is. Yeah. Look at this. So it went from 323 US dollars per share down to 237. They lost. Like, look at that dip. Look at that fucking dip that Facebook or Meta have taken. Just suddenly. They rebranded themselves as Meta. It did basically nothing to their share price. Like, their share price didn't really go up or down. It was just sort of like, yeah, okay, cool, no problem. And then just bam. Cheers, Zuckerberg. Like, you're a fucking moron is what you are. Oh my god, the lizard guy does it again.
connected lifestyle isn't just for your benefit, it's to make gathering data on you and selling you things easier. So why is the idea of a metaverse bad, and what damage could it do to the franchises we love? Since Marvel movies really cemented how financially successful extended universes are, companies have wanted to do that with everything they own. Sequels often make more money and carry less risk of failure because you know for a fact you have an enfranchised
WRG, I'm aware of that, but that's why I'm laughing so much. These corporations, like Facebook, like Google, are basically fighting a losing fight. Because in this instance, I will actually give the EU government a bit of props. They know that most people are not okay with their data being used. They know that most people are not okay with stupid crap that companies pull. So these companies are basically in a race against governments around the world. Can we do it before they shut us down? And then can we reach enough power, right, to where we can influence the government not to shut us down? This is one of the reasons I love playing Cyberpunk so much. Why Cyberpunk is just one of my favorite games. Because you basically, in that universe, the corporations became powerful enough to where the corporations just straight up killed the governments of the world in war. Like, you had the giant corpo wars, which was basically the corporations going to war with government, beating the government, and then the corporations going to war with each other, basically divvying up the entire world into corporate cities. where every corporation owns a different city and basically makes the rules with the corporate congress. So it's like seriously fun to see that side of the world from the eyes of Mike Pondsmith and how he envisioned it. What's interesting is that book was written in 1982, I think, is when he wrote Cyberpunk 2020. And these wars happened, I think, a few years after Cyberpunk 2020. So he's predicted that in 2020, there's going to be these massive problems that hit, and then eventually the corporations are going to get so large that they're going to replace governments. So you're sort of seeing these companies push to try and do that.
Franchised fan base who will watch and enjoy whatever you do. And doing something new is a risk for companies. Imagine if you own a company and you release 2 products for 2 different demographics. Let's just call them A and B. A becomes successful and B fails. In the future, you're just going to want to release endless sequels to A. But you've already put the effort into creating B. So what if there was a way to advertise B at demographic A without actually doing any extra work to connect them? Let's say product A was a TV show and B was a clothing line. By having the characters on the show wear the clothes from the line, you have now combined demographics. You have doubled your market reach for both products. And here's the great thing for the company. It's risk-free.
Nazareth, how you doing?
The people who like the show will continue to watch it. The people who like the clothes will continue to wear them. You've not lost any customers from either. But now the people who watch the show are interested in the clothing line, and the people who bought the clothes are interested in the show. 2 totally different audiences have now been unified under the idea of your metaverse.
I think it's a little bit so. Yes, I agree with Josh. This is definitely one of the potential issues and one of the things that they'll potentially try to do. But it definitely goes much deeper than that. Right? It's definitely a much deeper much deeper attempt than just this. If I have you in one space doing all of your things, your shopping, your TV watching, your leisure time, your gaming time, your conversations with friends. If I have you in... So here's something that's been bugging me for quite a long time. Discord. Now, I don't know if this has been revealed in the meantime, but do you all know when Discord was first announced? This free-to-use platform that was basically the most advanced... in my opinion, the most advanced social media platform in the history of ever. Because they basically allowed you to choose which groups you wanted to be a part of. You would not get spammed by things that you did not care about. And you could chat with your friends in real time. You could send messages, pictures, videos, whatever the fuck you felt like you could send on Discord. Very advanced for its time, way ahead of the competition. I mean, back then we were still all using Mumble and Vaint. And suddenly this new app comes along and it does something that's out of this world. And I asked myself the question, how is this free? How is something like this completely and utterly free? And then it came out, they admitted this, they didn't hide this, but they are being backed by a Silicon Valley company. At the time, they didn't want to reveal who the company was, but they had financial backing from a company in Silicon Valley. And so seed money or something like that, but they were backed by a Silicon Valley company. And I don't know if it's been revealed since who that backer is, but if you were, say, for example, Facebook or Microsoft or any of these Silicon Valley companies, how valuable do you think Discord's data would be to you? How much data do you think you'd be able to collect from Discord for your company if you managed to obtain Discord? It would be next level, because people discuss things on fucking Discord that they don't discuss anywhere else. you'd effectively know almost everything there is to know about a person just by accessing the data of Discord.
Every company starting a metaverse is doing it for one main reason: the homogenization of every audience demographic from every product they own under one giant advertising umbrella. And unlike crossover events or episodes, you do not need anything to actually be relevant from anything else to link them all. You just need to take the recognizable bits of one product and plug it in.
Apocalypse, we share our activities. Right now, I'm not sure. Does Discord show? Discord doesn't show that I'm streaming, but it does know that I'm streaming because streamer mode is activated. So you can almost guarantee, I can almost guarantee you that Discord knows when I'm streaming. Yeah? Discord knows whenever I play a game, because when I load up a game, Discord knows that I loaded up the game. Discord knows when I'm watching a movie, because you can actually link that shit as well. If you're listening to Spotify, you can connect your Spotify to Discord. So Discord has basic access to almost everything that you do. Now you're talking to your friends and you go, yeah, I just ordered some debonaires, right? Or I ordered some Pizza Hut, or I ordered a pizza from XYZ. Discord knows this. There's chat logs, they're logged. They know that that's what you're doing. All of your data is basically instantly available for any company that manages to get their hands on Discord. Now, Discord is currently using your data for themselves, right? I know the names and addresses of certain Discord members, families, because everyone links everything now. True. And people feel safe. That's one of the things that makes Discord such a almost brilliant, but also quite scary thing. You feel safe when you do this on Discord, right? Because here we are in Discord, you're in general chat. You know the people here. So it's quite nice to, tell people what you're busy with. Akko memes. It's quite nice. It's nice to tell people, oh my God, look at this meme. I saw this meme. This was funny as shit. This was really fucking cool. You go to humor, you're sharing things here. And you don't specifically know what it is that you're sharing, right? Or know or think that these things are being used by some kind of company out there or Discord to sell to other people to use later on to get you to buy shit from them. Because you don't think that that's what they're doing. Because every group that you joined, you chose to join that group. You weren't forced to join that group. It's fucking genius. Papa Shango, take care of yourself, bro.
Into another, relying on the popularity of
You're going off the grid. How would you do that, though? Like, you wouldn't be able to play games off the grid, would you?
each individual recognizable thing to sell. Like putting Kratos from God of War, Master Chief from Halo, John Wick, and Vi from Arcane all into Fortnite.
Bro, I'll tell you guys a quick story of how porn and people knowing what kind of porn you watch can really backfire on you. So, I had a friend, this was a while ago. Do you guys remember the internet website called StumbleUpon? Now, StumbleUpon was sort of like this. It tried to be the new Reddit of the internet. By you'd basically, the more you looked at things, the more things it would give you that you look at. So it would sort of track your interests, and it would give you news stories from all over the internet that pertain to your interests. So everything that you watched would basically be shared. And then, if you could, if you had friends that you added to StumbleUpon, they would also be able to see what you look at, and you would be able to see what they look at. So it was a whole, like, sharing things and sort of building up repertoires. So this guy had, I'm not going to go into what it was, but he had a certain, shall we say, porn fetish that wasn't, like, mainstream at the time, right? It wasn't like a mainstream fetish. It was sort of like very not yet well explored. Yeah. These days, I think it's more well explored, but at the time you would have felt you would have felt quite embarrassed for people to know this. And then the one day he adds his friends to his StumbleUpon, because why wouldn't you? And suddenly all of his friends, their entire StumbleUpon feeds are just fed with this fucking, like, the porn that he's been watching. Yeah, and it says there, suggested to you because of this guy. So all of his friends are like, wait, what the fuck are you watching, dude? Like, what are you watching? So that's sort of where you don't share things. Like, there's certain things on Discord, don't share the kind of porn that you're watching, because that might not be something that you want people to do. They meant to Discord sell this info to big corporations. Very true. Very, very, very fucking true, Deathfo. Honestly, I don't care who has data on me. I'm not so self-important that I think the man is after me. It's not about the man being after you. It's about how that data can be used in very malicious ways that you don't necessarily even think about. You don't even realize the ways in which that data is being used to track what you're doing, to track everything that you're doing. And it's not that it's not that the man is after you. It's that, have you ever, so this is actually something that most people talk about. WhatsApp. Do you guys know what WhatsApp is? So WhatsApp is quite big outside of the States, not that big inside of the States. But if you have WhatsApp, you can send a voice note to someone. And I swear to you, I've seen this myself. You'll send a voice note to someone, yeah, about something that you want to buy. Say, for example, a dishwasher or a washing machine. The next fucking day, you'll start seeing ads and suggestions on Amazon for washing machines. It's a voice note that you're sending. It's not even typing. There's literally an AI listening to your voice note, figuring out exactly what data to serve you based on the data that you have, because it's trying to keep you perpetually in the click, in the loop, as it were. Mascot, yes, on a fundamental psychological level, it is a bad thing, because right now you could say, well, it just makes it easier. I want a dishwasher. They're showing me dishwashers. But it's not hard to imagine what this could turn to in the future, right? It's really not hard to imagine what this could turn to in the future. Imagine eventually this data starts being used, and this is like a very hyperbolic sort of suggestion, but imagine in the future. Imagine you said in a voice note, you said, yeah, I'll fucking kill that guy, dude. He is such a moron. Next day, the police arrives at your house. You made a threat. And they saw other messages that you sent on Discord and on this app and on this app, where you spoke about what a cunt this guy was. Now you're dealing with, like, maybe you're not going to go to jail because you haven't done anything wrong yet, but now you have to deal with the police at your house because, you know, you made a threat of violence against another human being. And that's me using an extremely hyperbolic example. You could pack this in even more and think just about things that they can do already that would not be good for you. So, for example, the YouTube algorithm that basically wants to keep you clicking as much as possible, that's not good for people. So there's a lot of things that you can look at and go, this is probably not a good idea.
You could look at Fortnite as a giant example of a third-person metaverse shooting game. The big problem with this is whatever mechanical foundation you use to drive the other franchises to loses all the personality it originally had and becomes a vehicle for the other popular franchises to ride on. It becomes the invisible host framework you plug other, more recognizable characters into. Fortnite used to have its own story, but they realized continuing that wouldn't make as much money as just plugging more and more characters from already existing franchises into. So instead of being its own thing, it's now a vehicle for crossovers.
Oh shit, Adricus, I didn't even think about that. Mascot, that's actually one of the biggest issues. So have you guys seen deepfake videos? I went on Reddit, when was this? Probably like a few weeks ago. I went on Reddit and there's this collection of deepfake porn videos. And there is basically like, there is porn with people that obviously have never done porn. Like, obviously they've never done porn in their lives. There's videos that look literally exactly like the person. It looks exactly like the person. There was a video of Biden sleeping with Martha Stewart, I believe. It looks like Biden and Martha Stewart is fucking having at it. So with deepfake technology, they can now do a bunch of things. So they can do, they can literally model you to look exactly like you. They can change the voice to the point where if they have enough data for your voice, they can actually make it so that the AI sounds exactly like you, right? So deepfakes is a potential problem that your data is going to your data is going to uncover. So people can basically make up any shit about you in a deepfake video, and you will have to try and prove that it wasn't you that did it. For now, it's possible for them to figure out that this is deepfake. Doesn't mean it's going to be that forever. As the technology advances, almost guaranteed there's going to be a point where you're not going to be able to tell. Even experts are going to find it fucking almost impossible to tell between a deepfake video and an actual video.
It lost its own story, but it gained massive profits. Magic the Gathering used to have its own storyline and characters, and while it still does to an extent, it makes far more money being used as a vehicle to sell secret lairs and crossovers. Magic the Gathering has had its own plot and personality pushed to the side to make room for the more famous things from other franchises. The cards
actually
are no
so
longer
sad,
part
isn't
of a
it?
single, consistent, unique universe with its own deep lore. They are now simply game pieces with icons from popular culture on them because that will sell better. Whenever a metaverse begins, one of the first casualties is the individual personality of the things within it. Because now everything exists related to everything else. There are no standalone stories. Independent franchises or characters are no longer the stars of their own smaller show. They are now simply supporting characters to the
It feels like everything in the world is becoming so like we have this preaching of diversity, but everything in the world is becoming homogenous, more and more homogenous. Every universe is bleeding into every other fucking universe to the point where you can't even tell the universes apart anymore. They're basically the same thing. And it's sort of like, wait a second, do we want diversity and difference? Or do we just want sameness? Why don't we just merge all of the MMOs into a single MMO and it's all just the same thing? Right? Like it would save us time, I think.
the stars of the bigger shows. Every episode of everything is a potential crossover with everything else, permanently. Meaning the franchise you love is now always one executive decision away from being cannibalized by a larger one because it would make more money.
True,
With
Flirty.
a metaverse in
Very
place,
fucking
a
true.
company can release multiple products aiming at multiple demographics all under the single banner of the metaverse. And suddenly everything they released is relevant to every customer of that metaverse, even if they weren't related before. Maybe you downloaded League of Legends and you enjoyed it for a bit, and maybe you liked the character Vi, so you go and watch the TV show on Netflix Arcane.
What a good
and
show.
then you see they're releasing an Arcane secret lair for Magic the Gathering, and you enjoy playing Magic the Gathering, so you buy the Fortnite secret lair. From a company viewpoint, the individual character metaverse of Vi is now a good thing for League of Legends developers, Fortnite developers, Netflix, and Wizards of the Coast. They all benefit from the other's established audience. Franchises have fans. Companies have loyal customers, marketing agencies see target demographics, and the metaverse is a way of combining absolutely everything together so your franchises mix with every other's and gain you more fans. Your company benefits from the loyal customers of another, and marketing agencies can increase their target demographic to everyone. The metaverse is the idea that your online life, offline interests, passions and hobbies and all future media enjoyment must all be connected so you become part of the largest target demographic in history. But to finish off, perhaps the biggest issue with the metaverse is the simple fact there is no one metaverse. There are as many as you want to create. When a company says they are working on the metaverse, what they hope naive people will hear is, we are building the one and only digital future. We are the arbiters of the next step of reality. When what they actually mean is, we are combining everything we own into a big homogeneous franchise soup, hoping you will swim in our soup exclusively. Also, there might
Well,
be 3D
actually, I would say I think it is, if when Microsoft or any of these companies say that we are building the metaverse, I do think in their minds they do mean we are trying to build the metaverse. So if governments around the world allowed us, and if we had the money, we would buy every single gaming company in the world and combine all of it into our universe. Nature of culture, they mix and become homogenized, but we as humans will create something new and move forward, move towards it. We always want something new. Don't worry, everything won't merge because we will make new things. I'm not worried about this. I think they're fighting a losing battle. So I'm not worried about this. It's eerie to listen because it tells you something about the psychology of the people behind it. Yeah? It's eerie to think that there are people in the world who think that this is a good idea. But I'm not worried about it because I think it's almost, no matter what you do, so it's sort of similar to the World Economic Forum has this plan, right? They call it the Great Reset, where they basically want to, they say by 2030, no one will own anything and you'll be happy about it, right? So they have this plan that they're basically going to build this world where all of your basic needs are attended to and you don't have to work, you don't have to do anything. The government gives you money every month. It's sort of a goal that the World Economic Forum has, yeah? It's on their website. You can literally go read about it. The reason I'm not worried about that is that can only really work in a very closed environment, and humans cannot be the subject of your experiment. As soon as you have humans, you're almost guaranteed going to have so much pushback because not everyone's going to fall in line. Not everyone's needs are going to align. You're going to end up with issues. What if I don't want to wear Nike shoes, but Nike shoes is the thing that you think everyone wants to wear, but I want to wear Reebok? You know, what if I don't want the bread from Walmart, but I want the bread from my local bakery? But my local bakery is not supported under your economic system, so therefore now I have to buy the bread. You know, so it becomes a whole mess. That it's nice that they're dreaming about this and they really believe that they can do this, but it only really works as long as humans aren't the subject of your plan. As soon as you have humans in the mix, they're gonna fucking find ways of screwing you over, right? Blasphemous Crow, take care of yourself, bro.
VR chat. Decentraland
Apocalypse.
claims to be the metaverse. Earth 2 claims to be the metaverse. Facebook claims to be the metaverse. Hell, even Adidas, who sells sports equipment, are advertising themselves as having the metaverse. And what all metaverses currently are is walled gardens, each built by their own controlling companies, blocking off everyone else and hoping everyone decides to come and join them. But why would a company ever join another company's metaverse? Why be a servant in another digital world when you could rule in your own? Look at the recent Microsoft Activision Blizzard purchase. They didn't buy them because they really enjoy Call of Duty. They bought them because they can now link Candy Crush and Windows PCs together in the Microsoft metaverse. I'm pretty sure if they sold Clippy as a pet in World of Warcraft, someone would buy it. Minecraft skins in Call of Duty are only a matter of time. While Diablo and The Elder Scrolls Online are not connected franchises, they could under the banner of the...
Can you imagine if you Minecraft skins in Call of Duty? That'd be so fucked up.
Microsoft Metaverse see a crossover. Now, would players and fans of any franchise want to dilute their franchise's own personality and unique place in fiction by permanently linking it to another? Well, that depends on the fan. But if
Probably
the linking
not.
would make more money than it loses, you can guarantee it's going to happen eventually. Companies don't like risk, and releasing something is always a risk, so combining what you own into a massive metaverse and releasing something as part of the metaverse is a way of mitigating the risk, because you can can guarantee while there may not be fans of the individual thing you are releasing, there is a fan base of the metaverse as a whole. So they will enjoy the product related to the metaverse.
I can't help throughout this entire video feeling sorry for Josh for being forced to play Fortnite to make this video. That is genuinely the thing that I feel sorry for. I'm sitting here watching this and I'm thinking he had to play this game to get footage to make this video. Man, that must have been rough. Jesus.
Even if they don't care about the product itself. Franchises make more money, and releasing something into a metaverse is a way of forcing franchise connections from everything released to something already successful. This increases the chance that any new thing will make instant money at the cost of the new thing.
Wow, this poor guy didn't even see it coming, dude. That is so fucking heartless.
Everything released to something already successful.
Look at that.
This increases
Didn't
the
even
chance
see it
that
coming,
any
bro.
new thing will make instant money at the cost of the new thing, never
Sneaky,
truly
sneaky.
having its own unique space within fiction. If every episode of a brand new TV show was a crossover with different already popular TV shows, you'd be appealing to the fans of all the other shows at the cost of the new show never really becoming anything itself. If the new show only stands on the strengths of its references, it would have nothing uniquely its own. It's a horrible thought to imagine new pieces of media
Skinny, thanks for the
simply
follow,
being
dude. Really
bundled
appreciate that.
references and allusions to already existing bits of media, but within a metaverse that would be the safest and most profitable thing to do. You only need to look at games like Fortnite to see it makes far more money to push your own storyline and personality to the side and give people what they already know and love. So to link this back to earlier, a metaverse isn't a crossover episode, but it does allow crossovers between disconnected franchises. It's not a multiverse of a franchise, but it does allow multiverses to combine products. It's not an extended franchise universe or a referenced universe, because everything is now connected to everything else. Connections are no longer fun Easter eggs for viewers. The connection is proudly proclaimed and advertised as the metaverse. It's not franchises joining an already known framework and being supporting characters to that framework's established personality, but instead the framework itself being cannibalized as a vehicle for marketing every other more successful franchise. The metaverse is not simply a 3D VR chat system. It is not online shopping. It is
Been watching your YouTube vids since start. Just thought of you on TV just now. Hey, dude, happy to have you here, bro. Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. I think should metaverse become the new meta in gaming, I would probably quit gaming in general. I'm not interested in this, especially if they found a way to disadvantage developers who would reject to enter the metaverse, so they would be forced to join. I'm actually with you there, Filthy Growl. I'm with you there. I'm old. Give me COD 4 Modern Warfare. Fuck Fortnite.
is not in-game raids. We've had all of those for years, but flashy advertising animations will tell you this is new and exciting and exclusive and the future. You cannot join the metaverse any more than you can play the video game or watch the film, because there isn't just one, there are many. You can, if you want to, get involved with a metaverse, but this doesn't actually make anything new happen. There's no experience a metaverse can give you that we haven't already had access to for many, many
Oh, skinny dipping. I wouldn't like. I thank you for thanking me, but low effort, bro. The content does not take that much effort. I basically hit start stream and the content makes itself. It's part of the glory of well, basically having a chat full of degenerates. It really works out. You know, they suggest things, I watch it, I react to it, and we just live degenerately side by side. A nice symbiotic relationship of sorts. What do you call? You fucking heard what I called you, mascot. Don't sit there pretending like, oh my god, I'm a church boy. Go fuck yourself.
years. Because a metaverse isn't about you, or giving you a new experience or a new reality. It's about them. Combining everything they own and selling you everything based on its ephemeral connection to everything else. So when you see a company make
It's a great thing that that lady is not looking at the screen there, isn't it? I don't know what she's typing, but fuck me, that door over there must be very interesting considering. Screen is there, she's looking there somewhere, like off the fucking screen.
making a metaverse, please stop and think. Is what they're doing actually anything new? Is this a consumer-friendly future? Or are they just trying to appear futuristic
really
and cool,
appreciate that, bro.
connecting everything you've ever enjoyed to everything you've not yet enjoyed, and hoping you will spend vast amounts of money trying to enjoy everything? The metaverse is, quite simply, the attempted creation of the largest marketing demographic in human history. Cheers for watching. Another massive thank you to the supporters on Patreon and Twitch who keep the channel alive. You can support from only £1 a month. Check the video description for links to the Patreon, Twitch, Twitter, and our Discord. And as always, have a great day.
Thank you. Really appreciate that, bro. Really appreciate that. Very good video, all in all. And like I said, if this does make it to YouTube, write some stuff. Click the like button, subscribe. Be degenerates always. The fun part is, she was just typing in the air over the keyboard. Yeah, I don't even see that. I just saw her looking, like the screen's there and she's looking at the door. I hate that in movies, dude. Oh my fuck, I hate that in movies. Wait, I'm actually going to give Josh a like here. This was a really good video. But I loathe that in movies. Like, whenever you see a movie and someone has to type on a keyboard, and you can tell that they're not actually typing a word. Like, they're just basically banging at the fucking keyboard. Dude, that triggers me so fucking hard. It's like, at least try. Like, you know, try. I watched a series the other day where someone was on their phone and they were making a call on their phone. Like, they had to call someone. And they literally pick up the phone like this, take it out of their pocket, yeah? And they go, I'm like, who are you phoning? Do you have one number in your phone? Also, is your phone the fastest phone in the history of the world? Did you already have the person on call before you started fucking calling? Who are you phoning that you literally take your phone out and go, bam, it's phone? Or are you just phoning someone random and hoping it's the right person? It's like, dude, you could put a little bit of effort into this. Like, it's like slight effort would go a long way there. Usually it's way too many keystrokes. That can happen too. Danger Duff, that can happen too. Alt F4 to enter code. Yep. Yes, yeah. Either it's too many keystrokes, like they're typing way too long to do the thing that they said they were going to do, or it's too few keystrokes. And you just go, there's no way you did that. Never use the mouse. Oh my God, yes. I'm trying to think now, where have I ever watched the hacker movie where they actually use the mouse? I realize hackers are good, but you know, maybe I think you would have to use the mouse sometimes. Actress, actor, and just give the one key, then another key. Yeah. Type slow as fuck like your grandma. Like, really slow that shit down. That would be funny too. At least that would be funny. Yeah, but a lot of those movies, there is a mouse there. Right? It's not like the mouse doesn't exist. There's a mouse next to the keyboard, but they're not using the mouse. They're basically just fucking typing on the keyboard. And so I don't know, but I think sometimes the mouse is a little bit quicker. Oh, fuck, mascot, yes. This triggered me so hard with Big Bang Theory. I almost always got triggered whenever they're playing like video games in Big Bang Theory. And you can see them pressing the same buttons. Like, so they're playing and they have the Xbox remote in their hands and they're doing this. And it's like, what are you doing? So these buttons that you have over here is going to open the menu and close the menu and open the menu and close the menu and open the menu and close the menu, or switch gun, 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 whatever basically you have it tied to. The movement happens on the little analog stick that you have. So you pressing those buttons are basically meaning you're doing nothing, right? You're not getting very far in your fucking game. Mr. Robot uses the computer almost correctly in the hacker scenes, mouse and everything. I've started watching Mr. Robot and it's pretty decent. AAAAD, pat down, down, down. It's QT, man. They're doing those intense rapid press QTEs. True. It just triggers me. It's like, dude, at least pretend. If you play a real game, you know, just let the actors play an actual game while they're sitting there pretending to play a fucking game. Because, I never knew that this was happening until I actually played some D&D, and then I saw one of the scenes where they were playing D&D. And I got super triggered by them playing D&D in the series. Because like they're playing D&D, but the dungeon master is basically the only one that does the rolling. Like they barely ever roll for anything. And then the dungeon monster also rolls for the crits and the everything, and it's like, oh my god, you just killed him. Congratulations. It's like, how do you know? He didn't roll for shit. How do you know how much he hit for? How do you know that he actually crit there? I think you're lying. I'm struggling with the series for Mr. Robot because I can't tell if he's just having a mental break, which is why I can't continue watching the series. Because if it's real and it's actually true what he's going through, I really want to watch the series. If he is just having a mental break and he's basically pretending that all of this shit is happening to him, but it's not really happening to him, that shit's going to trigger the living fuck out of me. Stranger Things fucked up D&D. Keep watching to find out what's real, what's not. Don't tell me that. Unspoil, you gotta watch yourself. No, don't even fucking say that. Look, so you guys remember A Beautiful Mind? I was so disappointed when I finished A Beautiful Mind. I got so fucking disappointed when I finished A Beautiful Mind. Because at the end of A Beautiful Mind, it comes out that he's basically been fucking imagining all of this shit. And that triggered me, like, to no end. Same here with Mr. Robot. I stopped when things pointed to mental breakdown. Things point basically from the first moment to mental breakdown. And that's my problem. From the first episode, it's clear that this guy is suffering from a fucking mental breakdown. It's not that. So it's not a mental breakdown. Oh, I'm gonna fucking hate you, Gray. I already know I can't trust you on this. I already know I can't trust you. I'm gonna go into it watching it, and then at the end I'm gonna be like, you motherfucker, Gray. I fucking knew that this was it, and you told me it's not it. Like, the one thing that I told you I don't want it to be, that's going to be the thing that it is. Counselor, because, Mike, I don't want it to be a mental breakdown, because it cheapens the show. I want it to be actually a group that tries to take down the government and the world, because that would be a good show. If it's a mental breakdown, then it's just, he's basically imagining all these people, they're not real. It's so annoying. Stupid fucking show. Shutter Island was different for me. I actually enjoyed Shutter Island. I don't know why it's different for me, but I did enjoy Shutter Island. It was a good fucking film. I think because Actually, I know why. I know why I enjoyed Shutter Island. I know why I enjoyed things like Fight Club. You had no idea until the twist that was what was going on. Like, no idea. While watching Fight Club, you had, like, now that you watch Fight Club again, you notice moments where you should have noticed that this is actually just him being the same person. But it's built up in such a way that if you watch it for the first time, you don't really notice that, hey, this is actually this is actually him just imagining this shit. He's having a mental fucking breakdown. Shutter Island, the same thing. While I always in Shutter Island had that idea, like I thought to myself, is he just suffering from a mental breakdown here? It was presented in such a way that no, he's not. And then when the twist comes, you're like, that's good. Whereas with Mr. Robot, he uses way too much fucking drugs. Yeah. He's extremely antisocial. He basically has every single marker that you would expect a schizophrenic to have. He basically has every single marker that you would expect to see in someone that would see shit that isn't real. And that just, it annoys me because now I'm thinking to myself, if I watch till the end and then I find out that, yes, this is actually what it was, I mean, oh my fuck, you couldn't have made it more obvious that this is what it is. So if it actually turns out that it's not what it is, that would actually be brilliant. Arabian Goddess, how you doing? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I suppose because I saw it when I was way younger. I didn't see it in Shutter Island. I didn't see it, but then again, I did watch it years ago. I was still young when Fight Club first came out, and I did not see it. Not until the very end that I noticed, wow, okay. So he was just imagining. I think things that threw me off was the fact that, you know, he was fighting Tyler Durden in the movie. They were fighting each other. It was sort of like a weird thing where the actors were looking at Tyler while this was happening. So it sort of sold itself, if you will. But Fight Club is an insanely good movie. It's such a good film. I'd say Fight Club is probably like top 10 of great historical films, like great older films. And psychological films really good. I want to ask you guys a question. What do you guys think of Mindhunter? I haven't watched it either, but I've been told I should. Mickey Rourke, think Devil's Advocate, similar shit? Oh, shit. Angel Heart. I'll have to check that out. Because Devil's Advocate was also a very good fucking movie. The Devil's Advocate. I've watched The Devil's Advocate also a couple of times already. But yeah, I've been told that if you like we've reacted quite a lot to those crime scene stuff. Well, the crime investigation stuff. And people told me that watching, like, you have to watch Mindhunter if you like sort of that interrogation, serial killer hunting stuff. You have to watch it. So I'm very interested to give it a go and see if it is actually as good as people say it is. But then again, at the same time, things rarely fucking turn out to be as good as people tell me it's gonna be. Oh, well, fuck you guys. I'm gonna go get some dinner now. I'm hungry and I'm tired. It's already fucking 7:30 here. In the evening. Enjoy your food, man. Was a good stream. Oh, yeah. Oh, by the way, Alex, all of these videos, I still have to upload to you. Or maybe not all of them. I think there's some of them that I can delete. Hold up. Let's quickly see here. So I've seen a lot of people on Reddit ask, why can't you... This doesn't have to be... Actually, fuck it. Yeah, we'll do a Clips Rush on this one. Why not? Let's do a Clips Rush on that one. Mish, how you doing? 7 in the evening. Where are you at? I'm in South Africa. Mish. I'm off. Computer breaking. Can't hear you. Fuck you, Alex. It's a difficult one. Because, like I said, I can 100% see why some people would like to ban free speech. I can 100% see... this is gonna go on the... live channel. It's gonna be a different one. All right. Top 10 anime betrayals right there. What? It's just... would I be fucked though, Mike? Like, the quality of the content would go down significantly. Because what I would do if Alex just poofed is all of these videos would be dragged into Premiere Pro. I would literally do a fade in black at the beginning, a fade in black at the end, and that would be it. That'd be it. It would literally just be, okay, great. There you go. That's your video. There wouldn't be editing. It would just be that. Play another 3-minute ad. So those of you that is
actually assaulted through the
I remember not liking reacting to this video. It was fucking boring as shit. Jesus. Wait, what video was this?
Psychopath or sociopath before.
Oh, this is that long video that I almost fucking died reacting to. This was very long. Where was the Cliff Notes one? I think the Cliff Notes one was just after this. All right, this is better. Yeah, this 2.5 hours. All right, yeah, that was much better. Next. Okay, so full disclosure, I'm not going to make a video on this. Should I make a video on this? What do you guys think? Should probably just update this. Content is content, but not all content is created equal. This was an hour and 12 minutes of me reacting to Roblox scummy shit. Fuck it. It's probably content is content. You're right. Clips, semi-rush. All right. That's content. Roblox is trending buzzword. Yeah, but this is negative about Roblox. What was this about? Lost Ark success, I think. I absolutely adore it. I wouldn't look to 2K viewers. You are right. So we can do main rush for this one. No. Should you be hyped? I think that's fine. What's this one? All right, so PlayStation 5 plus Xbox Series X tested on CRT. Yeah, I'm not going to react to this one. That doesn't seem like a necessary thing to react to. What's this? All right, it's here. 10 biggest games of all time ranked by Clips. Athlon reacts to 10 biggest games of all time. Bam! I love making content, dude. It's so easy. Alright, so the Game Theorist says, Game Theory, 97% of you... Okay, there we go. Well, what's this? To be very clear, I am well aware that Ian's job description does not require him to 3 times. This can be short, Alex. So short. Ian needs to speak more. This, what do we talk about here?
Oh, hello, you're my new neighbor.
Oh, this was stupidly fucking funny. Alex, were you here when we were watching this?
New job. Oh,
this is just fucking hilarious. Wow. Okay.
Nice. How old your son? 9. Nice. Very impressive. You from China? Shenzhen. Shenzhen. Me too. Where in Shenzhen? I from uptown.
What the fuck?
Oh, uptown so comfortable. I'm from downtown. Downtown for tough people, you know. When I went to school, I had to walk 20 miles. No, I had to climb mountain to get to school. I had to walk through fire. I fly to school. Every morning, I had to fight 2 lions. 2 lions. Try fighting sharks. I fought a Tyrannosaurus with nunchucks. Your Tyrannosaurus had nunchucks. I have a scar from when I lost my elbow. I had back surgery from carrying Steven's YouTube channel. Subscribe. What you do? I'm a data scientist. Triple PhD from Harvard. I invented parallel parking. And I helped NASA land the paperclip under
This is so funny to me, dude. This is so fucking funny to me, dude. Wow. Okay, so basically they're just lying to each other. What the fuck? I've already watched it. It's still funny.
I'm the face of Beijing Con.
You really? Jesus.
Oh, you a fan? Oh no, I only bought cause 20% off, you know? 20% off? I give you coupon, buy one, get one free. Oh no, where I shop, everything half price. Got this £25 rice for 2 cents. I bought this, returned it, come back week later. Open box discount. I only have 1 jacket. I don't even have a dishwasher. What the hell is a dishwasher? I don't know, it's an expensive drying rack. Why the hell anybody put drying rack on the sink? I don't know that. Hey, why you have a camera filming you? Oh, my son's such a failure. He's an actor. Make the stupid video on YouTube. No, my son's such a failure. He can't even cook rice. Are you okay? On the sound.
Oh my god, yeah. This is oh my god, this is so funny. I still don't think that's actually how Asian parents are, but fuck it. No, we'll just go with it. Alec, you can make all of these how Asian parents flex into one video.
Okay, get talented.
Oh my god, am I gonna react to my react to my react?
Your Tyrannosaurus had nunchucks. I'm a scar from when I lost my elbow. I had back surgery from carrying Steven's YouTube channel.
well-
Subscribe. What you do? I'm a data scientist. Triple PhD from Harvard. I invented parallel
Your
parallel.
Tyrannosaurus had
NASA
nunchucks.
paper
This is so
Son,
funny
what
to me,
the
dude.
hell?
Oh, that was fucking hilarious. Lul. I'll tweet this. Why not? All right, what's this? The next video you guys wanted me to react to, this was shared today. Okay, this, Alex, needs to be main rush. Aklon reacts to Blizzard needs to act now, featuring Balila. After watching this video from Balila, I saw a lot of you talking about. So first and foremost, let me just say, Vitality Zeta, if you're still watched by Blizzard, then the casual audience, and all you have to do is look at stuff like Conduit Energy. Semi-rush, main semi-rush. Has Blizzard abandoned the casual player? It's a bit of a fucking... I actually have some thoughts on that. So, most of you will know my thoughts. Main, was Akalon wrong about Steve Denuser and WoW? Oh, that's gonna be a spicy video. This is either gonna be interesting or it's going to trigger me. We'll place your bets. Spoiler alert, this triggered me. Clips, rush. Did Akalon get triggered by Soul So Breezy? Soul So Breezy's take on WoW reputations. There we go. When the video goes live, you're gonna tag Sol on the Discord too. No, I mean, if Sol wants to watch the video, he can watch it. I've had people ask me. So there's a bunch of Rush videos here, Alex. Just quick edits on them. Now all of these videos need to be uploaded. Fucking hell. That's 2 days, by the way. That is content. That is the amount of content that came out of 2 days of fucking streaming, dude. Yeah. Well, no. When I say rush, I mean tomorrow. Like, fuck, Alex, don't. It's not rush as in do it right now. I need it immediately. No, 2 days is fine. Oh shit, the new videos are available? Oh. I wonder how these are gonna do. Hold up. I'll upload these now. All right. There you go, Alex. It'll be done in about an hour. Probably longer. But that is an insane amount. He already went passive-aggressive on you the last time you called him out? Wait, did he? Wayne, I didn't see his reaction to my last time calling him out. Where did he go passive-aggressive towards me? I did not see that, Apocalypse. When did this happen? Chris for the cringiest takes to react to? When? Where was this? On Twitter? In his Discord. Oh, I don't follow him in his Discord, so, you know, I don't really give a fuck. Got reposted to mine. All right. Well, you know, I mean, look, I can hand out the shots. I can take the shots. So at the end of the day, it's basically all good as far as I'm concerned. I don't have a problem with it. If he wants to throw shade, I'd be happy for him to throw shade my way. Because I would love for him to say, hey, let's get on Discord or let's get on voice during a stream and let's talk. If he wants to talk, I'd be happy to talk to him. Because I would love to push back on some of his some of his reactions, because I think some of the things that he says is not really backed up by facts. Anyways, fuck it, guys. I'm gonna go eat. I'm hungry. I'll see all of you tomorrow, same time, same place. Yeah. So was that part of the convo? Oh, Kyle, we were just talking about Soul So Breezy taking a passive aggressive shot at me. I invite Soul can take a very aggressive open shot at me. I don't mind. Ribeye steak, Flinderinkies. I'm having some ribeye steak. Yeah, I'm gonna go grab some food, probably watch some Harry Potter. I'll be back tomorrow. Same time, same place as always. So keep an eye out on Discord. If you are on Discord, I'll let you know that I'm live. If you're not on Discord, just keep an eye on Twitch, really. It's always at the same time, so which is exactly 7 hours in the past. So 7 hours ago is when we went live. Like a feign setter, but doesn't do a good job, in my opinion. No, Soul So Breezy always tries to be very balanced. Like, he tries to come across as this level-headed, very moderate guy. Like, I want to see both sides. But then when you listen to his videos where he wants to see both sides, he's almost always arguing for my side, or the side that believes the same way I do, to basically cave and start doing things the way that his side does it. So he's not really a moderate. He doesn't really want to see both sides of the argument. He just pretends to understand both sides of the argument when he doesn't, because a lot of the time he doesn't understand shit. But anyways, fuck it. I'm not going to get roped into another conversation. Degenerates, take care of yourselves. Yeah? Be good. Not too good, though. You'll cause some fucking havoc somewhere else. I'll see all of you tomorrow. Peace out, boys.